set some things up here, you guys. I am live. Welcome to my channel. My name is Nomadic Kitty. This is my K-pop live. This K-pop live is going to be a doozy. I'm just warning y'all. Um, it's gonna be. There's a lot of interesting things. I got my notebook because there's a lot of interesting things that happened this weekend, and so we're going to talk about it. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to the channel. To those of you who watched on the rewatch, I know there's been more and more of you guys that can't join me live to watch on the rewatch. Thank you for watching. Thank you for commenting. I appreciate it. I like it. I do a weekly K-pop stream at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Hey, hey, hey. AK, what's up, AK? There is a lot of things that happened this week that is wild and crazy. It was a wild and crazy week in K-pop. It's a wild and crazy week in entertainment, period. It's a wild and crazy week, just wild and crazy. Hello, Shelling P. Yes, it is a wild and crazy week. So we're gonna go ahead and get off into it. Like I said, oh my God, this is a doozy. This is a doozy. But first, we're gonna go in order. We're gonna talk about BTS updates. There's a bunch of BTS updates and things that happened. You've been seeing the buzz break it down for us. Oh, okay. We're gonna talk about BTS updates first, of course, and then we're gonna talk about NewJeans fans. Again, if you're watching this video and you're a NewJeans fans, my channel is not a safe space for you. My channel is not a harbor of goodness for you. I would encourage everybody. I have started up the second book of my Wattpad. A lot of times in the comment section, once this video updates and I won't say a year, in a day, once it uploads in a couple hours about tomorrow, I'll put the links for my Wattpad. I'm on book 2. I've already finished book 1. Book 2 is the BTS based fan fiction. I have a store where I sell original K-pop merchandise. Check out my store. If you go to my YouTube channel, there's a little button that'll say shop. You'll see it appear at the top. Just depends on how you're watching it, whether you're watching it through your cell phone or your PC or your TV. You'll see a little button that says shop or whatever. Hello, Marie Miller. Marie Miller. Girl. This week has been interesting. My cat had to be rushed to the urgent care because my cat was vomiting and he wasn't eating for a few days, and I didn't know what was wrong with him. He had a procedure where they had to keep him for like 4 or 5 hours. And he is fine. He is on a special diet. Y'all know Mickey's a little thick in the waist, cute in the face. Mickey is thick in the waist and cute in the face, y'all. But Mickey, Mr. McThickums, like to eat, and he is not on a special diet. He is not allowed to have any dry food. It's just strictly wet food now, and he has to take this medication. Like, Mickey's getting older. You ready for the Namjoon driver's license party? Me too, Katina. Namjoon said he getting his license. I said, oh, shuck it, duck it, quack, quack. But so this has been a wild week. So Mickey is fine, if y'all wondering. He is full of vim and vigor. He was very lethargic, but now he's like, I'm healed. And so Mickey is full of energy now. So oh, you have 2 cats, a brother and a sister. I used to have 2 cats. Yeah, Mr. McThickums. I used to have 2 cats, but one of my cats died of feline leukemia. So my older cat, his name was Buttons. He was actually a cat that my late husband gave me, and he died of feline leukemia about let's see, that was 2023. Yeah, he died of feline leukemia. And what's really sad and tragic to even, starting out on a high note, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be the Debbie Downer. My cat died around Valentine's Day, February, and then literally like 2 months later, my mom passed away. So my cat passed away and then my mom. But my cat had been suffering for a long time because feline leukemia, it was a slow march. I was surprised my cat held on. He held on for a whole year with that diagnosis, So, but my cat, Mickey, he is younger, he is stronger, he's thick. He's thick with 2 C's. And he says that he's fat, PHAT, pretty hot and tempting. And he is eating food and he is taking his meds and he's driving me crazy today. So there you go. That's the update on Mickey. I like to say hello to Jennifer. I don't know if Jennifer's here. We talked about the live. We've been talking like text messaging. So I don't know if Jennifer's here. We'll see. She'll text message me. She don't have like a regular account. She's just a lurker. So she'll text message me and be like, hey, everybody. But so we'll see. I don't know. She might have other things to do. Jennifer, like, I ain't got time to play with you, girl. So anyway, we're gonna start with BTS updates. We're gonna start out. Who should we start out with? Let's see. Let's start out with Jen. I try to start out calm. So Jen, BTS Jen this week. I believe there was a concert movie that came out for his concert. I haven't heard really any other BTS updates. Jen's been kind of laying low this week. I got my apple juice, y'all, because my throat be getting dry. So Jen, I haven't heard anything about Jen. Yes, Mickey says thick thighs save lives. Mickey told me to tell y'all that thick thighs save lives, and he has thick thighs. He's a cat that saves lives. Anyway, but yeah, I haven't heard anything about Jen. Have you guys heard anything about Jen? I haven't heard anything about Jen. Let's go to J-Hope. J-Hope. So J-Hope was on the cover of Elle. He did a cute interview. I didn't know J-Hope was a neat freak. Like I almost fell in love. Like I was ready for J-Hope to put a ring on it because J-Hope was saying that he's really a neat, organized person, that he likes to clean house, that when he gets home, he starts cleaning. I almost fell in love because, baby, I'm a neat freak. Oh, Jen is practicing? Yes, Jen is practicing. I did see a picture of all of them at practice that was posted on somebody's social media. I don't know which one, but they were all together at practice. They were looking very cute. But yes, but honey, J-Hope said that he likes to clean. And I was like, I said, oh, J-Hope, well, you should have said that in the beginning. You didn't have to take your shirt off. See, I'm a simple girl. You know, you ain't got to take your shirt off, J-Hope. You know, you don't have to take your clothes off to have a good time. You don't have to take your clothes off to have a good time. Y'all remember that song? J-Hope, all he got to tell me is that he liked to vacuum. I'm like, oh, you like to vacuum, daddy. I got a floor I got some rug for you to vacuum, daddy. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Like that, you know, I like a man that's very organized. Take him to my bathroom. Girl, my creepy bathroom. Y'all be talking about creepy shower curtain. I know y'all be seeing me filming videos sometimes in front of my creepy shower curtain. But I'm like, right. AK know the song. We can dance and party all night. Yeah, that was my song. Na 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 na. That was a song. I was like, JK, we ain't even got a party. All he know, we sit around and clean the house and get the pine sol out and the ammonia. That sounds like that's real love to me. That's romance. So J-Hope said he was a neat guy. And I was like, ooh, I said, ooh, Hobie. Oh my God. Okay. That was interesting to me. That was such a revelation. It was such a turn on for me. Like I was like, whoo. But it also I hear in the rumor mill is that J-Hope has a Nike deal. Nothing has been finalized, but that's what people have been talking about in these streets is that J-Hope has a Nike deal coming up maybe for 2026. Maybe he'll announce it next year or the beginning of next year. Yes, ammonia turns me on, Marie Miller. You know, I know JK likes to do laundry. He likes to vacuum. He likes to cook. See, I love a really domesticated man. I love a domesticated man. Yeah, you know, we 80s kids and we start singing these old songs. But yeah, I heard that J-Hope was gonna have a Nike deal. What kind of Nike deal? How long? I don't know. I keep hearing in these streets. But yeah, J-Hope, I was like, okay, J-Hope, okay. Who else is we going to? Okay, let me mark J-Hope off the list. Let's talk about Suga. So Suga on December the 9th had his Shining Minds concert. I posted a short. He did a video before the concert, which is what I figured, that he wouldn't be there, but he would do some kind of video. And he got up there and he announced, you know, before the concert, he did this pre-recorded video. And Suga looked good. And he had the smirk on his face. He looked so proud and so happy. Like if you watch the short, I posted part of the quick video that he did, and the look on his face, he looked so happy. He looked so proud, which he should be, but he looked proud and he had this cute little smile on his face that was just adorable. And those kids were great. Yes. Imagine rooming with Jimin, who was not Okay, dude, I heard Jimmy was messy. So yes, I was happy that we got to see Sugar a video. Like I said, and he did a video whenever Severance Hospital had his Mind program. So the Mind program is a program that Sugar from BTS and other doctors and specialists started for kids who are neurodivergent and autistic, where they use music as therapy. And so it was very cute. It was very, very cute. And so they had their first concert. So the kids had their concert, and Sugar, his band from his tour, his touring band, played, backed up the kids and everything. And people paid tickets, and it was at Yonsei University. And it's great. So Sugar has apparently, I've said before, found his calling, and the little smile on his face was worth it. The little smile that, it's the smile of like accomplishment. It was just him talking, and you could just see he exuded peace and happiness. So whatever Sugar is doing, to me, like I said, I've made my peace with the Sugar thing. He doesn't ever have to come back and be in the public anymore. Apparently, whatever he's doing, he's happy doing it and working with the kids. And I just let that man be. He looked very cute. He looked very cute and very happy and very proud of himself. Even Suge was posting this week on Instagram. Was he posted this week on Instagram? What did he post, Katina? Because again, I'm not on social media, but he looked so cute. He looked very, very happy, not just cute, but happy. He looked, the smile on his face was that he was very pleased. Yes, I love it for him too. I said, he did. He posted pics. What kind of pics? Katina, was it the practice pics that I'm talking about? Because somebody posted practice pics on there. So somebody posted practice pics. Was that on Sugar's account that they posted? Yes. Okay. Katina says yes. Thank you, Katina. So y'all, Katina be telling me, honey. Katina be on it. Katina be like, Kiki, girl. Katina is like the neighbor. Like when you walk out the house, Katina is like the neighbor. Be like, girl, truth is told, girl. like when I was a kid. When I was a kid in Michigan, my grandmother, we lived next to this door to this lady, and she would know all the gossip. And then like me and my grandmother would be like walking out the front door and going to the car, and she'd be like, Miss Emery. She would call my grandmother. Everybody called my grandmother Miss Emery. Miss Emery, which is weird because that's my daughter's name. She like, Miss Emery. Girl, did you hear about them next door neighbors? They was fighting last night. And she be out there in her nightgown. Cause y'all know how them old ladies be out there in their nightgown and they little hat, they little bonnet. They be out there with they robe on and their nightgown and their little slippers. And she be like, Miss Emery. That's how I picture Katina. Katina be like, girl, you know they didn't post it. That's like, what? Girl, that's what remind me of that neighbor that always be like, now you know, and then you know when they walk out in the robe, they gotta hold the robe like this. Girl, why they hold the robe? Why they always hold the robe like that? Yeah, with the curlers underneath the bonnet, and they gotta hold the robe like this. Now, quiet as it's kept, girl, but you didn't hear from me. That was our next door neighbor for the longest time. Like I'd just be looking at her when I was a little kid. I'll be like, and then she would stand out there and gossip with my grandmother. And then my grandmother be like, okay, girl, I'll talk to you later. And then that was like every week, and she would always have some kind of, so that's Katina. Katina's like the neighborhood lady that knows everything. It is wild in these BTS streets. I'm telling you, it is wild out here. And so somebody got to keep it, because again, like I said, I'm not on social media, so I don't know what's going on so unless somebody posts a YouTube video or somebody comes and tells me. But you guys, somebody is always coming to tell me. I was like, it's not Katina, it's somebody else. It's either Sarah or Katina or Just a Girl or whoever. Like one of y'all will roll up on my video and be like, hey. And then like I said, I don't really pay attention unless it pops up on YouTube. Like people will do shorts and it'll pop up in my recommend sometime, and I'll be like, what is this? But yes, so Sugar's the one that posted the pictures of them at practice and them all together, and it was cute. I saw them. Child, let me tell you this. Yeah, you didn't hear from me, girl. Yes, it's like 227. I used to love that show. Like Pearl from 227. Yes, honey. Uh, all the neighborhood always got that one lady to be like, girl, let me tell you. Hello, greetings from Germany. Guten Tag. Talking about Germany peeps. And so that's what happened to Sugar. It was good to see him. Y'all know I was excited. Y'all know my heart was palpitating. I was about to fall over. And so I got some pics that were taken around South Korea of the flyers that they had up. Cause I already had those pics ready, and then like the video dropped, and I was like, oh my God, let me get the video. And I posted it on my shorts. So y'all can take a look at my shorts. So that's Sugar. V, let's go to V. V posted on Bangtan TV. I think that's the YouTube channel on Bangtan TV. V posted a vlog of him in Hawaii. He went to Hawaii. Y'all told me about this before. I think he went to Honolulu, and he was toured around. He was with his Wooga Squad, which is a bunch of Korean actors and singers and people like that. The Wooga Squad, Wooga Squad, Wooga Squad. So there you go. What do I think about AI's replacing, his vacation vlog? Chris says, Guten Tag. What do you think of jobs being replaced by AI? I'm going to do a whole video. Coincidentally, you said that, Chris, next week talking about AI. I even have it on my list of things to talk about. Coincidentally enough, I just like to interject that musicians and producers are using AI. They may not admit it, but they're using AI to make beats. And they're using AI, and a lot of like new artists are using AIs to submit demos to music companies. You know, back in the day, I don't know if y'all know this, but back in the day when people used to do demos, they used to go to a recording studio and get a band and play, and then record it, and then send their demo CD or tape off to whatever music company. Now they don't do it no more. Now you can actually write a song, and you may not have, you may just be a songwriter, and you don't know any musicians, or it's going to cost you a lot to bring in session musicians and record your song. And so instead of you recording it or bringing in musicians, they use apps. One of the apps is called Suno. Suno is one of the premier AI apps that people use music. And then there's been some kind of legal wrangling. But now, if you guys didn't know, Universal Music is going to create their own digital AI music app. So all these companies are realizing that they're missing out on money, that they can just create their own musical app and use their own artists as the foundation for the voices, because you can create whole songs. I created a song for Sugar using an AI app that I barely put anything in, and it wrote a whole song, and it's a nice song. And so there are AI artists. If you guys didn't know, there are certain AI artists that have been signed to contracts with Sony, like a $3 million contract. An R&B artist, she doesn't exist, of course. But yes, I'm going to do a whole video where we talk about that you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Like it's too late now. People are using AI to write songs, even in K-pop as we speak. And people are against it, but at the end of the day, this is going to be the future. Again, my video coming up, I'm going to talk about having AI idols. Y'all, this is coming. And when I say right now, we got virtual idols like Plave, and there's another one. There's another virtual idol group besides Plave. There's a female one and two male ones, but Plave is the most well-known one. Plave is on Weverse. I subscribe to Plave. Jennifer told me she will never go to a Plave concert, because we looked up tickets one time, and it was like $100 and something, even though they wouldn't come into Dallas. They're not international. We were looking them up in Korea, and Jennifer said, I'm not paying $140, $150 to watch a virtual screen for 2 hours. But Plave is a virtual group where they're actually sung and motion capped by real guys, from what I know. Didn't explain, but they're real guys. And also, I did a story about somebody was harassing Plave online and trying to find information about the real artists, and they were actually being sexually harassed online. I had a whole conversation about that. But Plave are virtual. And so it's going to get to the point where you're going to have photo real AI groups. Photo real. Like, they look real. And I tell everybody, this is going to be the next biggest thing in K-pop. You know. Oh, Tay also did an interview. Yeah, they've been doing it. Artists been doing it for a while, but they just gonna keep it quiet. But yeah, I got a whole video talking about, and I will actually put video examples in my video of groups that I've created, K-pop will eat it up. K-pop fans will eat that up. They're gonna eat it up. Even though K-pop fans are like, no, 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 they will. And in my video, I will break it down how this could work and how it will be big. And it will change the industry forever. Because if they ain't gotta pay no artists and house them and have contracts, baby, once the technology catches up, the K-pop industry will be all over this. Once the industry catches up. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. But once the industry catches up, I always talk about AI. I'm going to talk about AI tonight. There's something else I want to talk about AI, but it's deep fakes and K-pop that is messing up the industry. And I've talked about it a lot, but this week there's been an explosion of controversy regarding TXT and 17, regarding fans using their likeness to make videos and stuff, and then the fandom got upset, but we'll talk about that later. But yes, V did, like Katina said, they did an interview for Tier. He was in Hawaii with Wooga Squad on Bangtan TV. He did like a vlog, like a 5-minute vlog. I don't know anything about singing. I'm not a singer. Only the strong will survive there. Exactly. It's going to be make or break. But yeah, V was in Hawaii looking good with the other Wooga Squad guys. They were in Honolulu. I think they went on this trip maybe a month ago. Because it's colder in Hawaii. So I don't know when they went on this trip because it can't be now. So I'm assuming that it was probably maybe in October. I don't know. But yeah, there you go. So it was good to see V out there, and V being V, and just yeah. And he got the thing for Tier. He also has a Paradise. Paradise is a really big chaebol in South Korea, and they own a bunch of stuff. Paradise owns a bunch of stuff, and so he got to deal with Paradise. I forgot what division of Paradise. Maybe y'all can talk about it in the comment section. I forgot what division of Paradise, but he has a new thing with Paradise. And I just feel like BTS members are collecting brand deals like Pokemon cards. Like they are snatching brand deals. So that's V. Then we're going to get to RM. So a week and a half ago, RM did a Weverse where he was very candid and said a lot of things out of frustration, out of anger. I rebroadcast and reposted the Weverse and did some comments about it. And then afterwards he came, and I told y'all, I said, there's going to be backlash about this, because I felt, and I still stand by it, that in his video, a lot of the stuff he was talking about frustration, but I think he was talking a lot about the business. So I said that you can talk about how lonely you are. You can talk about the military a little bit. You can talk about, if you ain't feeling good, your stomach hurt, your health issues, your mental health issues, but damn it, don't get up on no Weverse Live and talk about the business and other members. You can't do that. That is a no. They don't care what you get up there and talk about. But baby, once you start bringing the agency into it and you start real talking about the business, the agency is like, time out, hold up, RM, hold up. What did you say? So I did a quick video telling you about what I thought about the apology. And he apologized. And I thought his apology was a bit passive aggressive. And I find it hilarious. I'm here for passive aggressiveness. Shit, I can be passive aggressive. But I understand why the company would want to talk to him and be like, to me, it's two issues. It's a timing issue. This is not the time. I mean, I explained to y'all in my video why this was not the time. I'm like, damn it, we had the Jimin thing in September. JK is getting dragged to hell. Sugar is still down for the count. We got the Minhee thing. We got the IPO thing. I say, y'all, I don't care what anybody say. This is not, I wouldn't need BTS to have no scandals. Then we had the W Korea thing. Oh, no. I don't need nobody throwing salt and a wrench in the game. So as much as BTS are candid. Baby, I got a whole video out coming out Monday, and I'm like, I'm here to tell armies this is a new day. This is not 2 years ago. This is not 2020. This is not 2021. Damn it, this is not 2022 or 2023. This is a new day. This is going on to 2026, honey. BTS has never had a comeback as this big, where they are expected unfairly to carry the whole industry. This just wasn't the time. This is not a good look. I said, what RM did to me was not professional. Like, to me, in any stretch. I understand he was frustrated. I understand. But again, for me personally, I don't agree with anybody going online and airing their grievances. I don't agree with no Danish deception. I don't agree with no Risa Tisa shit. I don't agree with none of that. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all, I saw a video where they talking about the lady talking about she was married to the Danish guy. She was from Nigeria and he left her and he was cheating on her. I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I didn't see videos. People repost. They put TikTok compilations together about dating, about men, and they talking about their dating life and their boyfriends and their girlfriends. Fuck out of here. I'm sorry. I'm like, that is the reason why I am not one of many why I'm not on social media. I don't care. I just don't care. Yes, Risa Tisa. I don't care. Yeah, I'm ready for the Kim Tae-young room. Michelle and P, I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. You know, there's nothing wrong with being candid. But again, the things that people talk about BTS being candid was 5-10 years ago. 2017, 2018, you could do that on a V Live and get away with it. It wouldn't spread. Now, I'm like, oh no, I'm like, y'all gotta understand, this is a new day. The fandoms are not the way it was years ago. Now, what could happen is you will leave yourself open. Y'all know, okay, so I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all know Kim Soo-young. So there was a whole thing with Kim Saran and Kim Soo-young. They accused Kim Saran was an actress in South Korea that took her own life. So her family and parents accused Kim Soo-young of dating her when she was under the age, right? They did that whole thing. And then it's come out that the people lied and it was a YouTuber that made stuff up. Do y'all know that the brand, one of the brands that he is with has now sued him this week? Sued him, saying that the scandals that he was involved in has hurt their brand. So that's what I'm saying. When I tell y'all that this echoes and reverberates, that's the last thing you want is some brand suing BTS or HYBE because they feel like this person, what they're saying or doing has tarnished them because they have a brand deal with RM or any one of them. Nobody wants that, but that's a thing. That's a whole ass thing. I was in shock. So not only has Kim Soo-young lost branding deals, but now he's being sued by brands saying that his reputation is effing up their bag. So I'm like, this is a brand new day. I'm like, this is not where it was years ago. Brands don't really care anymore about your personal feelings. They don't care about your fifis. They like, oh no, now brands are much more savvy. Now there's much more money on the line. Everything's more out there, social media than it was. The K-pop itself as an industry has changed so much to where it's much more, I feel like it's much more intrusive than it was 5 years ago when BTS really became popular, you know. Was it Hula? Thank you, Hula. I appreciate it. And so yeah, and people are like, well, RM is a grown man. Yeah, but he has obligations to his label, to his bandmates, to his branding deals. They all have obligations. So when he's out of BTS and he's on hiatus or doing his solo, he can say he has a bit more freedom to run around. But like I said, I knew the agency gonna be like, RM, okay, we need you to issue an apology because you can't be out here saying stuff like that. Like you can't, because you're causing alarm. Another thing, I tell y'all, when they do these Weverse and these videos, y'all do know people right now are taking Weverses and cloning people's voices off of Weverses. That's another thing that's out there. So people are taking stars' voices from interviews and Weverses and Instagram, and they're taking their voices and they're cloning them. So there has been some controversy that people are taking people's voices and act like it's secret recordings, but it's not. It's just they're cloning their voices, they're muffling it to make it seem like it's secret recordings. So that's another thing that wasn't around years ago. Like now, this AI-ish has changed the game. AI has changed the game so much that again, we didn't have this problem in 2022, but you got it now. So now there's going to be more AI. There's going to be more deep fakes. They're going to take people. So again, when you say these things on a Weverse, you don't know what somebody's finna do with what he's saying They can twist the words. They can, retranslate it and be like, he said this instead of, like, people out here doing some really strange things with technology now. And so that's another thing that you have to protect your artists. And to me, I'm like, as a PR person, I would be like, RM, sweetie, I understand, baby. I get it, baby. I support your free expression, but you can't really be too free when you're an idol or a celebrity. Like I said, and then again, like I said, me personally, I don't agree with anybody on social media airing out their grievances. I don't agree with people on social media crying. I don't agree with people going to press conferences and crying. And I didn't agree with Minhee Jen up there crying and acting a fool when she had a press conference. She was cussing and wearing the green Charlie Brown shirt and crying and cussing. I was like, oh, nah, bro. Like, bro, what? I don't agree with none of that. Keep that shit with your therapist, with your family, with your friends. You are a celebrity. And I understand that people, you can be a little candid, but when you start doing it multiple times, then that's when people are kind of like sounding the alarm, because you're like, okay, honey, you're starting to mess up the bag a little bit. Like brands will call and be like, so what's happening here? And again, Western brands don't care, but Korean ones do. Korean ones do. They look at your brand index numbers and your reputation, all this stuff. And so RM talking about the military, and then he was talking about he's lonely, and now this is too much. I'm sure somebody somewhere was like, we got a call from this brand and they kind of concerned, like, and then once that happened, once you start affecting the bag, the agencies are like, you need to go apologize and tell people you're sorry for alarming them. And, BTS just need to like lay low for a little bit because this is a lot. I'm like, this is a lot. I'm like, this is because BTS has never experienced this level of scandal. They've had controversies here and there. They've had criticism here and there when I see the history of the band. But the sugar thing was a game changer. Like, the sugar shit is still there, y'all. Regardless of anybody want to believe it, the sugar thing is still like hovering in the background as what they gonna do with that. The shirt was Charlie Brown, though. Wah, 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 wah. Minhee Jen. I got a whole video coming about that, And yeah, they sent trucks to the High building. Talking about JK got to go. Baby, we finna get into that. So poor RM, he said from now on, he's just gonna post rehearsals and singing in his house renovations in a very passive aggressive way. And I support his passive aggressiveness because I'm sure he was like, damn it, okay. And I'm sure he regretted after he said, and I just tell people, like I said in my video, you have to let things breathe. When things happen to you, really emotional, you have to put some distance, give it time, let it breathe. Don't just be quick to react like, okay, I'm going to get online. Because then you post something online and you be like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have posted that meme cussing my man out. Like, maybe I shouldn't have did that. Oh, God, that's not. And then people reading it going, girl, what happened? And then then a day later, you're like, yeah, maybe I need to delete that. Like, because you didn't let the emotions go through you. So I would just say, just breathe. Just get angry and then be like, okay, let me give it a day and still let me see, do I feel like I'm going to post this? Because this social media thing is crazy. But yes, a lot of the scandals, yes, are orchestrated, but passive aggressive, okay. I don't mind passive aggressive, June, but you don't give them ammo. I'm like, please don't give the aunties and don't give the people, because like I said, don't give them ammo because they just gonna take it and they gonna run with it. But speaking of ammo, JK. So I did a post for those of you who are members. I did a Kiki After Dark where I tell y'all my very candid thoughts about the JK and Winter thing and what I really thought. All for those of you who are not members, it's $1.99 a month. And I had to come on here and say, because y'all know I go down rabbit holes. So I get to searching and searching and searching. All I can say, the JK Winter, JK is Jungkook of BTS. Winter is not the season. Like, JK's not having fornication with the season. But Winter is a member of a female group called aespa. She's part of a different agency. It has been going on years off and on that rumors that JK and Winter have been together. This has been going off and on. So I went to go do a little research. So all week I've been researching. I've been going back on these rumors, going back and back and back and back and back. I do not feel that these allegations are organic. I do not feel that way. This is my opinion. I've looked at it up, down, over and over again. Y'all know I be heavily in these internet streets when I have to be. And about these bots and about these smear campaigns. To me, in my opinion, it's orchestrated. There's comments that there's things that don't really match up. There's Reddit groups and sites I wandered into, and it's like the comments are copy and paste, copy and paste. I do not feel like this is organic. I don't feel like fans just came up with this all this. No, I think somebody is pushing this out there as a narrative. So it is, in K-pop they can't date. So what happened was there's a Jungkook and Jimin are doing a Disney Plus show called Are You Sure? This is their second season. Episode 2 at the timestamp 1500, so 15 minutes in, JK is leaning and people said that there's a tattoo. Now I watched this, I've stopped, I paused, I freeze frame, I looked high, I looked low. It did not seem that there was I don't know what people are talking about. Okay, what tattoo? I didn't see no tattoo. I didn't see no tattoo. Again, Melissa Daniels said, I don't think it's orchestrated by aunties. Now, y'all know I don't like conspiracy theories. I don't feel it's orchestrated by aunties. I think there is something else going on here that I'm just like, something else is going. This seems very coordinated for aunties. There's something else going on here. And I don't know why. I have many theories. I put it in my video as to what I really thought, which I won't say. But I feel like there are certain theories. There are several theories I banter around in my head, but I don't think aunties did that. I think the aunties went with it, but I think this is more than that. I think there's something going on, and this is the rumor that won't die, and I don't know who to blame. But I tell you, it's not JK. It's not Hybe, it's not JK. There is something else going on here. I seriously. And I'm just like I said, all I can say, people talk about that Winter was doing a live stream. Yes, other companies in it. Yes. All I got to say is this. When they said Winter was doing a live stream, right? And she said that people were in her comment section asking about JK or bringing up stuff. She was JK and people, she was getting frustrated. My question was that I leave with y'all. Why didn't she or the management get those people out of her live stream? That's my question. That's all I asked people. I went to the aespa fans, the Mize, and I said, if people on her live stream, on social media, harassing her about JK, why didn't either she click those people out? She could have blocked those, she could have dumped those people out her live stream. Instead of sitting there, because I watched the video and getting exasperated, I said, what kind of play is this? That's all I can say. I'm not trying to accuse her or anything, but I thought it was curious to me that if anybody comes into an idol's live stream and they start talking crazy, they will get dumped. They would get blocked out the live stream. It was weird to me that she would entertain, even get exasperated. There's nothing to get exasperated around. I'm like, honey, kick those people out your live stream. You ain't even got to address it. Boo, 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 gone. Boo, 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 gone. I would have ended the live stream. I would have looked cute and said, thank you guys for coming. And I would have dumped those people on the live stream, but she didn't. She sat there and I'm just like, why would she sit there and even indulge that? She should have mods to dare handle it. It makes no sense for her to sit there and get frustrated, because the moment she got frustrated and people saw all these comments, then people were screenshotting them and they made it back to social media. Right? So it became a thing that even I heard about it. And I'm not even on social media, but I went back and watched the video and I said, girl, get those people out. She didn't even have to address it. I wouldn't even flinch. If people come here and ask me something, girl, boom, boom, gone. Boom, boom, gone. Why are you sitting here and even entertaining these people? Alice said her company didn't say anything until the stock was going down. That when they make a statement. I'm going to leave it there. That's the thing I can say that I've thought have been very curious about this, that there's posts on her social media or people are asking about JK. And I said, honey, you can delete those posts. They have media managers. Delete those people and block and move on. I wouldn't entertain. People say all kinds of ish to idols and live streams. Y'all know better than I do that people say all kinds of rude things and they block people out these live streams. I didn't understand why she would sit there, why she would let people post things on her social media about JK, block those people out. I'm like, you have the power to block these people out. Why would you entertain this? She flexing? Maybe so. But that's not the way to do it. So now SM, her company, is saying that they're going to sue about anybody that defames Winter or aespa or anything like that. And like, I'm like, okay, SM, I'm glad y'all doing something because hives get on my damn nerves. So what also was happening, people were going on JK's dog. His dog has a social media. People were going on his social media and wishing death upon the dog. I saw the screenshots. People were on JK's dog, Bam. They were on the dog's social media saying horrible things about JK and wishing death threats upon the dog and upon JK. I need Hive to step up. I've said it over and over and over again. Why these agencies do not protect. Yes, that's crazy. Why these agencies, you got to be a pretty low effing person to get on a dog's Instagram and say shit about an animal and about their owner. Like that's a different level of cuckoo. Again, even if JK was dating Winter, which again, I've said it in my, I did a whole video about this and I said I didn't think they were because matching tattoos is not really a thing in South Korea, period. Much less somebody you're not finna get married to. I'm like, matching tattoos is not, tattoos themselves is not a popular thing in Korea, especially couples tattoos is not a popular thing in Korea. It's not, JK and Winter both have been in the industry long enough that they know better. The agency would have shut that shit down in a minute. To be honest with you. If they had some kind of couple tattoo and the agency would have found out about it, they would have made one of them mofos get the tattoo covered up. The tattoo would have never seen light of day. And I don't think JK, I have a hard time believing JK and Winter would be that dumb to ruin their whole career over a tattoo, to have this much heat. So people got protest trucks. And I said, well, how long is it going to be before the funeral wreaths show up? Wait for it. But they have protest trucks. And then Hive said that they were going to file suit or do something about the protest truck. Yeah, the Sasaeng's time a million. It is time a million. And it's ridiculous. I just, if they want to date, they want to date. International fans, we don't care. We're like, okay. But again, I don't think JK would be this stupid. I don't think any idol would be this dumb. Not unless they plan to marry somebody. I don't see JK getting married anytime soon. So I'm like, couple tattoos. I'm like, for somebody you're dating? Oh no. Like if you're married to somebody, I could barely see that in South Korea. That's not a thing. I was like, couples tattoos is not really a thing. And then if they were going to get a couple tattoo, it would be very discreet. It wouldn't be the matching tattoos. It would be someplace where you couldn't see it, someplace where you would know it on her body. That picture looked doctored to me. And I said it in my video, the picture looked doctored to me because that's what people can do with AI now. They can doctor pictures. I saw the original video, the episode, and it was much about nothing. I know that company don't protect their idols. They don't. SM is notoriously known for letting their idols hang out there to dry. Why the agencies do this? I'll go off. Because I don't understand not protecting your artist. But yeah, SM said they're going to sue. So if somebody getting online talking about Winter from the aespas, they're going to sue, which they should, which I totally agree with. They should. She shouldn't be receiving death threats and harm threats. Get them people together. And then another thing when I'm talking about when they sue people, because you know, Hive has that website where you can report where people... Another thing that I don't agree with South Korea because it's South Korea. See, here we have a Freedom of Information Act here. So here, if somebody commits a crime and they found guilty of a crime, you have the person's name and everything, social media, everything. They don't have it in South Korea. I said, I don't know how the South Korea laws go regard because South Korea privacy is really important, even for criminals. Like here, you can go and pull up people's mugshots online easily. You can type in somebody's name and birthday and find their whole criminal history. You can't do that in South Korea. They have much more privacy laws, but I think those laws need to be changed. I said they need to expose these hoes. Whoever does this, they don't get to be plaintiff A or plaintiff B or plaintiff C like they be having. I'm sorry, defended A, defended C. I say y'all got it good in South Korea because again, if you commit a crime in South Korea, you still have the luxury, the protection of anonymity. And I just don't think that's fair. I think if somebody commit a crime like that and they online harassing JK or Winner or whatever, their name and their face should be out there. Here's the person that's doing it. If they did that, these people in Korea would stop. Because they don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want their families embarrassed. They don't want to go to school and go to work and everybody know what was going on. If they would change the law in Korea where they would have a Freedom of Information Act like we do in the States, people would stop that shit. People would be like, oh my God, my name and my face gonna be out there? Yeah. This you? Juwon, this you? Oh, this you? Were you online harassing? Girl, was that you doing that? Like, but they don't have that. You can get away with it and you can get prosecuted in South Korea. You can be fined or whatever, and put on probation. And it'll just be like defendant A or B. Their name and their face and their likeness don't really get out there like that. And sometimes the names, people will find the names and dig the names out there, but it's not something that's common. But once they should start exposing these people. I am all for exposure. You know, I don't understand the couple items is a Korean culture thing, shelling piece. So if y'all didn't know, like in Korea, there's couples rings, couples bracelets. In South Korea, they have couples days. Like instead of being like, oh, we've been together for 1 month, 2 months, they do it literally by days. So when you're with somebody, they have like 100-day anniversary. And so they have all these little anniversaries by days in South Korea. It's very sweet. It's different than it is here. I would much rather date a Korean man than date an American man. It's much more. So they have all these little couple gifts. And so for every like 100 days, and then they have like a red day and a white day. They have lots. It's not just Valentine's Day and your anniversary. So it's really like your 100 days and you're together 200 days. And then they have all these little holidays throughout the year in South Korea. They even have couples cafes in South Korea. It's very sweet. And these are grown people. So it's very puppy doggish and sweet. Now, I know some of y'all are like, that's crazy, but I find it very sweet and endearing. And so, yes, there's couples rings and couples gifts and things that you can give each other all throughout the year. And it's not just once or twice a year. It's all throughout the year. And, but the tattoo thing is not something that's well known or something that's well done, especially for somebody you're dating. Like I said, somebody you're married to and you're engaged to, that's a different story. But that doesn't happen, I love it. I love it too. I love it. You heard somewhere they're trying to take HYBE, Bunshik down to get the stocks and take over the company. They will never take over HYBE. HYBE's too big. HYBE is you got HYBE America, you got HYBE Japan, you got HYBE Latin America, and then you're about to have HYBE India. So HYBE is huge. I don't think anything that will bring the stocks with BTS. BTS is coming to save K-pop, regardless of whether they like it or not. I had a whole video about BTS and the financials, about the expectations for their tour and their album next year. And BTS is going to save K-pop. They're going to drag K-pop out of the darkness, which shouldn't be their responsibility. I don't think it's fair. A lot of us have said we don't think it's fair, but it is what it is. I mean, stocks have been down in K-pop. Sales have been down in K-pop. There are groups that are up there like ATEEZ and Stray Kids that have made a lot of money. But for the most part, overall, the industry is too saturated. There's too many groups. There's too many groups. There's way too many groups in K-pop now. It's K-pop. There's too many agencies. It's kind of like a get rich quick kind of scheme now. It's kind of like giving off that kind of tea. It's like, you know what? We're going to form a agency. It's like everybody wants to form an agency and have a group. There's too many groups now. So the market has been oversaturated. There's too much cookie cutterness of the songs. And all these groups look alike. I can't tell one group for the next. Like, it's just, touring is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, it's just too much now. But BTS has what they call the halo effect. So the halo effect is that, you have a halo and then it glows and then it illuminates everything around you. So BTS are known as the ultimate K-pop halo group. because what they do is going to illuminate all of the industry and all of the businesses around. You understand when BTS go on tour, like when they come to Dallas, hotels, restaurants, transportation is all going to go up, no matter where they go. And so BTS is going to bring a lot of businesses to wherever they go. Festa next year is going to be crazy. Can y'all understand how crazy Festa going to be? Festa is going to be nuts. There's, like they tell people already, if you plan to go to BTS Festa in 2026, start booking your hotel and airfare now, because it's going to be crazy. Festa next year, because they're going to be all together. It's going to be, probably predicting, this is going to be the biggest Festa in BTS history, you know. Yes, Jacket 559. Yes, it's oversaturated. There's so many unknown groups. Yes, there's so many small groups out there. I said before and I say it again, if you want to know what's going on in the K-pop industry, there's a YouTube channel called Kville, and they show you what's on the charts. They give you like little snippets of videos. They also show you what new songs come out. You would be amazed. I watch every week and there's new groups. I mean, every week there's a new group I have never heard of. I'm like, who every week. I'm like, and then they all look alike and they all sound alike. Like they are, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm just like, I can't tell Meow from Vuv, from Baby Monster, from Kira's, from like, I can't tell. These are all real groups' names, by the way. Vuv, I don't know how to pronounce it. VVVS. I can't tell that from Meow, from the Kira's, from I can't tell none of these groups apart no more. Yes, they all trying to get this. They trying to create another BTS, you know. But yeah, I can't tell these groups apart, girl. I watch these groups and I'm like, is that Meow? Oh no, that's Vuv. Oh, that's who? That's Kira's. The Kira's. Who cares? Is it Heart to Hearts? Like, I don't know. I'm like, who is this? Like, I have to send Jennifer some stuff because she be like, who is this? I said, girl, it's a new group. She like, girl, what? I'm like, girl, every week there's a new damn group. I'm like, yeah, well. Same thing with the boy groups. I can't tell next between Kickflip, between and one, between, I don't know. They all bleed together. They all look alike. They all sound alike. They all have the same kind of style and the same kind of music. It's oversaturated. So that's why K-pop is not making the money they used to. But they figured that BTS is going to bring them up. But, you know, but with the JK and the winner situation, it is ridiculous. It is sad that JK has gotten himself into this situation again. He had the AI. People took a video of him walking and they put it with a girl and it was AI. So, again, JK is very high profile. There's been people breaking into JK's house every damn month. JK, I can only imagine. Like, all I can say for JK, I hope he's okay. His mental health is okay. I hope JK has the support that he needs outside of the industry. And I hope he has support, because this is a lot. This would be a lot for anybody to deal with. This is a lot. Because JK has branding deals. He got a Chanel deal. He's on the cover of Rolling Stone. JK is everywhere. JK is snatching up deals. I keep hearing about a upcoming Balenciaga deal. He has Calvin Klein. Okay. You know, so JK is one of the most popular members of BTS, the most visible members. He's the one that does all the Weverses. He's completely charismatic, very talented, very good looking guy. And to me, I've always said it before and I'll say it again, JK to me is the total package in BTS. He is the total package. He has the potential to be a huge pop star, like Michael Jackson, like Usher, Michael Jackson, like that level. JK to me has such the potential to really be one of the biggest pop stars in the world. And I think that there are other people that know this. I think people understand this. And like I said, JK is over collecting brand deals like Pokemon cards. And I just sad to see him. And I just hope he has the mental health support that he has, because this is a lot. This will be a lot to go through. The death threats that he's getting, that I've read online, the things that people are telling JK to go self-harm himself. I've read the messages. I've seen this stuff on the ESPA sites that they are wishing death upon him as we speak. I've heard about people wanting to go to his home and do nefarious things. He has received a lot of threats, you know, and I just hopefully that, you know, that he has the support that he needs, because this is a lot. This will be a lot for him to deal with. And I know JK loves interacting with his fans, and he likes being out there in the public, and that his brand and reputation is important to him like any idol. But this is not helping his career, and it's not his fault. I don't think JK has done anything to bring this upon him. It's just sad, you know. He does need more bodyguards and security. Hello, Ice Queen. And he just, like I said, hopefully he's getting to the mental health support, because this is a lot. It's a lot. You know, it's a lot to go through for somebody that's been in the business since he was young. You know, JK, I always worry about JK. Like, I always think in my back of my mind, is he okay, mentally, like well-adjusted person? Because to be in this industry since you're a child messes with your head, especially being in K-pop. Okay, he's been in the industry since he was like 15, 16 years old. So that's a long time. It's over 10 years he's been in this industry. It's a long time, you know. And I just, like, all the things that are happening, it's all coming. Like, I can understand the one scandal happen and then you get a break, and then, you know, 6 months later, but this is a lot in a row. I mean, this is boom, 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 breaking in his house. I mean, ever since he got in the military, you got to think that JK has pretty much been besieged ever since he got out of the military in June. He had somebody break in his home. He's had several people try to break in, people at his keypad. He's had the winter rumors. He's had, you know, like, boom, boom, boom. Like, all these things are coming at him all at once. You know, the laws are too lax in South Korea. Yeah, people need to be scared. They're not. This is a lot. So I was like, all this coming at him, one thing after another, one thing after another. One, you know, it's a lot. And this is, again, a lot not for the artist, but for the company. So I tell you, the company is trying to mitigate this in DEFCON 3 mode probably right now, trying to figure out what to do. You know, but again, I've said it before and I said it again, I criticize these agencies because they do not put enough money and resources into protecting their artists online, into protecting their artists physically. And I know physical security protection falls on the artists as well, that they have to get their own personal bodyguards, and so be it, they should do it. But when it comes to online, I just feel like there's so much technology and there's so many things you can do to stop this in its tracks. But the agency does not do it. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree. Besides them suing, there's other things that they can do. Besides them suing people, there's other things that they can do technology-wise to put themselves on the offensive and not the defensive. There's just things in PR. If this was the situation with me, I would launch a side PR campaign. I would track everything that would be posted online about JK. They have trackers. They have technology for all of these things. People do these things for a living. So I'm not really understand what these, I get angry because I'm like, your idol is your asset. Your idol is bringing in money to your company. So I would think that you would try to do everything to protect them, you know, everything to protect them, you know. So I don't know why. Yeah, they can throw anything at them. Like I said in my previous videos a couple of months ago that I feared for JK's physical safety, because I feel like in South Korea it's not taken seriously at all. So not just HYBE, but all of the artists. I just feel like it's not taken very seriously. And they're used to things happening. And I said BTS is not like other K-pop groups. BTS is not these other groups where they can kind of move around with anonymity. I said BTS is beyond. BTS is a global phenomenon. They're a global group. They should be treated and taken care of as a global group. I think that they need the tender loving care as a global group. Like that they need to have a serious response to their security. And it's just too lax. It's just, yeah, these people are scary. These people are scary. I mean, they're scary. And it's not, and when they come out with their album and they tour, it's gonna be worse, y'all. I keep telling y'all talking about the antis now. I've said it before and I'll say it again and I'll say it over and over again. And I have a video coming out addressing the army, and I said, Army, get ready. Because y'all think this is bad. Just wait till it gets closer. You're going to see people come out the woodwork like cockroaches. You're going to see, I told you I wouldn't be surprised if somebody that came out and said they had somebody's love child. I'm telling y'all, laugh. Y'all think it's hilarious. And I keep saying this over and over and over again. I keep telling y'all, I said, y'all are gonna hear something strange for a piece of change. Y'all gonna see some crazy shit. Y'all gonna be like, what? Y'all gonna hear all kinds of rumors. Y'all gonna see all kinds of AI. Your Bangtan babies, baby. They gonna come out the woodwork, baby. They're gonna have people accuse people of all kinds of things, and they're gonna have AI to back it up. And y'all gonna be like, I don't know if this is real. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, what? As closer we get to the album release, these people gonna come out swinging, and I don't trust nobody. I don't trust nobody. JK posted a selfie of him on Instagram today. He did post a selfie. I know him and RM posted like pictures of ramen, so I guess they were having a late night ramen chit chat, which they should. Again, I was happy to know that they apparently were having they had a late night ramen chit chat together, and which is good that JK and RM both have somebody to talk to about like what's going on and what's happening, and JK needs to be extra protected. Yeah, they do. They do. Like, this is not, and I feel like Hybe is asleep at the wheel, just like business as usual. Baby Hybe. BTS is not TXT. BTS is not ATs. BTS is not Stray Kids. BTS is no disrespect to none of these groups. BTS is not Blackpink. BTS to me is on a whole nother level of security. These people are crazy. These people are coming from other countries to try to harass them. These people have motivations that are beyond what we can understand. Some people love JK and they want to see JK and hug him and squeeze him and sleep with him and suck his toes. Whatever. Hey, let your freak flag fly. But keep that over there, ma'am. But some of these people may be coming to harm them. This aespa winner shit, I said it don't take much for some crazy nut job to be like, JK is ruining Winter's reputation, so he deserves to be hurt. So y'all think it's all love and it's sasaengs. I'm like, no, that's not. I said sasaengs, at least they gonna hug him and squeeze him and maybe SAM, maybe, which that's never good. They may suck on his toes a little bit. That's, hey, who am I to judge? But what they want to do. But a sasaeng is least of my worry. I'm worried about people from other fandoms getting mad at JK and want to come and hurt him. That's what I'm worried about. Like, the sasaengs just want to love on him. The other people are like, you ruined Winter's, you ruined aespa, you ruined Winter, so now I'm going to hurt you and take you out. Like, that's what I'm afraid of. I am afraid of the antis and the haters, the deep, deep haters who are mentally unstable and mentally not all there. That's what I'm afraid of. The sasaengs, I'm like, okay. Like, sasaengs like, girl, y'all dangerous, but y'all ain't that. Y'all love JK. So they just want to be near him and next to him. But the other people, I just feel like, especially with this situation, I think that there may be some crazy nutters that are like, I'm going to take J. And let me tell you, God help the person that would ever hurt a BTS member. God help them. I couldn't imagine what Army would do. I would say a prayer for that person, because God help if somebody actually hurt JK or try to throw acid in his face, because again, back in the day, back in the 80s, that was the thing. You would get these crazy jealous women that would for singers back in the day. Some of y'all would tell you back in the day, that was the whole thing. That people would try to throw acid in girlfriends' faces. They would try to throw acid on wives of particular stars, like back in the day. Like, that was a whole thing, that people would try to throw battery acid in people's faces and people's eyes. That was a thing back in the day. So I'm just afraid that somebody would try to disfigure JK or try to throw something in his face, like something like that. That would always be my worry. That people would try to go old school with it, try to poison his food, something like that. People working at a restaurant try to poison his food. Like, that's what I would be afraid, that somebody would really seriously try to hurt JK and hurt his career and permanently disfigure him or damage him. Something that he wouldn't die from, but something that he would have to live with for the rest of his life. And it would just be sad that it would something that would end his career, end his health, and affect him for the rest of his life. Because I don't put nothing past these people. Honey, these people try to throw battery acid in your face, whatever. I see somebody trying to do that. So that's always been my fear, that there's not enough security and people don't take these things seriously. They just think, oh, it's just obsessive people who love him a lot. I'm like, no, there's some obsessive people that hate him a lot. There are people who hate BTS. Oh, don't get any people ideas. I'm sorry, but I'm telling you, like, they would sign their own funeral. Anybody that would hurt BTS, they better hide this person's identity, because the army would come for them. They would come for them in a way that I'll be sitting back like with my popcorn and my drink. I'll be like, ooh, girl, oh, they coming for them, because they would come for them. They would hurt that person if they would ever hurt any member of BTS badly. But yeah, I think there need to be more security, especially when their debut comes. I think they need to beef up their security online. I think they need to beef up their physical security. So that's what happened with JK. To me, this is just a sad situation all the way around, because none of this is JK's fault, I feel. And I feel that he is the unwitting victim to things that are going online, which I knew. I told y'all, I said, when they come out the military, I told y'all, I said, get ready for it. I said, this is a new day. And as we get closer, y'all just gonna hear it. And I'm gonna come on here and I'll be like, y'all, I told y'all, like, you just gonna hear all kinds of crazy shit. You just gonna, like I said, secret love children, secret gay lovers, somebody touched somebody's booty, somebody sexually harassed somebody. I'm telling you, there's somebody gonna come forward and be like, BTS, I was at a party and J-Hope touched my booty. Like, it's gonna be something. Somebody rubbed my breasticles, they rubbed the side, they rubbed my side boob. It's gonna be something crazy. Y'all gonna be like, are you kidding me? And somebody's gonna want to get paid, and somebody's gonna try to extort them and blackmail. I see all of this on the horizon, because that's the kind of day and age we live in right now. But anyway, so let's get on to Jimin. So Jimin has a new deal with Lador. Lador is a hair brand in South Korea. And of course, Jimin's out there doing Are You Sure? And they've been doing promotional stuff with JK. But yes, Jimin's has secured another brand deal with Lador. Lador. She said them loser groups are disgusting. I'm talking about Espa and the others who are jealous groups. Them fans are something else. Like I said, I ain't never seen nobody harass a dog. I was like, are they out here? Like, that broke my heart a little bit. Y'all know how I really love animals. So I know that doesn't, Bam can't read it and he can't be affected. He's not like, But I felt real sad that anybody that would be that evil to threaten a dog I would never. Unless somebody hurt my child, maybe. But I just couldn't fathom people online wishing death threats on a dog. Like, I was like, that's a whole nother level of crazy and evil that I couldn't fathom. I would never wish it'd be like somebody wishing death on someone's child. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I consider it. Because I consider that pets are part of someone's family, is part of someone's heart. And I could not imagine somebody wishing death threats on someone's child or someone's animal. An animal and child is innocent. I would be afraid that somebody would hurt them, and just, yeah, they would threaten the dog to try to hurt JK. And like, to me, dogs and children and family members are off limits. Like, I don't care what you feel about K-pop or JK or Winter. Harassing someone's family and someone's kids and someone's animal is just low. It's a whole level. You deserve to be in the pits of hell, because they don't have anything to do with anything. Anytime you harass people's family members, like Jimin had that situation where people were harassing, going to Jimin's dad's family cafe, and they were harassing them. That's just crazy. That's just, people just want to live their lives. They can't help it because their kid is famous, or their brother or sister or relative is famous. They can't help that. Like, they can't help that. They just want to live their lives. It's like, if you want to do death threats on JK, that's bad enough. It's unnecessary. Idols should be allowed to date. I am for idols dating all the way. Idols should be allowed to date. They should be able to have their own private lives. JK and Winter are both grown. They're both very pretty people. They're both gorgeous people. I would love it if JK and Winter are together, but I don't think that they are. So, but I would love for them. I don't have any issues with that. But making up rumors and faking pictures and stuff like that, that's just, and then let me say about this. I also blame the Korean media. How this got out was that the Korean media, the regular mainstream media, not the gossips, not the gossip sites, ran this story. That's how I even knew about it, because I was like, because usually this is something for the gossip channels and places in South Korea, like Dispatch and Korea Boo and stuff like. No, this was a real story that showed up, and I was like, okay, Korean media, what are we doing? I'm like, is it a slow news day? So let me talk about that. This past week, there's been story after story after story about Korean celebrity scandals popping up in Korean media. Real Korean media. Like, not gossip. Real Korean media. And I'm like, and a lot of us are like, what is going on? So I don't know if there's fixing to be a public scandal or a government scandal, because y'all know how Korea do. Koreans start pumping out. Korean media will start pumping out and talking about celebrity scandals whenever there's something fixing to go on with the government. And so I don't know what they're hiding or what I don't know. I don't know. But there has been a lot of celebrity scandals in the news. I reposted some of them. There is an actor, a really well-known actor. My mom, my late mother, may she rest in peace, used to watch a Netflix show called Signal. Signal is a very popular detective time travel show, very popular. There's been different versions of it and iterations. My mother used to watch. There's an actor. He's in his 40s. He has been on this show. He's been in a bunch of other things. He's spoken at national events. He's like a national freaking treasure. Okay, this dude, he got in trouble because he had a juvenile record. Okay, he's in his 40s. Okay, I think maybe a little bit older. He has a juvenile record from when he was 16, 17 years old, when he allegedly essayed somebody and allegedly robbed somebody. And he spent time in a juvenile detention center. He was 16, 17, 18 years old. Okay. As to how this came out 30-something years later, I couldn't tell you who leaked this. I don't know who this man pissed off or who blackmailed this man, because my first question was, who leaked this? Because it was odd that nobody knew this about all these years, and it made the mainstream media. So it was in the Korean Herald, it was in JTBC, and I'm like, this normally would be a celebrity gossip thing. That made the news. Then there was a Park Na-rae, she's a comedian, and her scandal has been all over the mainstream media. She's a comedian. Apparently her management team tried to blackmail her, and then she was getting injections by unscrupulous, this person's medically not certified to do injections and face stuff. Apparently they were calling her injection auntie, so apparently this comedian, a bunch of other people were getting injections by the injection auntie, this unscrupulous person. All of this comedian's business has been out in the streets and been making the rounds. Then there was another actor that was being blackmailed by a German lady that he met, and all of this stuff has made the rounds. Yes, I don't trust the Korean media. Yes, the media's lack of honesty. So my question is, I said, damn, there sure is a lot of celebrity scandals in the mainstream media. That just is suspicious to me. All this stuff then came out. There's another celebrity that was being blackmailed, and it came out that he was being blackmailed, and I'm like, I tell y'all, there's a lot of blackmail in Korean industry. There's a lot of, I keep telling y'all this over and over again. There's a lot of blackmail. There are idols being blackmailed right now as we speak, honey. There's a lot of blackmail. So some actor sent text to some lady talking sexual and text. I just be getting exasperated with these men. I don't understand. Okay, that's a conversation. I'm going to have that conversation for another time. I don't understand why these men put their whole careers online for just some women. You can go do what you do discreetly. You don't have to be sending cacao messages and text messages talking about, hey, baby, sexy time. You don't have to do that. It's the whole TOP with the decade-old weed child. Don't even get me started on TOP. TOP AK was supposed to come out with an album. Let me set up. Okay. So TOP was supposed to come out with an album music video. Have you guys read the story? If you know, you know. I posted on my members. I posted on my members for my members to see what's really happening with that. Because again, T.O.P. was supposed to come out with an album and a music video directed by or produced by one of the people involved in Squid Game. And that has not happened. And I posted it while that has not happened. So you can read into it if you will. But yes, my members know, they've read that post about what I've heard, what's going on. Because people are like, what happened to T.O.P.? And I'm like, South Korea. So when people are blackballed from the industry, they are blackballed from the industry for real. But I just want to know, this JK thing came up. Like the JK story, they took screenshots from Reddit. Screenshots from Reddit. And they were like, here's a news story. What? What? Screenshots from Reddit. So that's what they did. That's what's happening. Screenshots from Reddit. That's a news story, apparently. That's enough for them to post a JK blurry photos of his arm where allegedly there's a tattoo. They didn't do no research. They didn't go and compare and contrast the video from the Disney show. They did nothing. All they did was post screenshots of what was on social media, on X and on Reddit. And that's how the JK story, that's how I knew about it. Because it was in the mainstream news. All of these celebrity scandals I just told y'all about have hit the mainstream news, when normally they're in the gossip sections. So why this is a thing now, y'all, I don't know. But I just was floored that this made the news. I was like, is this Dispatch? I was like, this is Korean Herald. Wait a minute. What are Korean Herald talking about JK and S? Child, I got my own theories about that too. Yeah, they don't even use no reputable sources. Social media, I guess comment sections in social media now is reputable sources for the effing Korean media. That's their reputable sources. Comment sections on Reddit. Comment sections on Reddit. Let that sink in. Screenshots from Reddit. Again, they didn't even pull the story themselves. They just like screenshot. Here, JK is in a scandal with Winter from aespa. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm thinking something else happened. No, they're just screenshotting from Reddit and X. That was the story. I was like, I was like dumbfounded. I said, this is the, wait, y'all really reporting this as news? Okay. And the story, of course, the story spread like wildfire after that. That's why I said JK didn't even, you say even Discord ain't that messy. Isn't T.O.P. still under contract? Not that I know of now. No. That's a whole nother conversation. T.O.P. is not with YG. That's a whole nother conversation. It is, all I can say is it's favorable for an idol to have an agency whenever they're doing new music and stuff like that. And I don't know if T.O.P. has an agency officially. So I don't know. We'll see. I hate to bring this up, but you know about the Bruno Mars thing in BTS? No, I do not know about the Bruno Mars thing in BTS. Y'all tell me. Yeah, they put trucks, Hybe trucks demanding JK get kicked out of Hybe and out of BTS, yes. Just like they did with Suga. Except Suga got funeral wreaths, so, you know. Yeah, no kickbacks from company. Yeah, maybe they're not getting their money. Their paychecks is coming up short. I said, that's the same thing I thought. I said, what's wrong? Y'all paychecks coming up short? Wait a minute. Who's disgusting? What lie they put out? Oh, T.O.P. has his own agency. Okay. I think I meant like for distribution. I think there's issues there. There's issues there. Who is disgusting? What lie he put out? Girl, what are y'all talking about? But yeah, I just, usually the regular Korean media do not report on idol gossip and things that are happening. But this week has been a flurry of reporting. And I'm just reading one thing after, and like I said, that actor who was in Signal, I was shocked because I'm like, who squealed on him? Who released this information? Nobody's answered my question. I said, well, who said he had a record? Child, he pissed off somebody. That's my theory. This actor made somebody mad. Somebody is mad. Because that got out, and I was like, all these years that ain't got out. I'm like, who is? So that actor announced that he was going to retire. So he's going to retire. And then there was another actor where he's being blackmailed, and that actor has announced his career is ruined, that he will probably retire too. That the text, I talk about the text messages or the cacao messages he was sending to this chick about sex or whatever. She tried to extort him for money. And so he's taking her to court, and he's probably going to retire because your career can't really recover from that. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Let me scroll down. Okay, he did an interview talking about his collaboration with Rosé, saying she is the first Korean artist to really cross over in music. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Bruno Mars said Blackpink paved the way because finally made a song worth listening to with him. Of course he's going to say that they're pushing for a Grammy. So they're pushing to this is all just PR stunts and tricks. That's all that is. I wouldn't pay attention to anything Bruno Mars had to say. But yeah, I heard that. Bruno Mars did say that. But they're pushing for Rosé to win a Grammy. That's the reason why. They're pushing hard for her to win a Grammy. So he said what he was expected to say. Yeah, people are saying, yeah, the BTS, yeah. I agree. Blackpink did not pave the way. Especially Blackpink. Yes, a Grammy for the Opta. Yes. She's nominated for a Grammy, and they're doing their publicity rounds, so there you go. Kim said, just woke up, so I've missed a lot. I feel, why not Army get positive message trucks for JK? They should. Why is it only the negative trucks? I don't know. I agree. Happy holidays. Y'all, Marlon is like, Marlon is, y'all say hello to Marlon. Marlon's like an Oprah for real. He's like an Oprah. He's like the Bruno Mars of my channel. Except he wouldn't talk bad about BTS. And then but I understand what Bruno Mars is saying, but I understand that this is just part of the game. He's trying to get Rosé a Grammy. They sent trucks for JK besides the garbage trucks. Really? BTS won their first day saying the year Blackpink debuted. What are we really even talking about? I don't know. Like I said, to me, Bruno Mars is just talking. I think Rosé said some comments as well. She said some comments that I heard that she said something. I forgot what she said. And I just laughed it off because I'm like, they're pushing hard for her to get a Grammy. But that Opta song, it's one song. It's one song. Again, I like Blackpink. I respect Blackpink. There is nothing against Blackpink. Lisa is my bias. But it's one song. BTS has, multiple songs, multiple awards, multiple Grammy nominations. It's one song. It's one. Y'all act like Rosé reinvented it. And then on top of that, may I add, it's one song with a Western artist collab. Even though Bruno Mars is Filipino, but he's from Hawaii. And a lot of people don't even know that my brother Bruno Mars is Filipino. And I like Bruno Mars, don't get me wrong. But it's a collab. Let's just tap the brake and not get it twisted. It's a collab. BTS did it without collabs. For their when they had their breakout hits, that a lot of their songs that they did without collabs, or the collabs came after the song had already been released and other artists wanted to jump on the bandwagon and they did a remix with an artist. But for most of the songs that BTS have come out with that have been very, very popular, it was not a collab with a Western artist. They didn't need to ride the coattails of and again, To me, if Rose did not have Bruno Mars on that song, in my opinion, it would have not been as popular. And it's one song. It's not a whole album. It's not like her whole album blew up and was wonderful and she had all these hits on the charts. She did not. So let's just talk numbers and talk real. Like, let's just real talk. Okay, I'm real talk. It's one song. Yeah, the Scammies. With an American, yes, with you have an American Grammy favorite artist. Bruno Mars been in the business a long time with a string of hits and a string of nominations for different awards. To have him on your song is golden. And I like the song. I like the quality of the song, the arrangement. It was a catchy song. Whoever wrote the song and did the song, praises to them. But to try to make this song out like it was a whole ass album, when BTS has been cranked out whole albums for years, Black Swan is a effing masterpiece. I'm going to say it right now. Black Swan is really what drew one of the things that really drew me to BTS. I had never seen Black Swan before. And when I saw Black Swan, the music video, BTS's musicality and their creativity is top notch. And I'm not saying that Blackpink don't have good songs. I'm not saying Rose is not talented. She's a very talented lady, but to me, she is just starting her solo career. There are BTS members that are on their second, third album. I'm just going to say something about that. I don't think for 1 second that Rose could carry a whole tour. I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. Y'all ready? I don't think for 1 second that Rose could have went on tour like Jin and J-Hope. I don't think anybody in K-pop could go on tour, a solo tour, like Suga, Jin, and J-Hope. Hands down. Period. Period. There's no way they could carry a whole tour like Suga did, or J-Hope did, or Jin did. There's just no way they could sell out by themselves. Rose could not sell out by themselves. They just couldn't. I mean, that's just it. If they could, they would have done it. None of them. None of them could have sold out a tour. Lisa, Jenny, none of them by themselves. I challenge any Blink to that. There is no way, realistically speaking, that Lisa, Jenny, Jisoo, or Rose could do a whole tour. They don't have enough music to do a whole tour by themselves. They're on tour. Again, let me remind y'all, okay, Blackpink are on tour right now. Until January, we only got a month to go. Okay, y'all. Like, I know some of y'all are still surprised after me been mentioning this for 6 months now. Some of y'all are still like, what? They still on tour? What the hell? Like, they're still on tour. Technically speaking, okay. Now, I know I got some thoughts about this tour, and I've said it before. But they're supposed to be coming out with an album sometime next year. We don't know when. Whatever. I'm not trying to drag Blackpink because, again, I like Blackpink. I don't have nothing against them. Yeah, not a single one could do what J-Hope and Jin did. And his tour was planned at kind of like the last minute. There ain't no way. There's nobody in K-pop that can do solo tours like BTS. I challenge anybody. The numbers aren't there. Because if they could, they would. It's cheaper for a solo person to go on tour than a whole damn group. It's just more cost effective. But nobody can sell out like BTS can. I'm telling you, JK could go on a tour right now. JK could go on a tour and it would sell out. I promise you, every venue would sell out in 30 seconds. There is no way in hell that JK or Jimin or V could not, even RM could sell out a whole. There's no way. There's nobody that could sell. When JK did Golden and he had to go into the military, that was the biggest travesty to his career. Golden was a phenomenal album. It was another one of the reasons why I got drawn into BTS, because I heard Standing Next to You and I went crazy because I didn't know who the hell that was. And I was like, whoever the hell this is good. And JK, I promise you, could drop everything and go on tour right now and sell out in 30 seconds. Just period. She said 25 seconds. I'm telling you, JK's that popular. I would say arguably JK is probably the most popular person in K-pop. That his rank is just, it's high. It's always high. Him and V. Golden is the bomb. Golden is phenomenal. I don't know. And again, let's not talk about how they put JK in the K-pop category. That's why I hate these award shows. I don't like award shows in Korea. They're set up. I don't like award shows in Korea, and I don't like award shows in America. They're set up. They've changed the categories. I've told y'all before, they're going to keep changing the categories. Right before BTS comes out, wait for next year in 2027, because that's when BTS will be eligible. Watch them change the categories yet again. In 2026, they're going to change the categories again. Spotify is going to have another effing update. Billboard is going to change their categories. The Grammys are going to change their categories. I'm telling you, all these Spotifys are going to be like, well, we're doing another system thing, because they tinkered around with the system this year. They tinkered around with the categories this year. BTS come out with an album next year. They'll be eligible for Grammys in 2027. And before 2027 comes, all these mofos are going to change the categories. They're going to change the rules. They're going to change everything. They're going to find, I don't care if BTS come out and sing a whole album in English. They are going to be like, K-pop. It's a K-pop tour. They're going to find some way to change the Spotify, change the downloads, change the Billboard. They're going to find some way to try to change all of these categories, just like they did this year. Because K-pop, ATs, and all these other groups, they want to put them in a K-pop category over there. They don't want them to compete with Western groups. And they change the rules all the time. Yep, they did it for country. Beyonce sure did. They'll find some way to change the rules. Same thing with Spotify. Spotify starts changing how you can register and the IP address and all this. You can only register so many different accounts, and streaming numbers. And then YouTube started tinkering around with their streaming numbers. They're going to do it again. They're going to start changing around their streaming numbers and their streaming rules, because BTS going to come out and they going to be like, well, we don't want to seem foolish, so we just going to change the rules again. They're going to change the rules before BTS come out. They're going to do it again next year. Watch. They will find any way to stiff. I hope that Rose do win a Grammy. I'm not against it. I know there's some armies that don't want Rose to win a Grammy because y'all feel like BTS. I don't give a damn about the Grammys. To hell with all them awards. Those awards are just PR. It's for PR, for inside the business. It's just really like, and I know BTS want to win a Grammy. I know they do. I know they do. I don't know how they feel about it now, but I know that they've expressed as much. So the idea of a Korean Grammy is straight up race. It is. They should be able to compete. That JK thing, I was in shock when I was getting into BTS. Because BTS, I'm like, how is JK album a Korean? How is he K? I was so confused. I was like, how is this a K-pop? I'm like, JK Golden is not K-pop. To me, it's a pop album. It's as pop as anything else. Just like Rosé. To me, Rosé is as pop as anything else. It's not Korean. I agree. I don't think she's going to win. But I don't think she's going to win. I think she's nominated because they need her to be there at the Grammys, just like the Grammys always do. They will nominate Korean artists to get them to be there. They will nominate artists, but I don't think she's going to win, no. But they will, yeah, they'll nominate you because they need the ratings. So they want you, they will invite you to come and perform. They will nominate you, but then they don't really want you to win. So I don't think she's going to win, because the Grammys, just like any awards show, have their darlings. They have their favorites, just like anything in the music industry. They have their darlings and their favorites in the American music industry. But yes, I feel better if she would get the Grammy on her own without it being a collab. Yes, I agree. Not to take anything against Rosé. She worked hard. I think out of all the girls, Rosé had the best album. BTS nominated. Happy said BTS not nominated. She not watching. I don't blame you. Y'all said that about the mamas too. Y'all was like, BTS ain't gonna be there. I ain't watching no mamas. I was like, ooh, Asian award. I ain't. BTS ain't gonna be there. I ain't watching that ish. I was like, okay. Spotify has done something that even in my library where I just play BTS file, now it has other K-pop songs playing. Yeah. Spotify has changed how they do their streaming, how they do their downloads, how they do their ads, how they do their recommend. They've overhauled it. And they will change it again. By the time next year, they will be like, we're changing it again. Yeah, they're going to need her to appear because it's going to bring clicks and views and attention. And so, yeah. And I like Rose. Like out of everybody's album, Rose's album was much more authentic than anything. I've talked about these solos for all the Blackpink members that I did not like their solo. Like I like some of Lisa's songs, but it just don't fit them. Like Lisa and Jenny to me were trying too hard to be bad bitches when they're not. They were trying to be, it came across as inauthentic. Rose and Jisoo's album came across as being very authentically them. But Lisa and Jenny, and God knows I love Lisa. I love Lisa. I love her. I really do. I like her music. I like her vibe. I like her. And I don't even like girl groups, but I like her. But her solo album, it was over the top for me. And I like some of the songs. I like, woke up in the morning and that's my cat's theme song. Fuck up the world, fuck up the world. That's Mickey's theme song. He said, woke up in the morning like, please don't kill me. Woke up in the morning so I can fuck up the world. Fuck up the world. Like, I love that song. And I like some other Lisa songs, but it just was not, it did not scream authenticity. Somebody else wrote these songs. Somebody else probably should have been singing these songs that fit their persona and their brand. To me, it did not fit them. YouTube did that to you. They have the sounds live you never heard before. Right. The only girl you like is Wassa. She came to Dallas and I sad that I did not get tickets. Because I like her too. I like her a lot. I like her. And I went to go see BB. BB is good too. I like BB. And I like Hyolyn. I like BB. I don't like a lot of female singers, but the ones that I do are solos. I do like solo women singers better than I like girl groups. Girl groups is just too I'm gonna do a whole video why I don't like girl groups because I got a whole bunch of reasons why I don't like girl groups. I did enjoy some of Lisa's songs. You got your Lador hair perfume purchase. And that let me tell you about that Lador shit sold out with Jimin, and like before it was even announced, they were saying that it was sold out. That Lador stuff was sold out. Same thing with V. I got my Tear face cleanser, but they were saying that with Jimin, once he was announced as brand ambassador, it sold out. Quick. I mean quick. Quick. Let me see what I'm reading. Okay. Yeah, it sold out quick. As far as JK, I wish he would move out of South. Oh, you wish he was moved out of South Korea? I don't ever see him doing that either, but I wouldn't mind any of the BTS members moving out of South Korea. But I know that their families are there, their friends are there. It's the language barrier is a mofo to move to a foreign country where you don't speak the language fluently. But that could change. I mean, they could work on it. But I know logistically it's easier for them to get to Hive and to practices and to, because that's where they can get to the dance practices and the filming is a lot of it in South Korea. And so they live very close to where Hive is at. And so it's just easier for them to get back and forth to work. Like if they were in another country, I don't know how that would do logistically, but there is Hive in America. I mean, if they can move their solo, I mean, I could see if JK went solo, he could move his operations closer to Hive America. That's always possible. Never say never. It's always possible. But I think if they lived in America, they would have a sense of anonymity. I think that they would be able to go and live their lives a little bit more freely. I think people wouldn't really pay attention to them as much, depending on where they were at, especially if they were in a smaller city or a suburb or something. I don't think people would even pay attention. They could walk around and maybe somebody might recognize them. But I think for the most part that they could probably walk around and live a life of just anonymity for the most part. But in South Korea, it's harder for them to. Everybody knows who they are in South Korea, but not everybody knows BTS here in America. So, you know, they seem to like Switzerland. Aw, your daughter's name is Chanel. Chanel. JK did say that he would like to live outside of Korea for a little while. Yeah, they don't have to move permanently. They can go live anywhere. I mean, they can go live for 6 months out of a year. It doesn't have to be permanently. They can get a nice apartment or house and just, live maybe a couple of years. That would be nice. Do I see V's vlog in LA? I did. Um, how effective do I think Hype America will be in promoting more K-pop on the radios? I don't know. Not that effective. Y'all know I have problems with Hype and how they do promotions. I have a problem all the way around. I have a problem how Hype promotes their artists. And I know that Hype, the artists have freedom, have a little, especially BTS. They have freedom to do a lot of whatever they want to do. But even there are other groups that don't have that much freedom. I have a problem with Hype's promotions department. I have a problem with Hype's they're not just their promotions and their marketing, but their PR. I have a problem with Hype internally doing a lot of things with their artists. The way that Hype does things, to me, is backwards. It's something that was of a bygone. In a lot of cases, not just Hype. I feel like all these K-pop companies are operating on the way that they did things 10 years ago, and they just stick with it. They're like, this is how it's always been. This is how it's going to be. And we just going to keep doing this shit. And I'm just like, okay, they need to hire people outside of K-pop to be more innovative. And I don't know if Hype done that or not, but they need to hire marketing and promotions people outside of K-pop, outside of Korea. Because the way Korea do things is different than the way American do things. Like Cat's Eye, I give you Cat's Eye, for example. I like Cat's Eye and everything, but some of the things that they've done with Cat's Eye has been cool. But the other marketing thing, it is too old school K-pop Korean for me. They need to bring their marketing into 2026 and stop doing marketing and things the way that they do in Korea. It's a different market here in America. Yes, they need to adapt or die. They need to evolve. Cat's Eye, to me, are a phenomenal group, and they have won awards and they've gotten attention. And they're on tour right now. You have to keep the momentum going, though. And I think that they need to do more international based promotions and not just pigeonhole themselves to certain things. But they need to do more. But we're going to talk about. Okay. There are some other things I want to talk about. So with Cat's Eye, speaking of Cat's Eye had a thing that they're on tour right now. People were selling bootleg merchandise outside of the arena. So I know at some arenas around the country in America, you cannot sell merchandise outside the arena. In Dallas, you can. So we've gone to many concerts and venues where you walk outside the arena and people have food cards. People are selling, lights. People are selling lanyards. People are selling all kinds of things. I don't know whether these things are official or not. So it got so bad that Weverse actually sent out a notice telling people that they're going to prosecute or hem people up. In other words, if they are selling merchandise. So what I've learned is that outside of the arenas, people were selling merchandise and people thought it was official, real Cat's Eye merchandise. But it turned out that these was like bootleg t-shirts, bootleg photo cards. Like people were really doing it like right outside the arena, like either down the street or on the corner or across the street from the arena. A lot of people were selling Cat's Eye merchandise. Now, I don't agree with people selling bootleg merchandise because it takes money out of the artist's pocket. However, I feel like Hype dropped the ball. I feel personally that there's not enough Cat's Eye merchandise. I went online and looked it up. I went and looked at their merchandise. I don't feel like there's enough merchandise. I've said this about BTS, and I said what I said with my whole entire chest, my C cup chest. I do not feel that Hype has enough merchandise for BTS. The merchandise is kind of lame. Same thing with Cat's Eye. When I looked at their merchandise, it wasn't enough of it. It wasn't enough. Oh, you get my merch store? Okay. Do you ship APO? I don't know if I do ship APO. I have to get back to you. But if you go to my channel, like after this live stream, look on my channel, there's a shop button. if you click on the shop button and then you click on one of the items, it will take you to my shop and where you'll see all the rest of them. But yes, they're on YouTube, depending on whether you're looking at it on the PC or your phone. If you go to my channel, they have shop. And then on my videos, there is also a shop on every single one of my videos. There's a shop link, except for the shorts. Now the shorts is not, but on the regular videos, if you click on it, you'll see like this little icon that says shop, like where the title of the video is and the description, and where you click on for the description, it'll say that. So there you go. But yeah, the Gap commercial was a good move. It was great. But when I look at the regular merchandise, there is a lot of unauthorized-ish for BTS that people have made on Etsy. There's a shop button on live right now. Okay, well then there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I don't know. I don't ever see it. But yes, there's a shop button on the live right now. Okay, so thank you. I didn't realize that. But I went and looked at Cat's Eye. It's not enough. I looked at BTS. Every time I go on Weverse and try to order something, it's either sold out or it's not available right now, whatever. So I'm like, people are selling bootleg stuff and they shouldn't do that. But damn, Cat's Eye, like y'all don't have. Oh, you hate that Weverse only goes to XL. Okay, yeah, Weverse. And then yes, another thing. People are talking about size restrictions. That a lot of the sizes are in Asian sizes, which is like a size smaller than us in the West. Some people complain about it, but there's not a lot out there. Same thing when I go on Amazon and I look up BTS stuff. It's a lot of merchandise, unauthorized merchandise that people are making and selling. And I can believe that Big Hit would let them get away with that. But apparently there's stuff on Etsy. But Cat's Eye does not have a lot. And then to me, I feel like they've dropped the ball on Cat's Eye. They should have more merchandise out there. They should have a lot of more choices out there because, you know, they're getting popular. I know their merch is annoying. I bought some things on Etsy. Yes. I bought some things on Amazon. I bought some things on Etsy. And so I just think there should be more out there. And there should be more as BTS Army grows in age. There should be more adult type of things. Again, like I said, with me on my shop, I design all of my things. And they're made for the grown and sexy crowd. And it's made for adults, things that I can wear, that I've had people look at my sweatshirts and they're like, that is really interesting. It's not cutesy little things. Like, that's cool for the younger crowd. But as you get older, you want things to say, I like K-pop without really saying I like K-pop. So I try to do things that, you know, I like. That's why I started creating my own merchandise, because I wanted something that was a little bit for grown folks, you know. And BTS, they need to update their merchandise. To me, they haven't updated their merchandise from the things that I've seen in like 3, 4, 5 years. Like, I'm like, okay, like y'all need to do more. Y'all need to do better, Hot. You know, you've seen the Weverse, you sent messages to them to get larger sizes. I agree. They can do better. They can do a lot better with their merchandise. Every time I look at it, it's just sad. Like, to be honest with you, it's just sad. The BTS merch is sad. You know what I want from BTS merch? I want handbags. That's what I want. I want handbags. I like handbags. So the only handbags I've found is ones that are like unauthorized merchandise that people make. But that's I want more handbags, more purses, adult type purses, adult type handbags. Sugar's whole aesthetic is black and white. I would love to have like and when I say purse, I mean a real purse, not just like a cloth like carry-all bag or a see-through one that just says BTS logo. I mean a real purse. Like y'all need to they hook up with all these brands. I was like, I can't get a nice Coach bag, a Gucci bag. I would love to have a BTS Gucci bag. Like or just a nice leather bag, a nice leather purse. You know, something that I can carry that has the BTS logo, like in different colors and different styles. Maybe something that has the Army logo on it. I would love to see more of that. Like stuff that I can wear every day and not just carry to K-pop concerts. Something that's a little bit inconspicuous and discreet, but just fashionable and stylish as well. That's what I would like to see from BTS in their merch. So I don't understand that. To me, they're leaving money on the table. I'm like, y'all are dropping the bag. Y'all could have so much more with their t-shirts. They could have jackets. They could have Just so much more that was more of grown people. But like I said, a lot of stuff that BT has is just old. It's stuff that was designed, it's out of style, and it was designed 4 or 5 years ago. I need better t-shirts. So hopefully with their tour, maybe we'll be able to see much more better merchandise, and they'll have better designers. I didn't like a lot of the designs of the BTS merchandise. I like a lot of the things that people have on Etsy, you know. Yes, grown woman stuff, you know. There you go. There you go. You know, I don't like the t-shirts either. They're much too juvenile for me. You know, much too juvenile. Agree the prices are crazy, but I spent a lot to get Are You Sure? Are You Sure merch. They sold out much of their merch within 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want, yeah, a lot of the fans said they don't want to buy bootleg stuff. They want to support the artist. So again, to me, Hybe is leaving money on the table. Hybe is just leaving money, just throwing money on the table. Like everybody, and I understand, yes, they have concert t-shirts and stuff like that. But I need others, I need sweatshirts, I need sweater. Wait a minute, I'm finna tell y'all something right now. I'm finna drop something on y'all. Y'all finna blow y'all mind. Wouldn't y'all like to have a BTS ugly Christmas sweater? I thought about that the other day. I said, you know what I would like to have? A BTS ugly Christmas sweater. That's what I would like to have in different designs. Hi, how, why, Hybe, why? Why are you leaving money on the table? Hybe. I'm like, what? We don't have a BTS ugly Christmas sweater? Like, come on now. I'm like, really, Hybe? That would sell out in seconds. I would buy one. I love a good ugly Christmas sweater. There ain't no BTS sweaters. I'm like, can I get a BTS sweater, maybe? And it's easy to produce. It's easy to make. Even like an ugly Christmas sweatshirt. Like, it doesn't have to be a sweater, like a knitted sweater, but they have money to do it. But it can even be an ugly Christmas sweatshirt. Like, I would rock it every holiday. I would rock it. I just don't understand why they leaving money on the table. I'm like, are y'all stupid? Like, you know. But it sounds like a great idea. Yeah. It's like, I don't even celebrate Christmas. Stop playing and take our money. I don't know how the sweater gonna be ugly, but it would just be, different colors, green and red, and maybe have all the boys on there, or some with just the BTS logo. Like, you could just make it real kitschy and cute. And, maybe it's just, them in like Santa Claus hats on the sweater. Like, it would just be cool. You would go to Weverse and write a post. We want handbags and sweaters, damn it. I need sweatshirts, hoodies, sweaters. Like, I need some winter gear for BTS. Like, I need my winter gear. Like, I would love to see, something like that. I have tons of ideas for BTS merch. There's, like I said, when I first got into BTS, I was online looking for these things. And I was like, surely there has to be. And I was like, nope. And I was like, well, maybe no. I'm like, what? No. I'm like, damn, okay. I have never found what I've been looking for, Yeah, they can do a whole fashion line of BTS accessories. Yeah, they can have Tiny Tan ugly sweater merchandise. Yes, they can do Tiny Tans. And people would love it. People would go crazy over it. But I don't understand why this is not, to me, they're dropping the ball. And they can do it for other groups as well. They can do it for Cat's Eye, TXT. They can do it for all, Le Seraphim. They can all have different types of styles and designs. And I just don't understand why this is not a thing. I'm like, you have umbrella with JK's pretty face on it. Boy, I'd love to. Yeah, I would love to have more umbrellas. I never even thought about that. I would love to have a Bangtan umbrella. That's what I want to see. I want to see more water bottles. There's a whole list of merchandise. I'm just like, they need to hire people and sell it. Thank you. Yeah. Hire bigger sizes. I like my oversized hoodie, my oversized shirts too. I like my stuff because I like to wear like this. I like to wear t-shirts underneath it. There's some on Etsy. Yeah, Etsy cleaning up, girl. Yes. You just spent $500. Damn. You banking there, girl. Like, I don't spend a lot on merch, but yeah. But I would just like to see more variety and something more subtle, something more adult, something more high end For those of you who want high-end quality, really quality high-end, I just want something, just a lot of variety. And take our money. I would spend more money on BTS merch if they had more. I the other thing that I came out, I would love to see like BTS like little teddy bear plushies. Like I've talked about this all the time. I've been on this for over a year now. That I would love to see Bangtan teddy bear plushies. My kids like, I like teddy bears. So teddy bears is my thing. I would love to have my own Bangtan teddy bear. And maybe each the teddy bear would represent like somehow the different group. Maybe the teddy bears that have little t-shirts on and they'll have like the BTS symbol and like the name of the BTS member on the back. And they can be in different colors. Like, you know, maybe Jin could be pink and Sugar could be black. And maybe, you know, somebody, it can have blue. Maybe Jungkook could be purple. And it'd be a cute little bear. And they have like a Bangtan t-shirt on with the BTS, you know, and then they have the name of them on the back. So you'd be like, I got me a little Jimin bear. I like teddy bears. I love teddy bears. I love plushies. Any kind of plushie. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bear. It could be a rabbit. It could be a cat. It could be whatever. But just like a regular full-size stuffed animal with the BTS t-shirt on. I think that would be cute. With the name of the art. I would love to have a cat, a black cat with a BTS, a white BTS shirt on with a black BTS logo with Sugar's name or Yoongi on the back. I think that would be cute. You should work for Hybe first. I always be giving Hybe free shit. I'm like, you welcome Hybe. Like, damn, Hybe. Now, come on. Yeah, do they have maybe I need to send an email. I have so many suggestions. Like, I literally write down things and be like, well, maybe they should do that. And I'm like, maybe I should send it somewhere. You know, yeah, they can have little hoodies on. Instead of little t-shirts, little hoodies too. Or yes, a partner with a company for sportswear. I would love to see more BTS pants. I wear a lot of sportswear. I wear a lot of workout gear. I would love to have some tasteful BTS sports bras in tank tops and workout gear and pants. I would love to see some fitness athletic gear with BTS logo on it. Yeah, panda plushie. There you go. A little panda plushie with a little hoodie on and RM's name on the back, or Junie or June. And it would be just cute. And then like for product, they would come in a cute box. And then inside the box, like the decoration inside the box, it would look like a stage. See? Hi. Really? Effing really? 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 Put it in a box. Put it in purple. Have the BTS logo and Army logo on it. And then inside the box, it would look like a stage. And your little bear would sit there. And he's like, oh, he looks like he's on a little stage. You're welcome, Hybe. Checks in the mail, right? Like I said, I see these things in my head all the time. Yes. Girl, send me your application. Girl, I need to. I'm like, y'all owe me Hybe, damn it. Y'all should be paying me. Because I be dropping these gems on Hybe all the time. And I be like, you welcome, Hybe. You know, but they don't be listening to me. They ain't trying to listen to me. Right, they should hire me. I have plenty of ideas for products and what people would like to see. And like I said, there's just plenty of things. And then, like I said, and then the other market that they leave out is the pets. I was like, y'all ain't got no pet. Y'all ain't got no pet gear. Y'all ain't got no pet t-shirts, no leashes, nothing. I was like, I want my cat to wear a little Hybe bandana for the dog. We ain't got no Hybe bandana for the dog or for the cats. We ain't got no Hybe harnesses. Like not Hybe BTS harnesses. I would love to see a nice BTS harness for your dog when you go. I see people walking their dogs all the time. I don't have a dog, I have a cat. But I see them dog with these little body harnesses on. And I said, that would be really good in purple. And you would have a BTS logo on there. And then you can have a whole line. It's like Bangtan Pets. And you can have a whole pet line. Food bowl dishes, scarves, collars, harnesses. You could put Bam on some of those and put Yongtan on as the feature logos, on there. And it could be like a whole line of Bangtan pets, it just, yeah, baby wear too. Almost all the boys have pets, Yeah, they could have their own photo cards for these bears and these. Yeah, you can have ugly sweaters for the pets. You welcome. See, we're giving them free marketing. A Yugi dog coat with the hood. It would be so cute. Yes, Hive leaving money on the table. That would sell out Marie Miller, be gone. People would eat that up. People would be like, oh my God. They buy it. It'd sell out so fast. They'd have to be set up back orders from us, baby. They would sell out so fast. Like, I just don't understand why this is not a thing. I said, hopefully when they come back, maybe they're planning to do something. If they don't, I'm gonna be thoroughly disappointed. Right. You would think with BTS having pets that this would be a thing. That would be an easy win. That somebody didn't think about, like, well, they all do have pets. Let's do a pet line. But they haven't done it. There's people on Etsy making money over this. And I don't understand. I said, well, that's my idea. But anyway, my next thing we're going to get into is what's happening in Japan. So, LE SSERAFIM, XG, and other groups are being affected what's going on between Japan and China. So, Japan has a new prime minister, a lady prime minister, by the way, their first lady prime minister. And she came out and said some statements in November about if China would try to seize Taiwan, that it would destabilize the region and that Japan would side with Taiwan because it's like it's for their national security, right? So that made China mad. China told Japan to clarify, take back their comments. The Japan prime minister doubled down and said she said what she said, and it is what it is, and there you go. So what China has been doing now is barring Japanese K-idols from festivals, from fan meets. So LE SSERAFIM had to cancel their fan meet, and because they have two members from Japan, and apparently China did not want them there, and told them that they could do a fan meet with 3 of their members, but the other 2 had to stay their asses at the house. So LE SSERAFIM said, no, we're not doing that. It's either all of us or none of us. And so, child, they canceled the fan meet and everything, what they was gonna do, which is sad for the fans, and they apologize. But no, like you don't do your bandmates like that. You don't do the bandmates. So the other thing that's happened, so that happened with LE SSERAFIM. The other thing that happened with XG. So XG is one of my favorite groups. They are not really K-pop. Most of them are from Japan, and so they have had festivals and things in China, because they do tour a lot in Asia, and they've toured in America too. But what has happened is that some of their dates and things have been moved around and swapped at, and they have been afraid, even for their own safety, that at these certain events, and some of their events have been swapped out or stuff like that, and stuff like that. So it's been horrible. Yo, you just wrote a post and we're continuing to stay on trying to get this merch. And maybe I should, like I said, I think maybe I'll send an email to Hive maybe and see where it goes. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but all I can do is try. I have a whole pages and pages of ideas. But so for XG, they've been affected by this as well, because I've had things canceled or potentially canceled because they don't want Japanese members there. So that has happened. Also, I'm thinking there is a Japanese singer, a really big singer, that had a 10,000 seat venue set up and everything. She was there to perform. At the last minute, they canceled. So when she stepped out on stage, there was nobody there. So she still got up there and performed, and she still performed. So I'm just letting y'all know in the background, this is kind of what's going on in the background in K-pop. So if any of the groups or the bands that you guys are interested in has a Japanese member, it's causing echoes in these particular bands. And like I said, it's affected Le Sserafim and it's starting to affect everybody. Now South Korea is trying to stay out this mess, honey. They like, we trying to stay out of it. Don't bring, don't drag us in there. But I think kind of like China has been trying to drag South Korea into it. Like, back us up, back us up. And South Korea is like, well, you know, y'all got it. And so things are kind of happening. And so when it comes potential for HYBE in Japan, there is a sense of trepidation now because, you know, HYBE has that Japanese group. What's the name of that Japanese group? Aeon, Ao, A. So anyway, HYBE has a Japanese group. I don't know how to pronounce their name. It starts with an A. And they premiered last year. And so again, going to China and touring is something that K-pop has finally, China has released the restrictions. And so now there's fear in the industry that this is going to further affect the industry as well, especially for the groups that have Japanese members. And also for K-pop groups, as HYBE tries to expand into Japan, this has really affected the bag a lot. This is like kind of like the background talk of the industry as how this is going to affect many different groups. Not just Le Sserafim, not HYBE Japan, but many different groups and groups that are coming up. They are planning to have more Asia international groups. So, you know, groups that have Japanese members, members from Korea, members from Thailand, and stuff like that. They talked about X-Love. X-Love is a group, and I think one of their members, I'm trying to think, is X-Love, one of their members from Japan. I'm trying to think. I don't know if X-Love, I love X-Love, and I'm trying to think, is one of their members from Japan? I don't know. But they were talking about some other groups that are potentially going to be affected with their touring. Oh, HYBE has an office in China just up. Yeah. HYBE don't need China money. HYBE do need China money. Girl, don't give me Kokana call. I'm finna go slide in their DMs, girl. So yeah, speaking of XG, one of their members, which is a rapper, my favorite, my bias, has come out and said that she is basically a trans male, and she got her up tops, her boobs actually removed because she has come out. And I was gonna slide in their DMs real quick, but then I remember that Kokana is like, they're only like 22, and so that's way too young for me without me feeling weird. So I was like, you know, 22, I was like, you know, it's too young for me. You know, too young for me. But I was happy about this, you know, they are out there living their truth. And I was like, okay, you know, like, do your thing. But again, a person can get away with that with XG because they're not quite K-pop. But I don't know what this Japanese China thing gonna happen for the business, because again, HYBE is really trying to push more international groups and more in Japan, because Japan is like the second, besides the West, like the second biggest market share, and they don't want to lose that. But then they just got back China. Like, China had banned K-pop groups from performing, and now that means more money and more revenue for all the agencies. And now with this, people are like, okay, well, what are we fixing to do if Japan and China don't repatch? And so they're afraid. A lot what's happening in the industry now is people are afraid that China is going to go back and ban K-pop groups again, like they did before. And I think that there's enough talk in the industry about BTS maybe performing in China. And thank God BTS don't have no Japanese members. But if China goes back to the stance where they're banning K-pop again, this is going to affect the industry as a whole. Because again, BTS, I hear that they are trying to perform in China. I mean, they have a lot of K-pop fans in China. They said them Chinese netizens is crazy, y'all. They said C netizens are crazy. They said you know, what's the HYBE email? I gotta find the HYBE email. Oh, Haru from X-Love. Yeah, I thought one of them was Japanese. Yeah, they were. Yeah. So Haru, I love X-Love. It only counts for about 5%. They're trying to do more. Are South Korea accepting of X-Love? Their songs are popular. Their songs chart. X-Love, they just came out with a new album, which I love. And their last album, chart. Girl, I got that Riz. if you've seen the music video, you know. But yes, their songs have charted very high. Like their songs are up there. I mean, they had like a top 5 song last year with Business. Stay the hell about my business. Dance. Like all their songs have charted. X Love was fire. If you don't know who X Love is, got that Riz. I love them so much. I had somebody on my live stream tell me about this group. And they were like, "Oh, you gotta look them up." And I looked them up immediately that night and I was like, I'm subscribing to their YouTube channel. I love them. So much hate in the comments. Yeah, they do get a lot of hate. But their songs they chart. They perform all over South Korea and all over places. And to me, X Love is like better than a girl group. Like if they were all female, that's how I would want a girl group to do. That's what kind of music I would want a girl group to do. Is that kind of music. That is much more my taste in music. I love X Love. They are very, very talented. I've seen them perform on stage online, and they're all talented. They all can dance. They are all strong singers. They are not like no backtracking, no lip syncing. They are all very, very talented. And so their non-gender conformity thing has got them a lot of attention, but they get a lot of love internationally. They're very, very popular. I heard in the TikToks from the kids. I heard that they were very popular. And so I don't like K-pop per se. You like BTS. Honey, I think half of the people who come to my channel only like BTS. I think half the people are like, what are you talking about? I don't know. You know, I think half of the people that watch my channel are like, I like BTS. And then you ask them anything else and they're like, I don't. They like, so they come here and they're like amazed. They're like, really? But I tell people that even if you only like BTS, just go out there and see what's going on in K-pop landia. Go see what's going on in K-pop. Just take a little peek. Just go to Kville real quick. Look around a little bit. You ain't got to watch the whole entire charts, but just listen a little bit. You can fast forward to a few of them because they all kind of sound alike. But just go, I would say, just be curious to see what is happening in K-pop. And then once you go in Kville on YouTube, you be like, I get it. You're like, oh, so this what's going on up in here. What y'all doing up in here? Oh, all y'all music sounded like, oh, okay, I get it. Okay, see you later. Like then you will get more of a well-rounded view of how BTS is so different as a K-pop group. And when they come out with their next album, I'm going to be excited to see, and you will see the authenticity of BTS and their musicality compared to what's out now. What's out now is very fabricated, very TikTok generation kind of music. It's music that a lot of us, especially Jennifer will be the first person to say, Jennifer is a third generation K-pop person. She started 10 years ago and she just can't get with this stuff now. This 5th generation going into 6th generation, Jennifer just be like, she like, she can't get with this. A lot of y'all have said, y'all can't get with this now. This 5th generation, y'all like, I can't get with this. I don't know what the 6th generation has in store for us, but I know a lot of people on my channel is like, I can't, y'all can't identify with this stuff. That this stuff is way too TikTok, way too manufactured, way too cookie cutter, that it's way too vanilla for a lot of y'all, especially y'all 2nd generation stans. I'm a 2nd generation stan. I don't go back that far, but I love this. To me, the 2nd generation is the golden age of K-pop. You know, there's an email address and a phone number for Weverse shop site. I'll leave a message and see what happens. She said, I already done it. That's why I only like BTS. Like, if you go look at it, you just be like I have to send Jennifer certain things because she be in shock. Like, Jennifer be like, what is this? Because she don't know. She don't keep up with K-pop. She only keeps up with her groups. So when I show Jennifer groups and I'll send her links, she just be like, what is this? what is this? She'd be so dumbfounded. She'd be like, this is, she's like, oh shit. Sure, Jennifer literally would listen to 5 seconds and be like, I had to click off that. She like, hell no, I ain't listening to that. She be like, hell no. Shit, I said, Jennifer, you didn't listen to the song. She like, I listened to 5 seconds. That was enough for me. Like she'll listen to 5, 10 seconds, maybe 30 seconds if she can make it through. And then Jennifer be gone. She be like, I clicked off it. I couldn't. I was like, girl, you couldn't. You can't you listen to one song? She'd be like, no, I cannot. I'm done. Yeah, a lot of them are going rock. That's, you know. Yeah, I love non-idol Korean artists, you know. Me to my you and Jennifer on the same track. Baby Jennifer can only listen to 5, 10 seconds or something. And I'll be sending her groups all the time. I'll be like, have you heard this? She like, no. Have you heard this? No. She like, what is this? What am I listening to? I was like, girl, this is a popular song. She like, why? She was like, what is this? What is this? I'm like, girl. She like, no, I'll stick to. She says she'll stick to third gen. She says she likes her third generation groups and she's sticking there. She says she can't identify with the stuff that's going on right now. You know. Oh, Kim said wish she lived in Korea. Second generation is why you thought K-pop wasn't for you. I love second gen. Second gen to me is the pageantry and the excitement. I always talk about this. I always be listening to second gen all the time. I love it. I love the variety, the pageantry, the weirdness. I just love it. Now third generation, I like third, and I like fourth generation too. I like some of the fifth generation groups, but they're just a little bit too young for me. It's getting into like a very TikToky kind of, and then the songs are really short. You know, y'all, the songs are only like 2 minutes and 10 seconds, 2 minutes 30 tops. The songs are real short. Like I like my songs long. I like when songs had a bridge and a whole rhythm section, you know, and a whole, you know, like an extended ballad. Like we was like, take it to the bridge. You know, I like my K-pop when songs were 3, 4 minutes. These 2 minutes and 30 seconds made for the TikTok generation. I don't even understand. I'll be listening to a song. I'm just getting into it at a minute. The next thing you know, a minute later, I'm like, is that that's the song? Like it will. Well, how? I'm like, wait a minute, how long is this song? 2 minutes and 10 seconds. I'm like, damn, okay. I was just getting into it. Like I was just getting into it. Like, how do you have songs where you don't have choruses? You barely have choruses. You don't have bridges anymore. What happened to bridges? What happened to transitions? These songs, these K-pop songs ain't got nothing. Girl, you barely get a chorus. And when you get a chorus, they're gonna repeat the same word over and over again. You're gonna hear bubblegum, 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 yum yum, bubblegum, 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 yum yum, bubblegum, bubblegum. I'm like, is that the that's the chorus? Like, okay, you just gonna get the lyrics are nonsensical. A lot of the lyrics just don't make no sense. When you read them back in English, you're like, maybe something lost in the translation. No, there's nothing lost in the translation. Lyrics just don't make no damn sense. They just don't. You read them, I don't care if you read it in English, Korean, German, Filipino, Chinese. I don't give a fuck with what language you read it in. Hindu, I don't get a Farsi. None of the lyrics, no matter what language you break it down in, you're like, this song is garbage. It's nonsensical. That's what sells today. And I'm like, if I gotta listen, I'm like, that's a chord. We ain't get no bridge. Oh, okay. We ain't nobody singing no long notes. No, they like, come on, get this song. Come on, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. We don't have time for all that. You know, I love a good bridge. Is Rover, Mr. Rover. I don't understand spaghetti either, girl. I mean, I understand the food spaghetti. Like I like a good, I mean, I'm on a diet, so I don't eat pasta like that. But I like a good spaghetti dinner, you know, when I could eat carbs. But I don't understand this song spaghetti. I don't understand it either. I don't understand the song rose pretty high. Eat it up, eat it up. I don't understand girl groups, period. So I was like, maybe it's a girl group thing. I just put it in my brain. Oh, this is a girl group thing. Maybe it's a girl group thing. Because a girl group thing, I don't really be understanding. But I just be like, okay. I said, maybe I'm too old to understand. Eat it up, eat it up. You just spaghetti hit you in your face. It's bad bitch, eat it. I eat it up. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I don't know. RM was talking about changing the short form. Is that what you might be okay with 2 minute 30 sections album version was extended one with the bridge? Yes, me too. I would like a nice extended version. But yeah, I don't know what eat it up mean. I don't know. I mean, besides food, I'm like, what are we really talking about here in this song? Is this some kind of innuendo? What are we talking about eating it up, ladies? I'm like, is this an innuendo? Like, it'd be better if the song was really about an innuendo. Then I would be like, ah, I still wouldn't like the song because it's not my, but I'd be like, ah, y'all clever. But I'm like, this is not really a good innuendo. Like, it's nonsensical. I was like, if y'all put some clever lyrics and a good innuendo, I'd be like, that song's okay. You know what? I may not like the beat, but it's okay. But yeah, they can't even make the songs even clever anymore. I found out. Like, they really just using AI. Like, for I told y'all think I'm playing. They are really using AI on these songs. They're using AI to write songs, to do beats. This is the thing now. But I don't think Spaghetti AI would even write anything that bad. I think if you put it in AI would have came up with something better than that. I think AI would be like, wait, AI would be like, hold on, don't blame that on don't AI is like, don't blame that on us. We didn't come up with that shit. Like AI is offended. Like, nah, we can do better than that. AI is like, hold my beer. We can do better, okay? But yeah, the best part was J-Ho's part. I it's a song to the haters. Okay, what? I guess I just don't. Girl groups is not my thing either. I'm like, this must be a girl group thing. I'm like, he's considering short form content, but didn't say anything about the music being short. I agree. I didn't know what RM really said about that either. He said he was going to do short form content, but I didn't know what he was talking about. I was like, are we talking about like online content? Are we talking about music video? Are we talking about short vignettes and songs? I like the little short vignettes that they have on albums. And BTS would have like little short skits. High Boy gave a good explanation. He did about Spaghetti, but I don't like the song. It's a girl group thing. I don't like girl groups. That's one reason of many. I can't do the cute to cute. I can never see a boy group doing a Spaghetti song. Just like I can never see a boy group doing Gnarly. I can't. And because of that, that's one reason why I don't like girl groups. It's just in K-pop, the songs that girl groups do and the songs that boy groups do is just two different things. It's just the dancing is different, the song choices is different, the type of music they do sometimes may be different, sometimes it may be the same, but it's just different. Like a girl group can do Spaghetti and Gnarly, or that song by Cat's Eye. What is it? Eggplant. Well, I don't know. Cat's Eye has a new song that's called like Internet Girl. Girl groups can do silly shit like that. Boy groups can't do dumb shit like that. And I like Cat's Eye, but that Internet Girl song, I heard that song and I was like, it might be a hit because it's for little kids. But a boy group wouldn't be able to do Internet Girl. Like they just wouldn't, in K-pop, they just wouldn't. It would, at least Gnarly was fun and Gnarly had a good beat. And once I saw Gnarly, I said, this is not for me, but I get it. And I like the beat. I like the Gnarly. I like the hard hitting beat. But that bubblegum pop beat, I can't. Y'all know I don't like that. That's just, how's their movement towards short form beat doesn't know how to make that fit to what they're trying to do. Oh, yeah. I can understand why that would be frustrating. Music has changed so much in 3 years, y'all. It has changed so much. What's popular has changed. So I told y'all, I said BTS is they ain't even climbing up a hill. They climbing up a mountain because the music industry has changed so much. I said they have an uphill climb. Now, it's not even a high hill. It's a mountain, a damn mountain, because music is different. It's just not the same. And then you want BTS to appeal to everybody. So not only just young people, but then there are old fans, new fans, young people. Like you're trying to make BTS appeal to everybody all at once. And I don't know if that's possible. I think BTS should just be authentic and do what they do best. And I think they should be authentic to whoever they are. But I understand there's pressure for the label because the label wants hits. The label wants awards. The label wants TikTok videos. The label wants something catchy and something cool and something hip. They don't want they don't want old juicies up there performing and people being like, BTS, they passed their prime or they ain't got it no more. BTS don't want people to say that, and the label for sure don't, the agency for sure don't want people saying that. And so it's a lot of pressure. Like, how do you adapt to the music, of the times? All seven of them. Yeah, they have to consider what's currently popular. Yeah. And keep their own path. And then, it's a lot. You have to resonate with your fans. You have to bring in new fans. You have to, and again, what kids are listening to now is not what was popular 3 years ago. When BTS came out with Dynamite and Butter, that wouldn't be popular today. Music has changed. Music has definitely changed, especially in the West. And also in K-pop. What's popular in K-pop now is like this 90s crap music that I don't particularly like, not even good 90s music, like crap 90s bubblegum pop music. But BTS are too old to do that. It can't come out there and sound like Boys Next Door or Team or something like that. They can't come out and sound like a bunch of 19, 20-year-olds. They can't come out and sound like TXT. They have to forge their own way. They can't come out and sound like ATs and Stray Kids, even though I love ATs. ATs is like my BTS backup. Is Bang PD still the producer? Yes, he is. He is very much. Yeah, but they got to climb the mountain back up to the industry. Yeah, a lot of armies are older, and they gotta bring new people in. They can't just rely upon their old fans. The goal is to bring new people in. You have to bring in the young people. That's the goal. Is to keep the same fans and bring in the new ones. And they will bring in the new ones. Like, depending on what kind of music, they will bring in the new ones, because a lot of the new ones came in with some of the solo stuff. But they have to bring yet another audience in. They're gonna have to bring in even younger ones. Like, in order to get the market share, they're gonna have to bring in the 18, 19-year-olds as much as they can stand, and bring in some of them, not all of them, but bring in some of them. But pretty much their audience is gonna be people like in their late 20s, 30s, and stuff like that, which is still young for a lot of us. But they're gonna have to bring in new audiences. You know, they're gonna have to build and they're gonna have to offer something different than the solos of J-Hope, the solos of Jin, and the solos of Jungkook. As much as I love Jin and J-Hope to me did not bring in new audiences, but JK did. JK to me brought in a lot of new people, including me, and over to recognizing who BTS was. Same thing about Rose. Rose, the Opta song got a lot of attention and brought in a lot of people who normally don't like K-pop. And that's that is their goal. Their goal as an agency, well, one of many, is, I would assume, is to bring in people who don't listen to K-pop. Because you have to. Because BTS is a global group. BTS, I've said it before, I said, it's time that ARMY starts moving. I have a whole video coming out this week about how ARMY should move towards BTS, understanding that BTS is a global group. That BTS does not just belong to South Korea and they're just some South Korean group. That was nice years ago. But now BTS is a global group, and it's time the fandom start moving towards being a global group, and moving like a global group, because in a global fandom, because BTS is not K-pop. They've transcended that. They're beyond that. They're at a whole nother level, and that's why there's so much pressure on them. It's just, like I said, it's unfair, but But last but certainly not least, okay. So this week I did a series of videos about Minhee and Adore. Mickey? Jonathan. Okay, I hear something. I was making sure it's my kids and not my cat. Because my cat yesterday knocked over the trash 3 times. All I hear is shh, boom, and he's knocked over the trash. And there's nothing in the trash for him to get. But no, that's my son, actually. My son, and not Mickey knocking over the trash. But anyway, I did several videos about Adore and Minhee, and will continue to do videos as long as there's things in the news. There's been the whole Dolphiner trial, that situation. Danielle made the news, and I did a video. that got over like 5,000 views because whatever. Because NewJeans fans are dumb. So what is it? 229? I'm finna mark it. I'm finna timestamp my video just in case. 229. Okay, let me timestamp it so I can put it on my video where I roast the NewJeans fans. Now some of y'all just came for the roast. Good. Here, we're gonna put some bunny on the Barbie. Instead of shrimp on the Barbie, it's gonna be bunny on this damn grill. Because again, NewJeans fans have perpetually vexed me this week, and I don't know if they're just that damn stupid, or are they just willfully ignorant. I don't know which ones. All I can tell you is that NewJeans fans have to be some of the dumbest people I have ever come across online. And this is not my only YouTube channel. I've had a YouTube channel. Oh my God. I'm like, these NewJeans fans, I can't even tell. First of all, they go to my video, they look at the thumbnail, probably barely read the title. They sure in the hell don't read the description. They sure in the hell don't watch the video. And then they comment. And then their comments absolutely make no sense to what I've said in the video. So it is weird to me when I go and comment on people's videos, I have watched either all of the video or a large majority of the video. Okay. I wouldn't comment because it makes me sound stupid if I'm commenting and what I'm commenting has nothing to do with the video, or the person has already addressed it in the video, or the person has said it in the first 2 minutes of the video. These dumb mofos don't even know. They don't know. They come and make stupid comments and I'm like, okay, I never said that. What are you talking about? I'm like, what are you talking about? So there was a story that came out about Danielle, about her being seen with YG, an actor from YG, with her being seen with an YG executive, yada, yada, yada. Again, I didn't make up this story. This story was reported in Korea and international circles where they were talking about that it was curious that Danielle was seen with these YG people, and it was not a good look because this is a married man and she was photographed with this guy. And then also this guy had said some nice words about him on his social media. And apparently they're in a run club, and then dumbass NewJeans fans are like, oh, they're friends. Now look, this man is in his 50s. Danielle is 22. Things in Korea are different than things in here in America when it comes to male and female relations. I said that in my video. You don't have male friends like people do in the West. That's not a thing, especially with somebody who old enough to be your daddy. So I said in my video, amongst many things, what would I look like hanging out with a 22-year-old man? Unless this person is friends with my child or my children, or friends with a relative that's their age, I for sure in the hell is not going to hang out with a 20-something-year-old man with my old ass. It's not a good look, and it's not proper, especially if I'm not married. If I was a married woman. And I said in my video that it's not a good look. So people online were talking, again, not me talking. People online are like, why is she taking photo ops with this person? That it is not proper. And I said to myself, and said in my video, in Korea, it's not. It's something that doesn't happen. You don't see any other lady idols or male idols taking pictures with female executives. I said if my oppa, if Sugar was up here doing the same thing, I would feel exactly the same way. I don't have a standard for BTS and then a standard for everybody else. But BTS know better. They're not this dumb. I cannot see JK standing up here taking a picture with a female executive that is 20 years older than him and married, and JK up there in a picture like this, unless they had some business together. Danielle is not with YG. She has no business with these people. And if she's trying to go back to Adore, that's not a good look anyway. That's what I said. That's all. People are like, well, you're trying to imply something. I'm not implying anything. The people online is saying it. All I'm saying is, in my opinion, it wasn't a good look. So these dumbass NewJeans fans were saying all kinds of wild shit in my comment section, and none of it made any sense. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. I never accused Danielle of doing anything at all. And then somebody had nerve to be like, well, what if this is your daughter? I said, my daughter wouldn't be as stupid. My daughter's not a dumbass. My daughter would be like, I'm not being filmed with this dude. She knows, she would know better. My daughter is not even 22. She's 12. And she would be like, that's not a good look. So what I said in my video, that whoever is advising Danielle, it's not good advice. You know, my daughter wouldn't do it. Ain't no way in hell my daughter would be standing up there posing with some man. And not once, but twice, and then going jogging with him at 4. What? Why? Why in the hell would I go jogging around a bunch of 20-something-year-olds? Why would that would even be out in the public for someone to even post on their social media, even if it was they are part of a running club? And again, I told people, you're not telling me anything different because, again, this is thing that she's purposely putting out in the public. No one told Danielle to do this. She could have kept her mouth shut. She's the one name dropping in the public. She's the one posting things on her social media. So I have a follow-up video that I'm going to talk about what I would do if I was Danielle's management or team or whatever. It's not that. If she's serious about going to Adore, why in the hell is she hanging around YG executives? Is that showing Adore that she's serious about going back? It's not. It's unprofessional, which is in a long string of unprofessional shit that NewJeans has done. They have a whole laundry list of unprofessional behavior. And their fans are dumb. I don't know whether their fans are young. I don't know if their fans are just stupid. But I'm like, y'all are having a conversation down here. I am BTS Army. What do I care about NewJeans? NewJeans is not a threat to my group. My group is here, way up here. NewJeans is way the F down here. Way down here. What would I care? NewJeans has nothing to do, no effect on BTS or Army. Ain't got nothing to do with us. That ain't got, I like baby. I'm not a girl group fan. I'm not a Fear Not. I'm not a Gillet. Nothing. I am Army. We're above it all. Like what your little piddly little group do or don't do, it's not going to affect my boys one way or another. It may be on their mind, the lawsuits and stuff like that, but when it comes to their bag and their career, do you think whatever NewJeans do is going to affect what career my group has? It's not. BTS could leave HYBE tomorrow, and with all of these mofos will still have a career. Their contract can end tomorrow, and after this tour, they could go about their ways. And again, I'm still going to be BTS Army. Nothing's going to change that. Whether they would HYBE or JYP or to go out and get their own independent label, I'm Army. What does that have to? How does that affect us? NewJeans is not a threat. NewJeans, they don't. 3 of them don't even have a job right now. So my point is, if I was Danielle, I'd go sit my ass down somewhere. I said my bias got into trouble. They are disgraced idols. I'm like, my bias ain't out there. He not out there kikiing and I calling with executive. Guess what my bias is doing? Rehearsing, doing music, working with kids. That's what my bias is doing. That's kind of what you do to rehab your reputation. I said, Danielle worried about her reputation. This ain't it, boo-boo. This ain't the way to do it. And no NewJeans fans is dumb as hell because, again, we're having 2 different conversations. It's nothing personal. I don't know Danielle. I don't have anything against her or Minhee-jin. But I'm just saying that if you're going to make moves in the public and you're going to be all out there doing all kinds of things, you're going to get dragged and you're going to get scrutinized. Because, honey, them Fear Nots and them Gillets is coming for you. NewJeans, they're at the bottom of the bottom. And I'm like, I'm like, little girls, we are having 2 different conversations. I'm talking about business. People are like, and then these chicks, they're like, I'm going to report your video. I said, little girls, I don't know who that works with. I don't know who that works with. First of all, I have a whole ass career I'm grown. I got 2 kids, a cat, and 2 geckos, and a house, and 2 cars. I have a whole ass career. You reporting my video is going to do what to me? I could leave my channel tomorrow. What I'm like, ooh, I'm scared. Ooh, I'm scared. I'm like, what is that going to do? BTS and my channel is a hobby. It's something I do for pleasure. I'm not trying to be an influencer. I don't make enough money from YouTube. I said, this barely pays my child's private horse training. I'm like, really? The money I make off of YouTube ain't enough to pay my groceries. Have you been to America? Have you seen the inflation lately? Do you know how I got two teenagers to feed? Do you know how much they eat? And y'all talking about, I want to report your video. I said, good luck. I don't give a shit. Have at it. Have fun. You want me to help you? You want me to direct you where you need to report it at? Because again, I'm like, what is that supposed to do? Scare me or something? I was confused. I was like, so what is this supposed to do? I said, I'm finna make another video next week. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, because you're not gonna like the next video I'm gonna do with y'all dumbasses. Y'all are dumb. So the NewJeans fans, I told them, this is not a safe space for you. If you're watching the video, it's not safe for you. Not. I'm like, there's no way in God's green earth that I would ever support NewJeans and MiniGen after all the chaos and the havoc and the things that they did to Islet and Le Seraphim. There was no excuse for that. There is no excuse for the things that MiniGen and what they did to these young ladies. There is none. I do not want anybody to get it twisted. And then people were coming on like, oh, well, the guy Sean, well, he has a good reputation. What are you telling me right now? Like, are we really this? Y'all really this childish? And I'm going to tell them chicks on my next video, baby, these men would, because tongues will get to wagging. And when tongues are wagging online, they are wagging in the industry as well. So I said, this man out here taking pictures with Danielle, and he's married. He got people talking, embarrass his wife. And I said, y'all are too young to understand. These men will have you looking stupid out here. I feel bad for his wife and his children, because there is no way in hell I would have people talking about me doing something improperly with Danielle of NewJeans. At least give me a Blackpink member. At least give me a aespa member. At least give me somebody good. This chick, I said, that's a choice. He had a choice to be seen with her. Hello, NJ. Bunnies don't understand that. They don't. They stupid. I'm like, if I'm gonna have somebody accusing me of doing something improper, it's not gonna be a member of some small group. I mean, if you're gonna accuse me of something, it's gonna be with a BTS member. At least I'm gonna get top tier. I'm like, well, let me go be out here and sing with Blackpink. Like if I'm a man and I'm gonna get accused of having a side piece, it sure in the hell ain't gonna be Danielle from NewJeans. Like if I'm gonna pick a side piece, it's gonna be a sparkling one. Like I'm gonna give me a Red Velvet or a Twice member at least. I mean, for God's sakes, like I'm gonna get one of them broads. Like I ain't gonna be getting Danielle from NewJeans. I would be insulted. I'd be like, y'all, look, if I'm gonna cheat on my wife, hold on. If I'm gonna cheat on my wife, it's gonna be some top tier Korean. It's gonna be a top tier girl group, baby. It ain't gonna be this broad. It ain't gonna be Danielle from NewJeans. If I'm be stepping out on my wife, it sure in the hell ain't gonna be this chick. I would be insulted. I'd be like, hold on. I got better taste than that. Like, that was a decision that he made. And again, if you know, these men will have you out here looking foolish. And I'm not saying anything happened, anything go on, but the fact that you would even put your wife in that position is messed. That's the thing for me. He damn well know he been in the industry. Since the second generation or the first generation. He been in the industry long enough. He know how that would look. Let's get a picture together. No, I'm good. That's all you had to say. Nope. I respectfully decline. But if you're gonna put yourself out there like that and post things on social media, you're gonna open yourself up to scrutiny. And that's something that she shouldn't do. She should be sitting her ass down somewhere. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they still think that yeah, pick a platinum one, girl. I'm finna go get me a dime piece. I ain't finna get Danielle. Girl, you ain't even got a career. But bye. You ain't even got a career enough for me to be ruining it. They still think NewJeans, and they're not helpless victims because somebody told Danielle to do this. Somebody is advising her incorrectly to go out here and be out here in the public. And if you're gonna go get good, if Danielle or any one of them other three chicks gonna get out here in this damn public and out in these streets, they gonna get dragged for whatever, regardless of whether it's merited or it's fair or not. No, you go and lay low. You go and do something else. You go and take some college courses. Put some pictures of you reading a book online. Girl, you better be on social media like this. Oh, I'm reading a Hi, bunnies. It's me, Danielle. I'm reading a philosophy book. Would you like to know what I'm reading about today? I'm reading some Voltaire, and damn it, I'm going to read me more philosophy because, I'm really into that. That's what you should be doing. She better read a motherfucking philosophy book on social media. That's what she should be doing. I ain't gonna be seen at no party. I'm not gonna be seen at no charity event. I'm not gonna be seen nowhere with nobody. I'm be sitting here with some classical music playing in the background. Well, you know what I really like? I like books. I don't give a damn if Danielle got to be up here reading the Bible. Hi guys, it's Christmas. And you know what I like to read? 1 Corinthians. Let's have a Bible reading. Danielle, you better be picking up the King James version of the scriptures. And you better be reading scriptures on the Instagram. You better be like, I'm up here reading scriptures. You better be passing out gifts to disadvantaged handicapped children. Because you need to rehab your image. Up here doing Hi, I like the Bible. Do you like the Bible? I like the Bible. Girl, whatever you got to do. She says she a Christian. You better be out here reading the Bible. You better be talking about philosophy. You better be petting a puppy. You better be up here like, hi, my name's Danielle. I like puppies. Do you like puppies? Hey, I like animals. I'm going to support the nearest animal shelter. She better be rubbing that puppy. Girl, you better be out here rubbing puppies. You better be out here shaking hands with veterans. Hi, my name's Danielle. I support South Korea. Do you support South Korea? She's like, I'm going to visit disabled vets today. Girl, you better rehab your image. Girl, you better be reading some damn scriptures. You better be at church. Danielle is at church. Jesus. Amen. 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 Yeah, thank you, Lord. You better be singing. You better be singing some MFing hymns up in this motherfucker. You better be on the front row of the church. You better be doing the sacraments. You better be taking your sacrament or something. Like something you got to be like, oh, look at Danielle. She's so pious. Yeah, that's it. You better be. Girl, come Christmas, you better be lighting the tree. You better be up the tree lighting. I'm lighting the tree. I'm lighting the tree for Jesus. I'm Danielle. Like, that's what you better be doing. You better be singing some hymns. Like, girl, nah, don't be going to no celebrity parties. Nah, you better be like, it's Saturday night and I'm reading about the Lord. Like, that's what you better be doing Saturday nights. You better be sitting your ass at home on Saturday nights and reading about the Lord. You better be convening with a Bible study. That's what you need to be doing. They do. They have gospel in South. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. They have a lot of churches in South Korea. She better pick a church, girl. She said you don't have a gospel church to sing She better be talking about, I got a friend in Jesus. Amen. I got a friend in the Lord. Yeah. Woo! I got a friend in Jesus. There you go. I'm not even religious, but I was like, girl, you better be out there singing some hymns. I don't care what church you got to pick it. It could be Unitarian. It could be, no, not the Unitarian. It could be Episcopal. It could be Jehovah's Witness. I don't care what church she, Catholic, Protestant, evangelical, whatever church that she feels comfortable at. That's where she need to be on Christmas. I don't want to see no parties. Come New Year's. Come New Year's, Danielle better be like this on New Year's. Hey guys, I'm live. I'm at home. How are you guys? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, bunnies. Yeah, I'm at home. I'm cuddled up. Yeah, you know, it's real cold in South Korea. How y'all doing? Your ass better be cuddled up in the covers live on Instagram New Year's Eve. You better be doing a live stream. You better be doing a live stream with some covers and being like, Happy New Year. You ringing in the MF New Year with your fans. You better do a live stream. That's all you need to do. I'm telling you. And if NewJeans dumbass fans can't understand that, I can't lead you. I can only lead a horse to water, but I can't make the dumb selves drink. Because if you don't understand that you have angered a lot of people in the industry and outside of the industry, and now it's time to damage control. And if you don't understand that your ass better be sitting up in church on your knees praying. I don't need you to be on your knees at a club. I don't need you to be in the club like, hey, no, girl. I need you to be ass at the house. Am I killing y'all? That's right. You better be cuddling the puppy on a live stream, girl. I don't care if it's not even her puppy. If it's somebody else's puppy, that's fine. Go borrow a puppy. Just be like, can I borrow your puppy real quick? Okay, I just need to do this live stream. Just give me an hour. We're cool. Like, you better make it up, girl. Like, don't kill you. I'm telling you. She better be up there playing patty cake with little kids. Hi, I'm Danielle and I'm babysitting. What are you guys doing? Like, you better be babysitting some kids. Y'all be like making cookies, playing patty cake bakers. Man, that's what Danielle need to be doing. That's what she need to be doing. And if NewJeans with their dumb, stupid, ignorant fans don't understand that and act like, well, she's doing deals. And I heard every excuse under the sun. Danielle doing deals. Danielle knows these people. So what? I'm like, and BTS don't know people. Just because somebody knows somebody doesn't mean you have to jump in a photo op with them. BTS knows plenty of people and they go plenty of places that we don't ever see. It's a thing called discretion. So when she's out, she can go out. She don't have to sit at home. She can go out with people that she know and her friends and associates. That's fine. But you go out discreetly. That she doesn't have to be filmed out. That's her choice. That's her team's choice to be seen out with these people. So I don't agree with it. There's nothing to make me agree with that. She should be laying low until things are worked out between her and the door. And if she's making deals and doing stuff like that, she can do that behind doors just like everybody else do. Nobody else is like, hey, I'm making deals. Hello, me making deals. I'm making deals. Like, you don't have to jump in front of the camera. Like, you don't have to be out there seen like that. You move in silence. You make money moves in silence. So when you do have things settled, whether she wants to go back to the door or not, she can have things. Yeah, it's called class. It's called having professional discretion. And in South Korea, your reputation and how you do things is everything. And that determines whether a lot of people want to deal with you or not. Nobody wants to deal with NewJeans, period, the members. But much less if you out here in the public, okay, now people are talking about you. Now people are like, why she being filmed with this executive? Not saying that anything was going on. I don't think anything was going on. But the optics are not good. The optics are not good. You don't put yourself in these situations. And their fandom are just stupid. Like, I'm like, y'all get in my comments. They got in my comments and made the most stupidest asinine comments I've ever heard. I'm like, none of this excuses, but nobody could answer me why Danielle was taking pictures with this man. Oh, we're their friends. Okay. Idols have tons of friends. It don't mean that they're jumping in a photo op. There's idols that go all over the place. It doesn't mean they have to be pictured. They don't have to be filmed. They stay out the way. I'm concerned too. High heel. Saying I'm genuinely concerned with arrangements NewJeans has had with these bunny uncles, and those silly girls may not be so. Again, I said it in my video. I said, if NewJeans were susceptible to NewJeans BS, why would I have any faith that them individually will have any common sense? Because again, I've said it before. I said it in my video. Throwing hints that go over dumbass people's heads. Again, in this industry, there are people that want to use you, whether they be family members, whether they be agents and managers, whoever it is. A lot of people consider these idols as commodities, that all they're there for is to make money. Yeah, they will find any reason to justify what they did and not acknowledge that, yes, that is a bad move. And again, I said, if this was my idol, if this was Sugar, I'd be like, Yoongi, where, Yoongi, I'd be like, what are you doing, Yoongi? Like, I would be like, oh no, stop, time out. I would feel the same way. So regardless of whether it's NewJeans or not, even if it was my ult, if it's Sugar doing some shit like this, I'll be like, you better go sit down somewhere, sir. Like, your reputation, you still ain't recovered. It's been over a year, but people still talking bad about you. So he's done the best thing to lay low. So it's, again, I'm objectionable. I'm not like, oh, well, if this was somebody else, I have no animosity or anger towards NewJeans at all. At all. It's not personal. It's just a business conversation that I have on my channel. I have mostly business conversations about the industry. And again, if people online are talking about it, don't you think people in the industry are talking about it? Yes. And if people in the industry are talking about it, I'm sure it got back to his wife and children. And I'm sure it's embarrassing to read things online, your kids reading things online, going, Dad, were you with Danielle and NewJeans? Like, this kind of look bad. And I'm sure the wife and the kids know that the dad has not done anything. But the fact that people in the industry are talking is embarrassing, especially in South Korea. It is embarrassing. Nobody wants to have their privacy violated and be talked about behind their back in the industry. And if you're a very private person, which seems like the wife and this guy probably is, nobody wants to have your husband's picture and having people talking where your kids are reading this going, Dad, what? Like, it's embarrassing to your kids. It's embarrassing to his family, the wife's family, and everybody involved. Because I'm sure, again, little girls don't have forethought. I'm like, if they're saying it here, they're saying it's gotten back to the wife. Do you think if the wife has family and friends, it has gotten to them? So you got to deal with your parents like, honey, so we saw something online and your husband, Sean, he's kind of, what, and so you have to be there like, oh God. Like, now I'm embarrassed in front of my family and friends. And I said it before and I'll say it again. These men will have you looking out foolish. And I find it hard to believe that this man is this stupid that he would even put himself in a situation for Danielle and NewJeans. Either this man is dumb as a box of rocks, either he's not professional, or maybe he thought it wasn't going to be a big deal. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But he has been in the industry long enough and he knows as a married man how this would look. You damn well know that no female idol is going to be photographed with somebody her senior. This does not happen in K-pop. And I know that Danielle is not from South Korea, but damn it, she's been there long enough to understand how it looks too. Somebody on her team should have told her, don't do this. Like, girl, don't do this. This is not a good look. And like I said before, these men will have you out here. I said, y'all think that men don't do things for attention? They do. So that's all I could, what I could say about that. I said, so I'm not trying to assign something nefarious, but I understand that, like, in the industry, people do strange things and you never know really what's going on in their mind and what behind the scenes. And like I said, maybe Danielle was paying him some attention and he liked the attention. He's a man. Come on now. Can we just drop it? Drop the pretense. He's a man. Well, he has a good reputation. So what? I'm like, yeah, so did a lot of people in the industry. That doesn't mean anything. The point is that if he has a good reputation, I would think he would try harder to try to protect it. And hanging out with a disgraced idol, what? I'm like, I can say, like I said, for two of my biases to be disgraced idols, for T.O.P. and Sugar, both of my biases to be disgraced. People don't understand that even now, even what happened to T.O.P. was so long ago. Do y'all know some people don't want to be photographed with T.O.P.? Do y'all remember what happened during Squid Game? How they wouldn't let T.O.P. even be in the damn promotions? Do y'all remember that? Well, if you don't remember, that's what happened. They would not let him be on the poster. They would not let him be in the promotions. And what happened to T.O.P. was like 9 years ago. And people are still mad about that. So the idea that as an executive, you don't understand, he knows who she is. There are executives and people out there that wouldn't even be filmed with T.O.P. I shit you not. Real talk. Real talk. There are friends that T.O.P. has in the industry that wouldn't even be caught dead with him. Even though he's in Squid Game, even though he's a legend, even though what happened to him a long time ago, there is still stigma. So, but this executive is going to be filmed with Danielle NewJeans. Get out of here, man. Get out. Oh, go. Come on now. Come on. Like, you going to have me believe it? Come on. I'm like, damn, that's what I was thinking of. I'm like, my bias, they didn't want to put him in the poster for Squid Game. Even the international posters, they didn't even want to put him in there. But then we going to hang out with that. Okay. I'm like, it's been 9 years and they still on that T.O.P. thing. But I'm like, so executives know who to get pictured with and who not to get pictured. They understand that. T.O.P. still has friends in the industry. He still hangs out with people and he got friends and girlfriends and all that other shit. But are they seen together? Are they out there in public? No, they're not. Yes, it wasn't until international fans took interest that and they demanded that the T.O.P. be in interviews. They didn't want T.O.P. to do no interviews, nothing. The only reason T.O.P. was in those Netflix interviews, and you could see he was apprehensive even about doing them. And the only reason that he even did the interviews is because he was so popular. That's the only reason. And they pretty much pressured him into doing. They were like, "Come on now, like you stole the show," but they didn't. He was scared to even do the interviews, and you could see like the hesitation, the look on his face, like the first interview, that he was very kind of shy and hesitant because he hasn't done interviews in a long time. And so he was shy and apprehensive, but Netflix is like, come on, people really loved you. Like, come on. And he decided to do the interviews he did for Netflix, and he hadn't done interviews in years. And even when he did those interviews, people were still dragging him. So, come on now. Yeah, man in the 50s jogging with friends. And I was like, okay, are all these friends in their 20s? Again, what would that look like going out? Come on, fellas. Let me go jog with a bunch of 20-year-olds. What they be like, ma'am, why are you out here jogging with all these young dudes? What reason would I have to be hanging out with a bunch of 20-something-year-olds? For what? Even if it's a run club, I would go get a run club with people my age. I'd be out there running with the 50-year-olds. I'm not going to run with 22-year-olds. I was like, y'all ain't telling me nothing. I'm the fuck out of here. I'm the same age as this dude. So I don't know if this dude was doing this for attention or what. I don't know what the motivation was him for doing it. But all I'm saying is that I wouldn't be running with a 20-something. There's run clubs. There's tons of run clubs in South Korea. There are tons of run clubs Even in here in America, if I'm going to get a run club, they have some that are gender specific. In South Korea, they have some that are age specific, like between the age range. Like the 40, 50 something year olds are in this run club. I wouldn't be in a run club with a bunch of 20 something year olds. Like what? And even if I was in a run club with Danielle, what would be the need to put that on social media? Why would she post, yeah, we're in a run club? So why are you posting this information? That's something that nobody could have ever known. She didn't have to post that. We would have never even known. That's a choice. She decided. She chose to put that out there. Talking about these people are shallow. Once he makes his big comeback and the world goes crazy for him, they'll pretend they love him. Yeah. 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 That's how they do it all the time. Yeah, she's doing this for publicity. She's doing this for attention. She's not doing this because they accidentally ran into each other. And I said in my video, I could see if somebody was taking photos, in the bushes. Y'all know how Dispatch, they ambushed somebody, or she was meeting with the dude and nobody knew, and a fan took a photo. Oh, here's Danielle and this dude happened to be in the picture. Then I can understand. If she was signing autographs for fans, then I get it. If people ambushed her and taking photos and she met with the dude I would have never said anything about it. I'm like, that's her business. Y'all need to stop sneaking up on her. But for her, she put this out there. He put this out there. So either these two people, the stupidest people in K-pop, or are they doing it for publicity? There you go. And either way, I don't like it. We're talking about Danielle from NewJeans. And they're fun, and the NewJeans fans, the bunnies, are dumb. They're the dumbest, stupidest fans. And even though I'm in the comment explaining to them, I'm like, here's the article. I'm not making this up. Here's the article. Then they have nothing to say. I'm like, here's the article. I didn't report the story. I'm not saying this. It's what's in the news. It made the international news. It made the Korean news. It made it to different online websites. That's what they were reporting on. That's what the people online were saying. They were spreading the rumors. They were whispering. Not me. I'm not on social media. I don't give a damn what Danielle do. I don't care what she does. I don't care if she was dry humping the guy in the Han River. I don't care. I'm just like, oh, okay. Like, girl, do your thing. I didn't care if she was having an affair with the man or not. I support it. Me, professional side chick, get upset? What am I upset for? I'm just like, well, I'm almost been a professional side chick. I'm like, do your thing, girl. He's cute. He's a good looking guy. I wouldn't be mad about that. I wouldn't be it for me to have any moralistic arguments. She's grown. He's grown. She's grown. You can do whatever they want, even if he wasn't married. I wouldn't have no issue with it. But the point is that people on the internet were talking about it. People were talking about this in different places. And it was spread enough to where it made it to the Korean K-pop media. That's the reason why I talk about it. But no one's going to tell me what opinion I should have. These people got me effed up. I'm like, these people would come to my channel. I'm like, I'm entitled to have my own opinion. That's kind of how this works. If you don't like my opinion, you can disagree with it. I've had people disagree before. But don't come to my video and accuse me of things and you ain't even watched the damn video. Or have a problem with my opinion and do it in a rude and disrespectful way. I know what you're not going to do. It's my channel. I'm entitled to have my own opinion. I'm like, if you don't like it, start your own channel and have your own opinion. That's kind of how that thing goes. That's kind of how YouTube kind of works. I have an opinion. There's nothing I said in my video was fact. I said, my opinion is blah, blah, blah. Or I feel blah, blah, blah. Or I think blah, blah, blah. There's nothing in my video was like, yup, Danielle, she's effing him. There you go. She's knocking the boots with them. She throaty boaty. I mean, I'm like, that was never said in my video. I didn't say any of that. I said, this is what they're saying in the article. I said, and I thought it was unprofessional and not a good look, and she shouldn't have been photographed with him. And I'm finna do a follow-up video, so these bitches gonna be gagging again. Yes, people don't like people having opinions. Yeah, that's why I told them, I said, if you don't like it, keep it moving. But I don't know what you're telling me on my video, what that's going to do. That's just going to make me do another video. And that's exactly what I did. I'm coming out with another video. I'm like, don't tell me what, because I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, I'm a Cancer. I'm like, We are some of the most orneriest, pettiest people ever. The moment you try to tell me something, I'm going to do the whole opposite. I was like, oh, you guys are upset about this video? Well, let me do another one. Because I was like, y'all think somebody's scared of y'all. I'm like, I don't get, YouTube is not my livelihood. I could stop doing my channel. I was like, I don't know what y'all think y'all threatening. Because first of all, YouTube is not going to take down my video. They don't care. You can report it to whoever the hell you got to report it. I'll give you the email, the telephone number. You want to send it by fax? I'll give you the fax number. Like, go ahead. Report it for what? For me giving my opinion? I'm like, for me reporting on an article? I said, why don't y'all go to the article and and take it up with them? Yeah, people can have their, and again, in my videos, I'm pretty nice. I'm like, I'm very nice. Like, I'm very, very nice. Like, in my videos, I'm very concise. I don't have a lot of snark. I don't lob personal insults at people. I don't talk about people's appearance. I don't say anything about people's morality or anything. I try to call it right down the middle. I try to be very respectful to these people because I don't know these people personally. I don't have any I said, I'm not emotionally attached to none of these people. So I call it like I see it and I have an opinion. But I'm very diplomatic in what I say. I don't offer a lot of snark. I'm like, this is my opinion. This is what I do, blah, 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 blah. And I'm very professional and but I was like, if y'all want me to, like I told them NewJeans, I said, if y'all understood how I really talk, y'all bitches be gagging. Because how I really would talk, YouTube wouldn't allow it. I wouldn't pass the YouTube censors. Yeah, they throwing a temper tantrum. I said, but they need to throw a temper tantrum over there somewhere. But again, I always tried to be very diplomatic in what I say. I'm like, because it's not a personal, and people come on my channel and we may agree to disagree, and that's fine. There's armies that disagree with me, but they keep it respectful. But to come on my channel and try to insult me and be like, you're a horrible person and you're nasty, and then somebody had the nerve to call me a misogynist. Wait, back the hell up. I'm like, a misogynist? Me? I'm like, I don't think anyone's ever called me that in my entire life. I'm like, I am telling you in the video, if they watch the video, that I didn't think Danielle should trust anybody in this industry, male or female executive. I wouldn't trust none of these people in the industry with her career. I wouldn't even trust the people that are guiding her in her career. I don't think these people, in my mind, in my opinion, can be trusted. I don't know what her parents are doing. I've questioned the parents all throughout the NewJeans things. I've questioned the parents and what are they doing and what are their motivation. I've said privately and to you guys that Danielle and her sister are in the music industry. What that says to me is their parents are really desperate for them to be in the industry. Why? I don't know. But when you have not one but two kids in the industry, like I said, it may be something that they are really wanting to do, and that's fine. It may be their dream, and maybe their calling, that's fine. But when people, the things that they've done with Olivia Marsh, again, the controversy she got into with the plagiarism and all that, I'm like, okay. And then the stuff with Danielle, I'm like, okay. I'm just looking at the parents like, okay, so what are y'all doing? Because the parents, they are still young. So the parents have a lot of influence over them. And I'm just looking at the parents like, because I'm a parent. And I can't help but look at them because I'm a parent. So I'm like looking at them like these are two young ladies in the industry. And again, this is not the first time that Danielle has been photographed. She was with that producer of her sister. She was filmed with him. And that gave me a bad taste in my mouth. When I saw that. When I saw her being filmed with that man, I was like, honey, that's not a good look. I would have had my sister or some other people in the picture. When she was filmed with that producer, that was not a good look. When she was filmed with that actor, was not a good look. Like, this was not a good look. Thank you, Susanna. Hey, girl. Got me a floating heart. I was like, that was just not a good look. When she was sitting up there on Instagram and people are like, oh, she's coming out with music. I'm looking at this photo like this. I'm like, okay, so she sent up here with this older producer. I'm like, why would she be photographed with him, put it on her Instagram? She's not working with him. She couldn't produce any music. She would have got fined. Why are you letting us? Why? Again, to me, this is somebody, in my opinion, telling her to do these things. And that wasn't a good look. Then she was up there with the actor and at his charity. No, boo. Then with this older man, no. I'm like, Danielle been filmed with too many older men for me. I would tell my daughter, no, we're not going to do that. You know, she's standing up with this producer, and the first thing I thought was, I said, okay, okay, but he's not producing anything for her. This Sean guy, he's not collaborating with her. He's not her boss. He's not producing anything for her. He shouldn't be because she's going to get in trouble. And so I was like, and then somebody had nerve to tell me in the comment section they friends. Okay. Again, I can't fathom any scenario where I would be friends with a 22-year-old. I can't fathom any scenario in my life that I would be friends with a 22-year-old man, young guy, unless they are mentoring my children, they work for me or something. Thank you, NJ girl. Thank you. I get those floating hearts. Ooh, yeah. I mean, I just can't fathom anything while I'll be sitting up here taking a picture with a 22-year-old unless my kids are involved. Unless they're a friend of my child or a friend of a relative. I just can't. Why? Why would I? You mean to tell me she friends with this old ass man? I'm like, y'all silly. Them NewJeans fans, just silly. Bad optics, yes, and bad decisions. Just silly. In the comment section, just silliness. And I'm like, I say, y'all really emotional over people that y'all will never meet, don't know. I told these people I would have a chance of meeting Danielle before y'all would. Which is the truth. I was like, I would have a chance of meeting Danielle before you ever would, sweetheart. I would have a chance of taking a photo op with her. Y'all be sitting up there with my hair did and my makeup, and I'll be like, and y'all be like, damn it, is that Danielle? I'll be in the picture. Yeah, like it's like Danielle to me constantly wants to be seen. She wants to be seen to be out there. I said, look, if she wants to be an influencer or a socialite, if that's what she wants to do, then let her do it. But right now, I thought she's trying to get her damn career back. I thought she was trying to go back to NewJeans. At least that's what I thought. But again, with the man in the optics situation set aside, why would you even be photographed with somebody from a rival label? Why? Why? It'd be like those members of EXO that got their lawsuit. You know, those members of EXO, they sued SM and they lost their lawsuit. It'd be like one of them members that sued SM and lost their lawsuit be standing up there with Bang PD. I would still be, I'm not even a fan of EXO. I would be like, what y'all doing? So you mean to tell me that the disgraced members of EXO who are trying to get back with SM are going to go out to a charity event and be filmed with HYBE executives? What sense in any universe does that even make? If these EXO members are trying to get in the good graces of SM, why would they be out being filmed with HYBE executives? I would still be like, that's not a good look. Regardless of gender, regardless, they were standing up there with Bang PD. He was up there with CBX and they were standing there. I'd be like, why is Bang PD standing up with these members of EXO? Why was it? Ain't they trying to go back to their group? Like that would be unprofessional for them to do that. Adore could sign Lada for the next 10 years. Like I said, she better be taking some classes. She better be dancing. She better be trying to take some acting classes, some business class or something. Because she better have something to fall back on in case her career don't work. Because if she thinks she finna go back to Adore and NewJeans, baby, this is not the way this is the wrong look. This is not the message you are sending. It's not good message. Because if I was Adore and I would see her out there with this actor from YG or the Black Label, and then with this YG executive, I'd be like, what's she doing? I'd be like, y'all see this? What's she doing? Thank you, NJ. I appreciate the gift. I wish I could put a real party hat on. I'd be like, what's she doing? I'd be like, what's she doing? You know, I'd be like, you know, yeah, it seems like, yes, high heel. Like they want to be celebrities and not artists. And again, the whole NewJeans things with them in the media and doing press conferences and doing YouTube videos and doing late night press conferences and them sending up there the Christmas special with the mini Jin t-shirt that they had on and all that silliness. I said, why, who is telling them this is cool? If you want to get out of your contract and they wanted to get out of their contract, why they got to be doing press conferences every month? I didn't understand. I was like, what is the point of y'all sitting up here doing interviews and press conferences and on a Christmas special? Y'all up here doing the Charlie Brown Christmas special. Like, why are y'all up here singing? And, why? Why? If y'all want to get out of your contract, that's fine. Go sit down somewhere. Go on now. Go on, sit your asses down somewhere. Why would they sit here in the media? Because they were trying to get their case out there in the court of public opinion. And I don't like that at all. And I find it distasteful and I find it weird. And all of the media play that they try to do still didn't work. And I said, I don't know what they're doing or why they out here embarrassing themselves. They embarrassed themselves by being out here in the media. Korea wants us to be martyrs. And, Adore just treated us so bad, didn't they, before the National Assembly? Adore is so horrible. Oh my God. Honey up there. Y'all mean to tell me y'all didn't straight up embarrass yourselves before the National Assembly? Y'all done did interviews, y'all done did press conferences, y'all did YouTube videos. Y'all done talked about how bad Adore is and how horrible they were just for you to lose your court case and go drag your ass back. Y'all could have sued to try to get out your contract. Y'all could have kept it all in the court and y'all could have not said anything. But doing all this stuff in the media just made them look stupid and silly. And who advised them to do that, that person would have been fired. So I don't know if it's Minnie Jin telling them to do this. Y'all did all of that to make themselves look silly. Hello, Army. Yeah, if I was Adore, I'd be calling her. I'd be on the phone talking about don't come back, Click. don't come back. You good? Don't come back. No, we're good here. We're just gonna replace you with 3 other people. We're gonna replace you. Like the other 2, we got somebody else waiting. We got somebody. No, we're good. No, keep going to parties. Keep hanging out with the Black Label and the YG. Matter of fact, go find bunk ass all day project. Go hang out with Tarzan. Have a good day. Cultural appropriation, bitch. Click. I'll be like, go hang out with All Day Project. We're good here. Annie, she a Chabo kid. She may get you a job at Samsung, Danielle. Go hang out with her. Good luck, Click. Maybe you can be a receptionist at the Samsung headquarters. I don't know. Maybe you can go to that Samsung party, that New Year's Eve party, and sing. Have at it, girlfriend. Maybe they can get you a job. Because I'll be like, don't come back here. Right? I'm like, girl, you better go on. You go call All Day Project. Go on. We're going with the Black Label people. Go on with all of them. Go call Teddy. Go take pictures with Teddy. I mean, we got everybody else up here. Go take pictures with Teddy. Go on find Daddy YG with his. Go on find Daddy YG. Daddy YG, where you at? Where's Daddy YG? Go on, stay out there. No, we good. Go on. We good. We good. I still need to do the deep dive of what happened with SM and Bang PD and also why Minnie Jin left SM. That is a story that needs to be told. But there's nothing officially on the record. But I said it in my video, what I heard allegedly happened. What I heard was that at SM, when Nephew came and took over, so Isuman, so Unc was gone, right? So Isuman had the company, because I'm still researching my video on SM. I'm up to 2006. Like, it is a lot. This is a lot to try to me condense down in a 30-minute. Because again, my video went from 10 minutes to like an hour. And I'm like, okay, so I'm trying to condense the video down. But I will tell a little bit about that. But to make a long story short, what happens before I got to work on my SM video tomorrow, by the way. I still got a lot to work on. What happened is that nephew was coming in and take over the company. So y'all know that nephew by marriage took over SM. And when he was coming in, he was cleaning house. He restructured the company. He was shaking things up. And nephew was like, all you executives, y'all didn't had y'all day. And we're going to restructure the company, restructure pay. We're going to start doing things different. And quite a few of the SM executives resigned. And Minhee Jin was one of them. Because nephew was coming in and was like, y'all need to go. Like he came in and was like, y'all done had a little bit too comfortability and free reign. And nephew was trying to save the company and save money. And SM has been on that for quite a bit. SM has had a hard time turning a profit. Like, their stock has been up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, they still have their like SM Town and their festivals and their album sales in Korea. But SM is not international like HYBE has. But they still make money, but they still have had financial issues. You know, nephew been trying to sell the company for years now. Like to Kakao and that whole thing and that scandal and that fell through. And then I hear he's been trying to sell it to somebody else. Nephew don't have the love for the business like but Lee Soo-man is coming back, y'all. Lee Soo-man is starting his own company. He's coming back. He had a no compete clause for 5 years, and it's ending next year. So Lee Soo-man will be coming back to the K-pop industry, which will change things quite. I mean, Lee Soo-man is, for all of his faults, I could say that Lee Soo-man, he should be respected because of what he's done for K-pop. Also, because Lee Soo-man really loved the music. He really loved the business and the music. He was a singer. He was a DJ. He was an R&B singer. So Lee Soo-man go way back with music. He has a love of music. Now, nephew do not. Nephew's a business person. And so nephew sees SM as like just a way to generate revenue. So nephew's been trying to get out of the business for a while. You know, it's stressful. It's a hard business to keep afloat. Even though SM is the oldest, you know, they've been around the longest, but SM is not like it used to be. Like around the second and the third generation, SM was killing it. Now they have a few premier groups, but it's not like it was. But yes, I heard that nephew was restructuring the company and restructuring stock options and all kinds of stuff. And then some of the executives thought that they could go and get a better deal. And then Minhee Jin wanted to have her own company and her own thing, but she didn't have the money for it. And then she apparently got with HYBE, and Bang PD talked her into going over to HYBE. But like I said Minhee Jin had several offers. She had offers beyond HYBE. But I think that maybe HYBE offered her a CEO, and that's what she did. But yeah, nephew came and has restructured the company several times. SM is not like it was. Like, SM is just, it's kind of sad. Like, you know, for those of you who really love SM. Now, some of y'all aren't sad because y'all hate SM. Some of y'all armies is like, hell with SM. Some of y'all are like, no, we don't care. Burn SM, burn, you know, because of all the things that happened a long time ago. But I do feel bad for SM because I think that somebody really needs to take over that knows and loves the business. Okay, happy. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Good night. I think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think nephew, you know, you maybe did remind her of nephew. I think HYBE is different than SM. I think HYBE just runs things differently than the way she did. I think at SM, Minhee Jin, in my opinion, had a lot of autonomy. I think at SM that Minhee Jin had worked there for so long, she risen in the ranks that she could basically do whatever she wanted to do. So they kind of let her be, and they trusted her and let her control a lot of things. And I think SM was a bit more loosey-goosey, like when it came to like contracts and stuff like that. I think it was just kind of like, you know, it's kind of whatever Minhee Jin wanted to do. And I think Lee Soo-man trusted her But I think nephew came and nephew was like, no, we are going to get everything in writing. We're going to do audits and we're going to do all this and that. And I don't think Minnie Jen wanted that kind of oversight. Good night. Good night, everybody. Do I share these live sessions? Yeah, I do share. I post these will be posted for rewatch, by the way. Every Saturday night at, well, 6 p.m. your time, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Hive is male facing too, yeah. Yeah. SM was too for quite a bit, you know. Like Minnie Jen, she worked with SO, she worked with ESPA. And so Minnie Jen is talented. I've never taken that away from her. She's a good businesswoman. Now, as to why she get up there and try to dummy up and act like she don't know, she try to play the innocent victim and try to play the fool. But Minnie Jen ain't no fool. Minnie Jen knew what she was doing with NewJeans. She knew what she was doing this whole entire time, in my opinion. She's no dummy. Minnie Jen is no dummy. She's no fool. And she, you know, she try to play like it. She try to play the fool, but she not. And Minnie Jen been in the business for, I think, how long? Since 2003? Yeah, Minnie Jen's been in the business over 20 years. She started out from the bottom and rose her way to the top in SM. But like I said, for her to be involved, for her to talk bad about Hype, it don't even check. Like for her to sit there and say that, to talk about Hive as an organization, as a company, baby, it don't. Like I said, I don't know what Minnie Jen's expectation was, but when I read about the history of SM, baby girl, go on, baby girl, because it don't match. Because the things that were going on at SM in the early 2000s, for Minnie Jen to up there and complain about Hive, I'm like, girl, you lived through the time of SM when it was really chaotic. When SM, it was chaotic. They were started in the late 90s. By the time 2000s came, it was still chaotic. It was still, they were having financial issues. They were having company issues. They were having artist issues between 2006, 2007. They were having all kinds. And Minnie Jen was there. So for her to talk about Hype and how she's so like clutching the pearls and shocked about Hype, I'm like, girl, you please go on, girl, bye. SM then went through the whole JYJ lawsuits. SM then went through lawsuits after lawsuits after law. Baby, and for her to sit there and say, I'm like, girl, you didn't seen all of the stuff that's going on SM. SM had financial issues, tax issues, artist issues, money issues. Like, I'm like, she didn't live through that whole cacao thing. Girl, don't she up there like she don't know what it is being in it. She didn't been through the K-pop industry. She know what it was at SM. So the things that she went through at Hive, I'm like, that can't be anything. That's what she saw at SM. Because what I'm learning about SM, I'm just like, what? Yeah, I tell you all the time, it's a mess. It's a lot. It is a lot to go through. I mean, when you really start deep diving into it, I'm like, what? It was a lot of mismanagement. It was a lot there. I mean, and again, the contracts that they had was so unbelievably crazy. It was crazy. It was crazy times, man. I'm telling you. The contracts that, I mean, they didn't call them slave contracts for no reason. Like them SM contracts were slave. Them SM trainees in the beginning, I'm telling you, you know, there's all kinds of weird rumors saying that a trainee died at SM. You know, there's all kind of weird conspiracy rumors. All of this is because of SM. That's the reason why we have all these conspiracy rumors about trainees and stuff. Because of SM. SM would work their trainees to death. Like there's all kinds of eating disorders and trainees passing out, and there's all kinds of shady. I'm just like, okay. So for her to sit there and be like, well, Hybe is the devil. I'm like, anybody that have ever worked at SM should never talk about Hybe being the devil, because SM has experienced nothing but ups and downs. I'm surprised they're still around, to be honest with you, because of everything that they've gone through as a company, you know, ups and downs in this business. And the whole thing with them forcing Isuman out is kind of tragic. Like it's a real sad situation, but he was having financial issues. So again, like I said, for Minnie Jen to be sitting up here, she had talking about her contract. I was like, girl, I want to know what your contract was at SM. It couldn't have been that good because she would have never left. She resigned from SM. So if she had it that good, And she want to complain about the contract at HYBE. But why did she sign the contract in the first place? Why would she sign a contract that she thought was quote unquote a slave contract and it was unreasonable, but you signed it? She had other offers. No, HYBE gave her the best offer, in my opinion. She liked that HYBE contract, girl. She liked that HYBE contract. She wanted to be CEO of her own company, you know. Yeah, then she talking about this industry standards to have verbal contracts. Maybe at SM it was. But again, but that's not how, but again, they still had written contracts at SM. For her to sit there and fix her mouth and be like, is any then you're gonna have industry standards and deals with the dolphiner, but you didn't go back and tell the high board anything about it. Girl, please. How you gonna have a verbal agreement that you're not telling the HYBE or the board of directors for Adore what is even going on? Like you running your own one person company. Like, girl, if she wanted to do all that, she could have got her own company and did all that. Well, her company, OOAK your ass and go do that. So she can have all the verbal contracts she wants. Go at it, girl, when she got her own agency. But when you're working with as a subsidiary, there's still rules and still things that you legally have to go by. Then you had Apple involved. How in the hell are you going to give somebody permission when there's a brand involved as well? So if she didn't know that, I can't believe she was that dumb. I just thought that she was going to get away with it. Her and Dolphiner thought that they were going to get away with it. But you have Apple involved. So I'm like, Apple is like, wait a minute, why are you posting this? This is our phone. Wait, what? Our phone is on, our logo is in this. You can't do that. And they should have known that. And if they didn't know that, they dumb. Yeah, yes, that's not an opinion, that's fact. Yes, the emails, she did emails and cacao messages months before she got audited, months before any of this happened. So again, in my opinion, this was all part of her plan. This is all part of her plan to discredit Adore and HYBE. Just another thing. Just another part of her plan to discredit HYBE, period. And Minnie Jen knew what she was doing. Listen to her testimony just drives me nuts. For her to be like, well, I don't know what happened. This is how we do it in the industry. Am I right, guys? I'm like, if you don't, lady, the way she tried to talk and try to act like she is just some innocent, just an innocent victim in all of this, and HYBE was a hot mess. And girl, you are a sophisticated woman in this industry. She is sophisticated. She is smart. She's not dumb. She knows about contracts. She knows how the industry works through and through. Minnie Jen probably know better how the industry works probably than half the people at HYBE that are executives that has been in the industry, besides Bong PD. But because he's been in there a lot longer than she has. But I mean, she's on that level up there with JYP and Bong PD and Isuman. They've been in the business a long time. But for her to act like she just, I don't know what happened. You know, I'm like, girl, like, that's why I said that, like, any interview with Minhee Jen should be asking her about her tenure at SM and what exactly she was on, like the board of directors at SM. So she knew she was a creative director. She was in talent management, all of that. She's been in different facets of the business, so she knows how these things work. So I just can't stand Minhee Jen up there playing the dummy. And like I said, I'm doing a video about why I don't support Minhee Jen and Adore, just to tell these NewJeans people, you know, they dumb selves, like why I don't support this group. But so I can put it in a comprehensive video and then like put the link underneath their comments. Like, this is why I don't, there's nothing that can be said or done to make me support NewJeans and Minhee Jen, because of the things that they have done has not helped the business. That the things that they have done has affected things behind the scenes that people don't understand what's going on. That it has caused agencies to have stricter contracts. It has not caused anything good in the industry. This is not good. It has caused companies to seal up the loopholes, to make stricter contracts, to not trust their artists, because nobody wants to have another NewJeans or another SM or another JYJ. They don't want to have another NewJeans. So now people are, clamped down on executives even more so in a lot of these companies because they don't want another Minhee Jen on their hands. So what that means is these executive contracts, they don't really kind of have the freedom to kind of do certain things. They like, no, we're going to clamp down on that, which they should. They should be trying to protect their agency. But yeah, after this is like a chilling effect in the industry. Like they are really looking at artists like, okay, are y'all gonna jump ship now? And that just makes them give the artists less freedom when they feel like they are new groups. So when the new groups come out, agencies started to change their contracts. So from now on, there's just going to be less autonomy and maybe even less money. You know, like because you thinking like we invested all this money, now we got to go to court. Hive has spent millions of dollars going to court. This is costing a lot of money for them to go to court. So not only did they create a door, and not only did they paid Minhee Jin her, you know, her salary, and not only did they pay the executives and everything, and not only did they pay NewJeans, they were getting paid like $5 million, and for a dorm and all this expensive, to have all of it blow up in their faces, and all of the court costs. You got to think all the money that never gets talked about. I'm like, Hybe is spending millions of dollars on court cases that's been going on. This has been going on over a year. Every time Minhee Jin would do a press conference, their stock would dip. So they have lost, I don't know how many millions and millions of dollars that Hybe has lost and Adore has lost because of this. And so this is not worth it. This is NewJeans is not worth all this. It's not worth it. But they wanted a return on their investment. But you got to think, for other agencies watching this, they are like, oh man, we ain't got millions and millions. They may not have Hybe money. And they may be like, nah, we're going to shore up these contracts. And so when they do have new artists or they re-sign contracts, they're starting to put clauses and things in there to prevent this from happening. And then their executives, instead of signing their executives with multiple year contracts and multiple stock options and all this stuff, they're starting to be like a little bit more conservative because they don't want another Minhee Jin. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't want another Minhee Jin, especially for smaller agencies who can't afford it. They can't afford to fight somebody in court for a year and a half. They just can't afford it. And so this is not good for executives. This is not good for new artists or new groups. It's not good. That's just sad. It's sad. And Minhee Jin, to me, didn't think anything about this. They didn't care how this was going to affect other people in the industry. Has all 5 members returned? No. No. Yeah, the revolution was canceled. The revolution was canceled. Oh, revolution canceled. That's what I said. The revolution was canceled, honey. But no, all 5 members have not returned. Only 2. The other 3, we don't know what they're doing. Supposedly they're in negotiation, their talks. I don't know. But they all have not gone back. And so we don't know. It's up to Adore. Adore could just come back and be like, we're done with all of you, and do it like a 50-50. You know, they could 50-50 their asses. Because 50-50 just came out with another album. This is like their 3rd album. 50-50, there was only one left. She went back to the label, and all the rest of them got replaced. They just like, we just gonna get new members. We just gonna get new members. We just gonna take that one. You coming back? Or you coming back? Come on. And then we're gonna just get new members. And that's what they did. What is there to negotiate? I don't know. I can only guess. From what I can guess is that they probably want to alter their contracts. Adore has that option. I'm sure Adore is going to alter their contracts and add addendums to their contracts so it won't happen to them again. And maybe they don't agree with it, you know. But what choice do they have? Again, the only choice that they have is to get out of the business. The only choice that they have is like, would you like fries with that? The only choice that they have is like, would you like cream in your Americano? That's the choice that they have. Working at Starbucks. That's the choice that's what they have. Because they can't go and record music as long as they're till 2029. They can't sign with another company. They can't go do music. They can't, so either they can pivot and get into acting maybe, or do whatever they want to do, but they can't sing. They can't make money off of singing and being in a group. They can't do none of that. So, I mean, they can do it, but they can't do it in Korea. They're not going to be able to, and then whatever money that they make, they're going to have to pay Adore, because they're going to have to pay Adore. Just like JYJ, it took them what they say? 10, 11 years to pay SM back. And JYJ was really popular in Japan, but it took them like what, 10, 11 years or maybe more to pay back SM. They had to pay SM back for breach of contract. And so every time they made an album or made money, part of their royalties went to SM. So either NewJeans want to go down that route. Again, I don't think NewJeans is that well known, that talented as JYJ. JYJ was part of TVXQ and they were in the group for quite a while. And they were one of the biggest groups at that particular time. They were a huge group in second, they were a huge group. And so in second generation. So TVXQ and JYJ had that, they had at least a little bit of leverage. NewJeans, they didn't come out with enough albums, they didn't do enough things, so they don't have that kind of clout and leverage and inroads in the industry like JYJ could go to Japan and pivot. I don't think NewJeans, the other three members, even when they start performing, I don't think they're going to be able to pivot like that. I don't think they have enough connections and enough inroads in the business to pivot like that. And I think there's enough heat on them that there will be a backlash if they try to do it in Korea. I said the only option they do is try to take it internationally, try to take it somewhere else, like Japan, or take it maybe to America or something. But either way, they're going to have to pay. They're going to have to pay these royalties. They're going to like, give us our money. And how long is it going to take them to pay them back? It may be 10 years. It may be quite a while. That's a long time to be paying off a debt. But JYJ did it, but at a steep cost. And they've talked about it before, like how they were good in Japan, but to give up their own country like that, they had to like move to Japan and give up, that they were blacklisted from the industry. They couldn't perform on no award shows. They couldn't perform on no variety shows. They couldn't perform on anything on TV. SM had them blacklisted from the industry completely. And they couldn't perform. Like one of them finally performed, I think was like 2 years ago, the first time in like 14 years. That they finally have and people are still mad at them. Like there's a whole, I could talk about. Anyway, I won't talk about that. There's some tea about JYJ, a member. There's some serious things about a particular member. There's a lot of allegations about this particular person. And I've said it in my gossip tea. I've hinted about this person and the things that I've heard, but I didn't say who the person's name was. But he is a member of JYJ. So those of you who are my members, if you go to my post, and I wrote a post recently, that is a member of JYJ that I'm talking about. And it's out there. It's out there. Like this is a member of JYJ, and he's in Japan right now. So that's who I'm talking about. And so y'all read my post, y'all be like, oh my God, like that's who that is. And so it's just sad. Like they have suffered mental issue. Like JYJ has suffered like mental health issues because the stress of them having to leave their own country and pretty much lose all their friends. Like they were like, like I said, I got to do a whole video about JYJ because they were pariahs in South Korea. Like they couldn't even go home. Like that's how bad it was. Like they had to be seen with their family on the cool. They lost all their friends. People stopped talking to them. Like it's very sad. So not only did they lose a lawsuit and lost their careers, but then they also lost their social circles, their connections. People turned their back on them. Like it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It's very sad. And I think, and be honest, I've said it before on record saying I thought JYJ had claim. I think they were stiffed by us. I think they were stiffed. I think they weren't getting paid. I think they were mistreated. I think they were overworked and underpaid. I think their contract was a slave contract. It was too much. So I think that they had real, reason why they filed a lawsuit. I think they had real reason to file that lawsuit, unlike NewJeans. And they lost. It was cruel how they were treated. It was very cruel how they were treated. And it was cruel how they were treated when they were TVXQ. TVXQ was one of the biggest groups ever, and they were worked to death. Like they were worked and worked and worked. And they tried to renegotiate their contract, and they didn't want to give them no more money. And they were making a lot of money, but they didn't want to give them no more money. And that's the reason why. And they were also overworked. They were kind of treated bad. And they That's why they were trying to get out of it. And I think they had reason to. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty bad. Yes, Suzanne. I'm talking about JYJ. Back in the day, in the second generation, there was a group called TVXQ, and they were before Big Bang, and of course before BTS, and they were one of the biggest groups in K-pop at that time. TVXQ, and they songs still are good, and they are still considered legends of like the second generation, and they were a great group, a legendary group. However, when it came for them to renegotiate their contract, I think they were like in a long-term contract. And when it came time for them to renegotiate their contract, three of the members of the group were like, "No, we want more money." And they were being worked to death, and they understood that their royalties were not where they should be. And they were overworked. They were constantly touring, constantly put up albums. Everybody, like, they were the hottest, the biggest thing ever. And so three of the members decided to try to file a lawsuit to get out of their contract. And they had a bitter long-term lawsuit. And they lost. And so when they lost their lawsuit, the three members decided to form their group called JYJ, and the court said that they had to pay back their contract. And it took them, I think, like 11 years or more to pay back their contract. They became JYJ, they moved to Japan, they became really big in Japan. They're still big in Japan. Like, they're considered legendary boy group in Japan, but they had to pay all that money back. And they suffered greatly. They were blackballed in the industry. They could not perform in South Korea. SM effectively blackballed them in the industry. They could not do no variety shows. They couldn't perform in South Korea. They couldn't do anything. And so basically, they lost all their friends behind the scenes. They became pariahs in their own country, because they tried to take on the agency, the mighty SM, and they lost. And so they suffered mentally, a lot. And one of them has suffered a lot, a lot. Like, it has taken its toll on him in many different ways, and it's very sad. And but now, like, Korea has come around. Like, in the past couple of years, one of them was actually on a variety show. He hadn't been on a variety show in like 14 years, and they're actually allowing them back in Korea to, I guess SM was like, well, everything's good, but they still suffered. They suffered a lot. Like, the story of JYJ is a story I'm going to do, because they suffered a lot in the industry. It was very cruel what they were, but SM will blackball you in the industry. But they ain't the only people that ever faced different. YG and SM are known to blackball people in the industry. Again, 21. YG blackballed 21 in the industry. Like, if y'all didn't know, they did. They did. They did 21 dirty. YG did several groups kind of dirty. But 21, I like 21. And I respect 21, but they did them dirty. They did 21 dirty. They was wrong. Yeah, the Burning Sun thing. Yeah, the Burning Sun thing. Yeah, blackball for 15 years. Yeah. SM don't play, honey. SM do not play. When you cross SM, they don't play. I said SM, they got a lot of connections outside of just the K-pop industry. Like, people talk about SM in the media, and that they have the people in the media. Baby, SM, they don't play. SM does not play in these streets. And YG, like I said, I'll never forget YG for what they did to 21. 21, and then 21 only found out that they got disbanded through the media. Like, literally, CL was looking at the media and found out that 21 got disbanded. Like it is, I'll do a 21 video too. Because it is, if y'all don't know the story about 21, go look it up. It is a crazy story. The way Daddy YG did them, and Daddy YG would call them ugly all the time. Baby, I talk about this all the time. He would call them ugly. He said he wanted a prettier version of 21. And 21 was talented, that 21 had a good work ethic, but he called them ugly. Baby, and this ain't rumored. Even the members said yes, that Daddy YG called them ugly. And he went out and got Blackpink. And basically took songs that were made, that were supposed to be for 21, and pushed them over to Blackpink. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the NewJeans stuff, I was like, that's nonsense. Because again, JYJ and TVXQ were worked to death. They were worked, honey, worked. They were worked to death. They were constantly on touring, constantly. They made so much money, but they just wanted a little bit more money. Like I think that's what. Yeah, yes, very low. 21. Yes, Daddy YG. It's up there. You Google it. He called them ugly, and you look at 21. To me, there is nothing ugly about 21. They were. He said he wanted them to be prettier, and then he started having problems with the members because they wanted more money. But 21 was like the girl group at the time. They was up there, honey. They was up there with Girls' Generations. They were the one of the premier groups at the time. They had a very big crossover hit. And they were up there. Like Big Bang and 21 was the yin and the yang. They were the boy and the premier. But yeah, he called them ugly. And they didn't find out they were fired. And he didn't tell them. The media. They read it in the media and they were like, what? That the group was disbanded. And and I'm surprised they went back and worked with YG, but I guess there's water underneath the bridge. But they went out and went on tour last year and all that. But yeah, 21 has had they had all kinds of issues, and a lot of the claims of 21 is the reason why CL and the other members who tried to go solo, that it did not work out. CL has came out and said that she was blackballed from the industry. She's a member of 21. They said that they blackballed them from the industry. Yeah, JYJ was blocked for many years. Yep, they couldn't be. Yep, 21, they could not. That's right, girl. They could not. They blocked them for 14 years and they wouldn't let them be on shows. They wouldn't let them do nothing. In Korea, they wouldn't even let them do no damn promotions in South Korea. Nobody wanted to work with JYJ in South Korea. They were scared to. They were scared of SM. They were scared that SM was going to be like, oh, you going to work with JYJ? Well, we're going to take our artists and we're not going to have them on your variety show. Those are the conversations that were had by SM. That's how they got away with it. Jessica was blocked too. Yeah. Yeah, they did all of 21 dirty. They did them dirty, girl. How is that even legal? It happens in the business. It happens. What happened to T.O.P.? Quiet as it's kept. Some people said that T.O.P. was blackmailed in the industry because y'all understand that what that marijuana charge really was. What a lot of people, they talk about T.O.P.'s marijuana charge, but it's deeper than that. T.O.P. was dating that girl, this trainee. She was a former trainee. For YG. T.O.P. was dating her. She would sell drugs to a lot of the people in K-pop, including Bobby from Icon. Okay, so she is the one that gave marijuana to T.O.P. and a bunch of people. Daddy YG cornered this chick in a bathroom. That's the reason why he got charges 6 months ago. He cornered this chick and she recorded him. He threatened her, was telling her to drop the charges. This is the same chick that was dating T.O.P. So she threatened to out a bunch of K-pop singers. She threatened to out them. Because Daddy YG found out she was dealing drugs. He was going to turn her in. And then she was like, well, I'm going to drop the dime on these famous people. And that's what she did. So yes, people forget that there's a backstory behind the T.O.P. thing. So T.O.P.'s career was ruined because of that. Because of the marriage. And on top of that, he was in the military at the time. So he was in the military at the time as well. So that was even doubly bad. But yes, it was all because of this chick that he dated. And she was dealing drugs or giving drugs to idols. And so Daddy YG got in trouble for threatening her. She in turn sued Daddy YG or filed charges against him for threatening her. And she recorded him on tape. And he was trying to cover things up about certain artists that were on illegal substances. But again, I mean, yeah, I can blame him, but I can't blame him because he was trying to protect his artist. So no, he shouldn't have intimidated her. He shouldn't have threatened her. But this chick was trouble. This chick was notoriously known. And again, I'm sure T.O.P. ruled the day that he ever got involved with her because she was involved with another guy, another idol, allegedly. And she was nothing but trouble. Like this chick was nothing but trouble. And she was going around selling illegal drugs to idols. And that's kind of how YG, they have butchered Blackpink. They mismanaged Blackpink. I talk about it all the time. That they mismanaged Blackpink. Their whole career. Yeah, YG is, yeah, YG has done some bad things as well. That's why Daddy YG is not the CEO no more. Daddy YG still produces, he still works with the idols and everything, but he was the CEO. His brother is the CEO. So brother YG is the head of the company. He gave the company over to his brother. But he still, I mean, he still works there, but he's not the CEO anymore. But yeah, that's why Daddy YG, because he had that whole scandal, and he got in legal trouble for threatening this girl and everything, and she recorded it, and he didn't know he was being recorded, but still, and then, like I said, the thing with 21, but Daddy YG is something else. Like, Daddy YG is something else in the business. He's to be respected because he was one of the foundations of K-pop. And I will always respect Daddy YG for bringing, without him, without him and the other people, there would be no K-pop. So I respect him, but the way he did 21 and some other groups was just wrong. It was just wrong. There's other rumors out there about Daddy YG, but I'm gonna keep that to myself. But there's other rumors. There's rumors out there about Daddy YG, back in the day. But that I'll keep that to myself. But yeah, CL, yes, yeah, he wouldn't let her release the song. Teddy is a producer. Teddy's with the black label. But Daddy YG still produce. They have a new group coming out, y'all. For all you Blinks and people that didn't know, I'll say it again. YG has a new group coming out, a 4-member girl group that is younger than Blackpink, and all the Blinks went crazy. But yeah, he's been posting videos and stuff. Or if you go to YG's YouTube, they talk about the new group that's coming out. They already have the 4 members. I think they even showed pictures of video of them. But there are 4 girls, and people and a lot of the Blinks are upset because they think that that's the replacement for Blackpink. And Daddy YG said, no, it's just a coincidence. And that he likes the number 4 for a girl group. And it's just coincidence. Now, if y'all believe Daddy YG, you can believe Daddy YG. I don't particularly believe Daddy YG. And I do feel like that this is a replacement for Blackpink. That I feel like that Blackpink wants to go solo. And I think maybe he's going to slowly but surely let them do that thing. But it's strange to me that he got 4 girls and this new group is going to be released next year. And I'm like, okay. But he's like, no, I'm not replacing y'all. I love y'all. Yeah, it's going to be a new group. Yeah, that just happened to be 4 members that are younger. Oh my God, Susan. Woo! Susan Sparkman. I have heard that rumor over and over and over again. I talk about it. I've heard that rumor over and over. I've heard these rumors so much that I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. I've asked people, and all of us don't know what to think. But those are the rumors that I've heard as well. I've heard those rumors. Oh, even in the industry, I've heard those rumors. I don't know who people talking about anti-fan spreading this rumor. I'm like, no. I have heard these rumors. But again, I said before, and I've said it before, these type of things happen in the industry. But I don't know what to believe about Blackpink. But I don't know. But all I'm saying that this has happened to other groups. But usually other groups and small agencies though. So yes. But yeah, being in a small agency as a girl group is scary. It is scary. I would say that, yeah, because they would have these meetings with investors. It's a whole. I'll talk about that next week. But it is scary being in a small cash strap agency. Being a larger agency, you have more protections and stuff like that. But yeah, these new girls starting these little new groups and these agencies that nobody ever heard of. They work them poor people to death. But yeah, you heard those rumors too. So yeah, I keep hearing these rumors over and over and over again. So I tell people, where there's smoke, there's fire. So I don't know, maybe in the beginning, that's how it went down. I mean, I kind of don't see why YG would do something like that, but then anything's possible in K-pop. Anything. I done heard some things that I don't talk about that I'm just like, okay, really? I'm like, oh, okay. I just kind of keep to myself because I don't know if they're true. I don't know if they're fake. I just keep them to myself. Yeah, I've heard that about a lot of the girl groups. That it's like I said, especially the ones in new agencies. because they need investors. They need investors. They need money. These smaller agencies, and they will have these hosting parties where they'll bring the artists in. And like I said, a lot of it happens with the female industries, but female girl groups, the girl groups. But it happens with the male groups as well. Again, I had a video where I talked about Omega X and their claims. Their claims that they had a female CEO with their agency. And I said that Omega X said that they were called at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning by the lady CEO. And she would call them and have them come over. Certain members come over. And then some certain members she would call at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, that she'd invite them to hosting bars where there would be investors there. And they would have to sit there at a hosting bar, with investors, and just host. I can't, pour drinks, laugh with these investors, these older men, whatever. And so, like I said, I can't just say it happens to female artists, but it happens to male artists as well. There have been people who have talked about this all the time, about having these quote unquote industry parties, or they want to hire, you're a small agency and they want to hire your group. But before they hire your group, we're having a get together and we need for the group to be there. People are saying don't. This is how kind of things go on in Asia, like not just South Korea, but from what I've learned from China as well. Y'all know about the Yu Minlong thing, about how they talk about that a lot of these people are required to go to these parties in order to get acting jobs. Y'all think that only happens in China? It happens in South Korea as well. That is kind of partial and part of the industry, that you especially when you're a new group or a new actor, that you got to kind of network, and this is one way of doing it. And so when y'all talk about Yu Minlong and the tragedy of what happened to him, and things started to come out about these parties that they were having, then people started to see, like, wait a minute, but I was like, South Korea, same thing. If you're a struggling actor or actress, or a struggling agency, the best thing to do is to get in rooms with people who are rich men. That's the best thing to do. Oh, really? And the Paris is one of the largest trafficking hubs? Wow. And so it's like, yeah, I'm glad that they're not in a small company. It's very vulnerable, Yeah, they need to be schooled on the money and the side of the industry. I've said yes, V. Marie, yes. People are so desperate for fame that they'll put up with anything. And the thing about it is, it's so normalized. So it's like the way that the managers and the CEOs will tell you, like, oh, this is normal. And so they're like, the young people are like, really? It's so normal. It's like, oh, okay. And I tell y'all, I told y'all before, one of the things about NewJeans, I need to write this down. Let me write this down. Because I'm going to do a video about it. One of the things that we learned from the Minhee Jin and Brolio, and the things that I asked. So I asked my friends in the industry. I was shocked how less the parents are involved in the industry. That shocked me. Like, I don't know if this goes on with all agencies or all groups, but I was shocked to learn that a lot of the industry, the parents are not really involved. So I said, you mean to tell me I'm sending my kid off to Seoul, a city? And again, I'm shocked that parents don't know what's going on. A lot of times that they have to rely upon their children to tell them what's going on. A child, like, I'm going to listen to my 18, 19-year-old tell me what's going on. Y'all know that if you got kids, you know how it goes. You got teenagers, you raise children. You know damn well you can't rely upon your 16, 17-year-old to tell you anything straight. That they're going to softball it, or they're going to be overly dramatic or under dramatic, or they're going to be like, well, yeah, this is happening. And sometimes teenagers don't comprehend really what's happening as an adult. Like, you have life experiences so you can see. So I was just shocked to know that the parents don't have a liaison a lot with these groups. The parents don't have somebody that's constantly contacting them, that they have to rely upon their children to tell them what's going on. I thought that was absurd. So now I can understand how Minhee Jin was able to manipulate the parents away from Hyde, because Hyde wasn't talking to these parents. Management wasn't talking to these parents. So now I understand how the parents sometimes feel, I was explaining, isolated, out of the loop. So now you can understand how your child may be out here at hosting bars at 2 o'clock in the morning and you may not know what's going on. Or your child may be treated in a cruel manner and they don't really want to say nothing to you because they're embarrassed, or they don't want to be taken out the group, or they're afraid how their parents are going to react. And so sometimes when you're out of the loop and your kid is way far away, they don't really tell their parents, they don't really keep them in the loop like that. And I was like, that's crazy to me, because I would want to know. I would be like, what's going on? Somebody better call me. Yeah, the info is kept from them. Yes. That parents are a non-factor. Unless when it comes to contracts or them going on tour or something like that, then they have to get permission. There's certain legalities. But besides the legality, I was shocked to learn that the parents don't have a liaison. That I'm like, wait a minute. So the parents don't have somebody that contacted them? They were like, no, they thought I was crazy. I was like, and that's the same thing with KG from Vicha, who's suing JYP agency. That the things that she described was crazy. KG was hurt. She went to the hospital. She's had something messed up with her back, her shoulder, or something like that. And they gave her injections. And child, her mother didn't know what was going on. KG was 16 years old when this was going on. KG from Vicha, look it up. That Vicha was a international girl group that JYP has they're still around, but they've changed members and lost members. But KG sued, she's been suing. The lawsuit's been going on a while for her to get out of her contract. How she was treated and things was going on, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, little girl, where your mama? Her mama didn't know these things were going on. Nobody was telling her mama that she was hurt. Nobody was telling her mama that she was getting injections. I'm like, wait a minute. They injected her with something. She's 16. She's trusting the adults around her. They were giving her like cortisone shots and be like, okay, get out there and go practice. So nobody was there to advocate for her. Like, she shouldn't have been practicing 10, 12 hours a day. Like, all these adults are like, where everybody else is practicing, you need to practice too. Her mom had no idea until she was calling her mom, telling her mom. Her mom was like, wait a minute, what is going on? Because the parents don't have no liaison. And I said, that is crazy. That's why she's suing. Yes, because America don't play when it talks about child labor laws. But they were literally giving her medical treatment without parental consent. And I was like, is that even legal? I'm like, JK was invited to audition in a hotel room when he was very young? Are you serious? I didn't know that. Thank God his parents kept a close eye. Right. He only felt good vibes from Bon PD. Yeah, the Diddy parties. Yeah. So I would be like, what is my kid? Like, what? I said, I thought that was odd. They're like, no, it's not industry standard. Like, normally the parents, I guess their dreams, I guess. And again, because South Korea don't have the laws that we have. So in America, you can't do anything to a child without having parental consent. You have to have written consent. Like, you can't do anything. If a child injures himself, you have to go to the parents. If the child is working, you have to go to the parents. You know. Yang Hyun Sum, come on. Y'all leave that man alone. That's what I said. Like, I mean, it's just why that blew my mind, because as a parent, I'm like, there is no way in hell I send my kid off. I don't know what's going on. I better have a camera in the dorms. I mean, that's how I think. I would want a camera in the dorms. I want to see what's going on with my child. But they didn't. I'm like, I would want an adult to talk to, not my child. An adult. I'm not saying I don't trust my child or value their opinion, but I want to be able to ask a grown person, so how's my child's progress? Are they getting the dance moves? Has they singing improved? Like, I want a progress report on what's going on. My child, not every day, but at least once a week, I want somebody to be like, send a text message or something and be like, okay, your kid is fine. They're going, but no, they rely upon the kids to tell them that they're going out of town or they're going out of the country or they're going. That's how you get these young people in these situations where they're going to these hosting bars. Like I said with Omega X and their situation, and they were adults, but they were pretty young guys being asked to do certain things that were strange. You know, the CEO calling you at 2 o'clock in the morning drunk, talking about talk to me, and she would sit on the phone with one or two of them and cry and talk because she was just unhinged. The lady was unhinged. And Omega X had to sue, and they were in litigation for a while, and they finally got out of their contract. Like, they're with another agency now. But the things that they experienced was just unprofessional and just weird. That lady was just weird. And if she wouldn't have been caught on audio and video, if a fan wouldn't have took that video, we would have never known what was happening. And I think that maybe the lawsuit, they wouldn't have got out of their situation. But it's crazy, you know. Yeah, they said that JK didn't see his family for a long time. I mean, you got to think they weren't there for holidays, nothing. Birthdays, holidays, that they were never home. They said BTS went home for a lot of holidays. And a lot of all the birthdays and the celebrations and things that they miss with their family, you know, that you got to call your mom and be like, happy birthday, mom, and happy birthday, dad, you know. And Burning Sun was horrible. I don't say his name, OG, because when I say his name, it for some reason brings the people to my channel. I've mentioned Burning Sun before. I put it on my channel about him. I put it on my channel, some tea about him, and I tell y'all, there's rumors going out that Burning Sun, I call him Burning Sun Oppa. There's rumors out there that Burning Sun Oppa is trying to work behind the scenes in the industry. Y'all can take it with a grain. But honey, Burning Sun Oppa got clubs in Thailand and Vietnam. Burning Sun Oppa has businesses still in South Korea. Burning Sun Oppa still gets a lot of girlfriends. Burning Sun Oppa is popular with the ladies. He always got a different woman on his arm, Burning Sun Oppa. So for somebody who went to jail for a piddly 18 months, Burning Sun Oppa still got money. Take that as you will. So Burning Sun still got women. People be like, what woman go back? Baby, Burning Sun, honey, Burning Sun apparently from what I heard got a whole stable. He got a different hole. He got holes in different area codes from what I hear. As quiet as it's kept. I heard he got women in China, women in Thailand, honey, some still in South Korea. From what I hear, Burning Sun Oppa got bitches everywhere. That whole Burning Sun thing didn't slow down that weirdo enough. Yeah, Burning Sun is not even the worst one, no. He's the Korean R. Kelly, yeah. They're talking about, oh, it ain't quiet. No, it's not quiet. Because he be on the internet showing out. He be having pictures of him with all kinds of women. Burning Sun Oppa don't care. Yeah, he always get caught out there. And I mean, and the things that he's done out with women to be crazy. Crazy shit. He didn't been caught out roughing up women. He been caught out. I mean, this is on video. Dragging women out of places. He been yelling at women. I said, y'all women dumb enough to be with this man? Who want to be with that man? Y'all know that man crazy. He seem unstable. They said Burning Sun Oppa get to drinking and he just go off and the Korean justice system is garbage. Yeah. But again, as quiet as it's kept, not really quiet, but they talking about Burning Sun Oppa was the fall person. They said that they paid him to take the fall. That's what they said. They were like, oh, we gonna give you a little. No. They be like, you be out of jail. Here, take this money. Go on jail for a little bit. You be out. And you can resume your life the way you normally would. That's what I heard too. That they even did it to foreigners as well. Like I said, that whole Moon Tae-il thing. Wait till Moon Tae-il get out of prison. Moon Tae-il should have got longer than he got. The whole Moon Tae-il thing is full of baby. It's full of controversy and controversy. Like once you start moving about that Moon Tae-il thing, I went down that rabbit hole for months. Like there's video of them, and it's just a lot. Like I said, me personally, I feel like Moon Tae-il, that wasn't their first rodeo. I feel like they've done that before because the way things were calculated and they were trying to escape the cameras and they reset the GPS on the phone, it's a whole thing with Moon Tae-il. A lot of us feel like, in our opinions, that wasn't the first time he had done something like that because it was just too calculated. It was just way too planned. It was like either they planned to do this or this is something that they've done before to foreign women. Because they targeted this lady, we believe, because she was a foreigner. She was a foreigner, the woman that they did this to. You know. Yeah, the Burning Sun scandal grew up, and then like next thing you know, because there was more people in that whole Burning Sun thing than just the people that went to jail. These chat rooms had thousands of people in these chat rooms. There are so many people in the K-pop industry that look, Burning Sun is something that even to this day, they don't want to talk about. People don't want to talk about the Burning Sun thing. There were so many different idols in these chat rooms, y'all. I mean, I didn't heard all kinds of things. Hundreds and thousands of people in these chat. I'm talking about government officials. I'm talking about teachers. I'm talking about lawyers. I'm talking about business people that were in these chat rooms. Looking at these videos. And granted, some of the men thought the videos were fake. Some of the men thought the videos were set up. They didn't think the women were really passed out. So some of the men didn't really understand what they were looking at. But some of them did. Some of them knew what was going on in that club. For sure, especially in the industry. Managers, staff members. Like I said, nobody ever talks about all the managers and the staff members and the people out in the industry that went to Burning Sun as well. So, and then all the victims, and they have to live with this for the rest of their lives. And there are many more victims than what they said. And so, but they didn't, a lot of these women didn't come out because they were shamed. They didn't want to lose their jobs. They didn't want to be shamed. They just didn't want, they just wanted to go away. Yeah, YG, boy, It is all Googleable, yes. And the things that went on, like I said, with all of that, it's crazy. The Burning Sun is when I found out about Burning Sun in 2022, that was the craziest thing. I went down a hard rabbit hole for a long time because I wanted to see the messages. I went online to Korean sites. I was all on Naver looking up stuff. I was having things deciphered and translated because I was just blown away because of somebody who knew who Big Bang was. I barely knew who they were. I was just floored that this person that Big Bang Oppa would get himself involved in something like this. But again, it never ceases to amaze me. Like I said, they got the Diddy documentary that I gotta watch, but it never ceases to amaze me how stupid men are when it comes to sex. Like it just blows my mind that men will lose their entire livelihoods over women, over physical gratification. When Burning Sun was unnecessary. Like a lot of the dudes that were doing this were good-looking dudes. Like some of these stuff was businessmen doing stuff like this. When really I'm like, did y'all really have to do all of this? Like it was like they were just doing too much. And some of this stuff was unnecessary. That if they really wanted to find women to sleep with and to be with, they didn't have to drug women and all this stuff. Like none of this stuff to me was necessary. To me, this is stuff that they wanted to do. They wanted these women to be passed out, in my opinion. They wanted these women to be drugged. They got off on that. Because they could have found women to be with and could have slept with them. I mean, it's South Korea. But no, to me, they wanted that. They were some sick freaks. Like they wanted women passed out. That was part of the thrill of it. Let's see how past I can get this woman. And that was part of the thrill of it, you know. And so, you know, yeah, it was game to them, it was sport. And that was the sick. And then, like I said, and I tell people, like, y'all think these K-pop idols are innocent. Girl, they're not. There's still men out there doing shit like this. Like on a personal level, like not filming it and, you know, doing stuff like that. But I'm like, in the K-pop industry, there are rumors, notoriously rumors going around that there are male idols that do stuff like this. That get women real drunk. And like I said, Moon Tae thing, they fed this chick alcohol till she was like blackout drunk. Like she didn't know what she was doing. She did blackout drunk. And so that's kind of like a thing for some reason. I've that people tell me of getting people really like blackout drunk or slipping them something in their drink, GHB or something like that in their drink to or ecstasy. That's another thing that people slip into people's drinks. They slip ecstasy in their drinks and GHB, you know, like that and knocks them out or tranquilizers or something, and they put stuff in their drinks and then get them drunk, and then they're groggy and they don't know what's going on, and then they take advantage of it. You know. Yeah, I wouldn't do business with him at all. Okay, Kim. I see. I'll fix to get out here and get off of here in a bit. But it's just sad. Like that, you know, these men like to have them walk off into the sunset is crazy to have them walk off. But it happened. Like I said, there are rumors, whispers in K-pop that men are out here doing these things. You know that they drug women and stuff like that, and especially foreign women because they feel like they're going to go back to their country and they're not going to tell and blah 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 blah. And then sometimes the women don't realize what happened to them. Sometimes they're thinking like, did I drink too much? And they don't really understand what happened. That's with Burning Sun too. A lot of these women didn't understand what they just thought they went out and got too drunk and went back to the dude's, you know, hotel room or apartment, and they didn't realize that they were drugged, you know. Oh yeah, it was part of the Moon Tail thing. Yeah. There was evidence that the NCT fans are the ones that bought the funeral wreaths for Yoongi. They came to my channel last year and they were going on content creators' channels and harassing us because of the Yoongi thing. Any of those. I agree. Yeah, Burning Sun was on and popping. It was very popular. It was one of the most popular, hottest destinations in Seoul. A lot of people in the industry, a lot of staff, and a lot of idols went there. A lot of business people, a lot of rich people, socialites, influencers went to Burning Sun. It was on and popping. Y'all saw those videos as well. It was a very popular club. It was one of the like premier clubs like in Seoul. And everybody knew who Burning Sun Oppa was. Everybody wanted to go there. Sometimes they would have waiting lists. People would be standing lined up outside for hours to get in there. They would have VIP sections for some of the idols. But after that happened, nobody wanted to be associated with that club or anything around it. And to this day, people dummy up. People are like, I don't know, I wasn't there. I don't know, I wasn't there. But there's enough evidence out there that there were a lot of idols involved in male idols involved in this Burning Sun thing. And there's always been names that have been rumored and whispered about, but there's just not any evidence. Like there's not, you know, any hardcore real evidence tying other people. But of course there was. I mean, these videos in these chat rooms went around for quite a long time. You know, and again, there are chat rooms and things going around now that people have. Like I said Burning Sun may have been that, but I said it really hasn't stopped. Like, because people are kind of into that. Like, you know, kind of into that. So, yeah, it makes you nervous. You know, it's a lot of money, a lot of power, and a lot of, yeah, I need clubs where you go to be seen, to see and to be seen. When you get into clubs that are like high celebrity, very popular clubs, then, it'd be, everybody wants to go there. Everybody was there at Burning Sun. They wanted to be seen there. A lot of celebrities would go there. Not like granted, I'm not saying everybody knew what was going on there, but there's some of them that knew what was going on there and partook in some of these activities where these women were passed out. Hello, it is what it is. So it's a lot. It's a lot. But like I said, Burning Sun was just, the tip of the iceberg. They really got too carried away with it. They really did. They got really carried away with it. You know. You fell down the rabbit hole in 2020? Girl, I fell down the rabbit hole in 2022, 2023. I fell down the rabbit hole for a long time studying Burning Sun. Yes, many people looked the other way. They knew what was going on there. And they may not have liked it, or they may have participated, but a lot of people knew what was going on there. From what I've learned, people tell me that everybody kind of knew, whispered about it, what was going on there. And some people didn't believe it. They just thought, oh, these are just rumors. But some people believed it and they heard about it from like real credible sources. And some people would avoid that club. They would not go there because of the things that they heard. But it's interesting. Burning Sun is always interesting to me. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. Like I said, I could go on and on about Burning Sun, but I hope that Burning Sun Oppa does not get another chance to be behind the scenes in Korea or anything like that. Like I said, I don't, he doesn't deserve to be in the music industry, in my opinion. He doesn't deserve that. Like, and the things that he done, he didn't have to do what he had to do. Like even though I know he claims his innocence and know he claimed that he didn't really do anything, that he just operated the club, he just financed it, he didn't really know what was going on. But there's enough evidence that he knew what was going on. Yeah, the group chat was just part of the act. Like, yeah. Right now, BTS is in the United States. I mean, not the United States. They're in South Korea right now. They were doing album. They kind of go back and forth. Yeah, Burning Sun Oppa was in it for the money. Like that, they were getting paid a lot of money when in and out of those clubs. Like that's something that don't get talked about a lot, how much money Burning Sun was really making. They made a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. And that's something that kind of gets glossed over, but they were making a lot of money. That's the reason why they kept doing what they were doing, because these business people and these idols and these stars were paying for it. And they were paying a lot of money multiple times. So, oh, you think that they targeted her because she was a bit drunk? They texting each other and the plan, I've got her even more. Yeah, I do. Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Have a good day. I don't know. So yeah, I think it's just indicative of the industry. Like I told y'all before, I've said it before. A lot of the female idols do not like to hang around the male idols. A lot of the female idols consider the male idols weird. Like they consider them either to be sex pests, or they consider them to just to be weird. They just considered OG said OG had me laughing, baby. I'm dying. Right, girl, right. Had me laughing. But yeah, a lot of the female idols have been on the record saying that they don't feel comfortable around the male idols. Like they said a lot of them are weird. And like they have had experiences with them that is just kind of weird. Like things that are just not appropriate. That a lot of the male idols have approached them in ways they're just very inappropriate, So, but right now BTS is in Korea that we know of, because they just posted a picture of them at rehearsal, a big hit or whatever in Korea. But I just, it just happened. But I'm gonna leave y'all with one thing. What's funny about dating in Korea that people don't right in this economy? Right, at least give me 2,000. Damn, I'm like, you had to come up with some real money. $200 barely compare my grocery bill. I got 2 kids to feed. $200 ain't gonna pay me nothing. I need at least 2 grand. I mean, come on, make it worth my while. I mean, shit, right? But yeah, I tell people I leave people with this, and I said it before in my Kiki After Dark post. I said one thing in Korea that's funny that people don't realize that blew my mind is somebody told me somebody's like, well, you do know in Korea that people date and it's secretive, right? So we all know that they date in secret. They can't tell the public that they're dating somebody. And a lot of times they can't even tell their bandmates or their parents and their family and friends that they're dating this person. First of all, they don't know how far the relationship is going to go. Second of all, the more people you tell, the more chance it's going to get out, even by accident. Even some people just, you tell your family and friends, they tell their family and friends. So loose lips sink ships, okay? So a lot of times when they're first getting to know somebody and dating somebody, they don't tell nobody. So their bandmates learn to stay out of their business. And it happens whether you're talking about a girl group or boy group. This is how it's been for years. What happens in K-pop that I learned, I said, okay, well, that makes sense. You don't want everybody accidentally slipping. What happens in K-pop is sometimes, especially with the men, the male idols, they will date 2 women at the same time. Now, in different groups, sometimes the same group, but most of the time in different groups. So it has been known that men in K idols will meet a woman out somewhere or through friends. They will start talking to them, Kakao messaging them. They will go out with them, and they be like, okay, we're together. Okay. But you can't. And then she doesn't want to tell anybody because she's an idol. So of course she don't tell her family and friends that she's dating this person either. Okay. So what happens is they meet somebody else. They start talking to them. They're dating in secret too. So I said, wait, what? And then I thought about it. I said, wait. I said, if I meet somebody and I'm dating somebody and my parents don't know and my family don't know and my bandmates don't know and neither do theirs. I said, well, how do I know this is my man? My friend told me, well, you don't. I said, wait, bitch, what? I said, well, how am I supposed to know my man is my man? She said, Kiki, you don't. I'm like, I said, but wait a minute. She said, you don't. So there's plenty of people going around thinking that man is their man, but that man may be somebody else's man. And you have no way of knowing it unless somebody accidentally spilled the beans. So you have a lot of that going on. So I was dropped the bomb on going, you know what? I said, because we were talking about idols and dating and JK and everything. And that's what that person told me. Then she turned around and told me, she said, you know what? A lot of idols don't want dating to be the norm. I said, why? She said, basically, I'm paraphrasing her. She said, girl, because that puts salt in the game. I said, what? I said, wait. She said, girl, she told me straight up, she said, Kiki, a lot of idols don't want the dating secrecy thing to get out. They don't want their dating to be out there. I said, well, privacy issues? She said, no. She said, because they can't date multiple women at once. I said, wait, what? She said, yeah. She said a lot of idols like the fact that they have to be secret and private because if it got out in the public who they was dating all the time, they would be caught. I was like, bitch. I said, what? She like, yeah. She said, so a lot of idols, when all these international fans are championing the idols and they're like, idols should date, because I'm one of those people. Idols should date. Baby, behind the scenes, the idols are like, no, we're good there. Because I'm like, why don't the idols try to champion it themselves? I was told, oh, honey, the idols can. She said if the idols really wanted to be out in their dating habits, oh, honey, they could. They could push that. I was like, what? Why don't they? They don't want to. And I was told that's the reason why a lot of them don't push it, because they don't want to be caught. So that's why the idols don't push for it. She said if the idols really wanted to push for it, they could. If the idols wanted to date and be out with people, they said the agency would make that happen. But the idols, a lot of them do not because they're dating multiple women. And so that was my question. I said, well, how do you know your man is your man? And she told me, well, honey, you don't. You don't know if that's really your man because it could be everybody's man. Yes. Right. Yes, I saw that. I saw that, OG. Yes. So it blew my mind because I just assumed that all the idols would want to be out there with their dating and they should be able to live their lives and do. And she was like, no, honey, the idols don't support that. A lot of them don't, especially the male idols, because they want to be messy. They want to be able to date multiple women and the other ones not know that they're dating each other. And the story that I was told is that a second generation idol group, a girl idol, this is the story. They were sitting around with a bunch of friends. This second generation idol was sitting around with a bunch of her friends years ago. And they were talking. And, once you get around women, y'all start talking about men. And then this one chick was like, she was saying that she was dating somebody. And the other girl's like, I'm dating somebody too. And then this one chick is like, I'm dating somebody, but this guy keeps bothering me. Like he keeps calling me and I keep telling him I'm with somebody. He keeps calling me and they were making a joke. And they were like, she won't leave me alone. She won't leave me alone. And they made a joke about it. And so as time went on throughout the day, they were drinking a little bit more. And then the girl asked the other girl, so who's this idol? And he was an idol. She was like, well, who's this idol that keep bothering you, even though she had a boyfriend? She said the idol's name and the girl turned white because that was her man. So her boyfriend that she was dating, that nobody knew she was dating, this girl was talking about her man. Her man was bothering her. Her man was hitting her up all day, every day, was trying to get with her, with this other chick. And she looked at her and she was like, who again? She said the idol's name. And the girl didn't say, and she got white. And so the girl told her bandmate, she said, you know that chick over there, the one that she was talking about who was a sex pest, the guy bothering her, she said, I've been dating him. They were like, what? So she went and told her boyfriend, she was like, have you been bothering such and such or this group? And he denied it. He gaslit her. He's like, no. He said, no, that's not how it happened. She's calling me because y'all know how these men do. You know these men blame y'all. You know these men will blame the woman any damn time. And he blamed the other chick. He said, no, she keeps calling me. And gaslit this chick. But he was an idol, she was an idol, and the other girl was in a rival idol group. And this man was literally sex pesting different. She found out he was sex pesting several different women. While that was supposedly her man. So again, I was told you may think you got a man, but until you have met their parents and until the other people, bandmates, know that you're dating, that's not really your man. It's your man between y'all two, but your man could be cacao messaging this one and that one and this one. And I was told that the male idols do not want their private lives out there, not just because of privacy, but also they can't go around and screw different women if that was the case. If they were known to be out here dating, that would be the case. I've also been told that many people have had their heart broken over dispatcher fans taking photos and videos of idols together and they thinking that that's their man, and then they see dispatch and they see their man with somebody else. Or they see their girl, because not just men, with somebody else. And then it comes out in the tabloids, oh, these people are dating. They show pictures of them, dispatched it, and they were sitting there looking at the dispatch going, wait, and then they find out that their man is not their man or their girl is not their girl because they're out knocking the boots and seeing somebody else secretly as well. And it happens with men and it happens with women. There are women out there who secretly date different men. And they either never find out about it or they may find out about it years later. Like, oh, I used to date such and such. Wait a minute. I dated such and such. When did you date her? Oh, around this time. What? Oh, man. Like, yeah, and they find out. So I've learned in K-pop, You never know who your man is. You never know who your girl or your man is. And they like it that way. So idols are invested in keeping the status quo and how it is. Yeah. So they and it's crazy. I mean that's just how it is. You know, that's how the game is played in Idollandia. And it never dawned on me, and that blew my mind that this is what goes on, and why the idols don't ever want dating to be out there, and why my friend told me that things will never change with idols being out and proud with dating, because there's a contingency that don't want them to be out, because the moment they have to go to red carpet events and they're out seen with somebody and it's known to the public that they're dating, they can't date other people, and they for sure want to date other people. And I was like, okay. Like, I got it. I'm like, I get it. But I was like, oh, bitch. I'm like, what? That's why dating is not a thing. And I don't think dating will become a thing anytime soon. Because again, I'm out here fighting a good fight. But then there are idols who don't want that. And so I'm out here fighting a good fight. I'm like, idols can date. And then knowing behind the scenes that for the international fans who are like, idols should date and we don't care. I'm like, baby, the idols want to keep their private lives as private as they can. Because they want to date multiple females or multiple males. But it happens a lot with the men. So again, like, I find it disingenuous. I find it horrific for me to have a relationship with somebody that nobody knows about. Because, like, it's not a situation that is optimal at all. And I understand that they have to keep their things quiet and everything like that. But I at least want one person to know that we're together. I would at least want one or two people to know. Like, you got to tell your mama or something, we together. Like, And yeah, I did a whole video talking about how people think that idols are the same, and they're wearing the same thing, same fingernail polish, and this shit to be like months apart. Like, it won't even be in the same week; it'll be weeks apart. I'm like, well, yeah. And it doesn't add up. And then I said in my video, my winter JK video, idols don't do that. Idols understand that they want to keep things secret. So the moral of the story is the whole thing with JK and Winter. It makes no sense, because I'm like, if they really were dating, they would want to keep it secret, and it behooves the man to want to keep it secret more than the girl does. It is more advantageous to a guy to keep a relationship secret. And trust me, most of them want to, because of privacy reasons, but also because of creeping reasons. So there is no way any man in K-pop is going to breadcrumb and drop hints and get a tattoo of a chick, when I'm like, why would they? That's what I said in my private video. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. Because that's the game out there. Unless you plan to marry somebody, it is kind of like almost understood and implied that they're going to date multiple. And like, I'm telling y'all, it is almost like the idea that if they're going to date, you are not going to be the only one. Like, the female idols, in the back of their mind, they're like, yeah, I'm probably not the only girl he's talking to. They understand that. So the idea that they're going to go out here and post pictures of them at the same restaurant and wear the same shoe, I said that is so ludicrous and absurd. Because what male idol is going to, what advantage do they have for being caught? They wouldn't do anything to get caught. They don't want to get caught, because it doesn't benefit anybody for them to get caught. They are very secretive, and they know how to play the game good. And they know how to be very discreet. Other idols have told them, management has told them, y'all understand, these people on their management teams help facilitate their relationships as well. So you have managers that will cover for idols. You have managers that will provide safe space for idols. You have managers that would tell them, bring them over my apartment or my house because they know the media is watching their house. I'm like, y'all don't understand, the management has a lot to do, are very close to these idols. They're almost like brothers or fathers to these idols. So part of being a good manager, especially if you have the same person that you're managing for a long time. BTS has managements and managers been with them for a long time. They become almost like family. So if you tell a manager, I really like to see this girl, but I know I can't bring her to my house, people are going to be watching. We can't go to her house, people are going to be watching. So sometimes the manager will be like, y'all get in the car and y'all meet up in my house or come at different times. So let's just say JK will come at 7, Winter will come at 5. Nobody will know where they're going. People don't know where the management lives. And so the manager may be like, okay, you guys come here, you guys have dinner, I'll leave. So the manager will leave for the night, for a couple of hours, how long are they leave? And they have some place to go where they're not out in the public. This is what a good manager will do for you. They will cover your calls. They will make sure you have privacy, again, because people don't know where staff lives. So sometimes idols go to where the staff is at and they meet up with the person and they have a nice little dinner date at the staff's home. That's what a good staff, that's what a good staff person does for you. Because they are like friends. They're like family at this point. Because again, nobody knows who the staff is. Nobody pays attention to who their managers and who their staff, where they live or where they're married. And nobody pays attention to staff. People pay attention to people's family. People pay attention to where the idols live. If they can't be out, they go to staff. You always have an assistant, management team, somebody to help you out in many different ways. So management don't only just manage them when they go on tour and their careers and everything. They do a lot of personal things. Like, if they need to send somebody flowers, they may have somebody from management or on their team, an assistant, to do it for them. Could you send this girl flowers for me? I'm busy. Or could you send her something nice? The management will go in there and pick out something nice. So not only the management there for personal or private and business, but they're there for personal as well. They're friends. They've been with these people forever. These people know their routine. They know their personalities. They know them better than sometimes their own family knows them, because they are around, the management team are around you more than your own family a lot of times. They are family. Yeah, they've been with them for years. And then on top of that, you trust them. They trust, a lot of times they trust the management team with their lives and their privacy. Yes, it's part of their jobs. It is part of their jobs to cover up their relationships, to make sure they have a safe space to be. So that's part of the job. And the management don't mind. Like I said, they're with them a lot of times. More than their own family, more than their own siblings. They're like brothers and sisters. They're like caretakers. They're like mothers and fathers. Like, they understand that I can trust this person with secrets, with things that they see. The managers see things all the time. They see the girls. They see the girls that they hook up with. They see, the management is like, okay, like, I gotta hide this for you. And it's, it's a symbiotic relationship. And it's a beautiful thing. Like, their managers, sometimes their managers are their best, like, the people that they talk to. Sometimes the management, they go on vacation with them. Sometimes they haven't gone through mental health people and they sit their management down and they're like, I just need someone to talk to. Can I talk to you? Sure. Sometimes they almost like therapists. Okay. She said, I hate the one, if you began as an easy lay, keep it there. Y'all, V Marie's a whole pimp. V Marie said, look, I don't mind a booty call, but V Marie said when she lays with them, they don't want to leave. V Marie said she land on that good. She said they don't want to leave. They just want to stay. And V Marie's like, okay, you got to go now. But they want to stay. Oh my God. She like, look, You gotta go. I understand you didn't fall in love after one night, but damn it, you got to go. Like some of us don't have it like that. Like I've been single for 3 years now or so. It seems like forever, but you know, I'll just keep being single. I'll probably be single for the rest. I tell you, I'll probably be single for the rest of my life because I'm not outgoing. I don't be out there in these streets like that. I don't do anything. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. Yeah, yeah. Celebrities, especially idols, feel like they can't trust anybody. So to get with somebody, to have a management in the industry that's been with them a long time, they feel like there's a bond of trust. They're not just an employees. They're like I said, they're family. Like their staff are really truly their therapist, their brother, their sister, their therapist, their mom, their dad, their caretaker sometimes. I mean, when they're sick, you gotta understand when idols are sick, they call their management. They sitting at home, they calling their managers. The manager's like, what's wrong? Oh, I'm sick. Okay, well let me go get you some tea. Do I need to bring you some herbal tea, some medicine, right? Some water? Are you good? I'll bring out. They go pick the stuff up and they drop it off at the idol's house. This is how a good manager is supposed to do. They take care of their idols because their idols are their livelihood. And then, like I said, another part of it, they really genuine care for these people. You get to know somebody a long time. That person's your right hand man. This person's my assistant. They carry my bags. They're there for me. I'm sick. They coming. They coughing. And yes, they don't get to interact and see their family as much. That, like I said, they see their management team, some of them every other day, or they're messaging them and asking them, what's my schedule? What's this? What's that? So yeah, their management a lot of time wants the best for them. And so a lot of times the managers will run interference. When it comes to women, one is calling you, then the other one is calling you. The manager may pick up the phone and be like, oh, he's busy right now, blah, 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 blah. Why he with another girl. And then the person on the other line is like, oh, okay, because they used to the manager. Sometimes, can you pick up my phone and tell them I'm busy? Or can you pick up my phone and answer and hand it to me? So sometimes the managers be like, well, he busy right now. He be with another girl or interacting with another female. And they run, and then they like, oh, okay, well, I'll just call him back. Oh, he'll call you back. I'll let him know. Okay, bye. That's what a good manager does. I want Mr. Lee to guard me in any way, shape, or form or capacity. Mr. Lee is thirst trap. Mr. Lee is the king of thirst trap security. He's top flight security. Top flight security. He's the king of the thirst trap. Oh, Mr. Lee is just, that's a sexy man. I'm like, oh, Mr. Lee. So yeah, Mr. Lee is hot. He's a sexy guy. But yeah, that's kind of like the relationship. But I thought I'd drop that on y'all because like I said, I was gagging. Because I was like, wait, what? To know that, and it makes sense because I'm like, yeah, if you are dating somebody and y'all in secret, how would you know that person's being faithful to you? You don't. If I'm in a secret relationship that nobody knows about, I can go and be in a secret relationship with you, you, and you. I'm in a secret relationship with all y'all. Shit. And none of y'all are going to know about it. It's like, well, do they know each other? No. Do they interact? No. Secret relationship, you get a secret relationship. You get a secret relationship. You get a secret relationship. I would be in a secret relationship with everybody. Even in the same group, I'm messy. I would be like, well, I would be in a secret relationship with Yoongi and Jimin. I'd be like, you know what? I'll be telling Jimin, baby, you the one. I really love your back tattoo. It's so cute. Then Yoongi, I'll be like, well, Yoongi, I really care about you. Like I'm telling you, I'd be with the whole band. Oh, they see me coming, I turn around, I'll be like, oh shit. They be like, where you going? I'll be like, hey guys, hey. What are you guys doing? Coincidences meeting here. And then all of them sitting there like, I'll just be like, meeting you guys here. Like, oh my God, like I can't believe this right now. I'll be trying to run up out of that room. I'll be like, pew. I'll be like, shit, I'll be gone. See you later. They'll be like, where you going? I'm like, see you later. Because you meet in public is like, it's just be like awkward. You're like, oh, hey, y'all, how y'all doing? Great. So they be like, and how many of these members are you seeing? I'm like at least three of them. Like there's Yoongi, there's Jimin, and an RM. Like at least three. At least three. Okay. I'll be like, at least three of them, and none of them would know it. They all thinking they're the one. I'll be like, well, baby, you the one, like one I really want to be with. I really like you. And then the next one, you know what, RM, you're so smart, you're so strong and handsome. And then Jimin, oh Jimin, you're so sweet. Yeah, okay. My phone be going off. Who is that? I'm like, nobody, baby, don't. I'm like, oh, that's just my friend, And knowing my luck, they would all get together and be drinking. And they'd be like, I got a girl. And knowing men get together and start talking about like inappropriate things. And they'd be like, I got a girl. And she be doing this and doing that. Oh, my girl do that too. Wait a minute. My girl be doing that too. Wait a minute. I thought I was the only one. They're like, no. They were like, wait a minute. How are all of our girls going to be doing? They'd be like, wait a minute. Who's your girl? See, I can't. See how I get down in the bedroom would wrap me out. Oh my God. They'd be like, that's really oddly specific what she doing. Like, what is she doing again? They be like, wait a minute, what does your girl do again? Well, there's this trick that she does with her tongue. And they be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, what kind of trick? Well, I don't know. She kind of does like this thing, They be like, my phone be ringing the video chat. They all be like, wait a minute. Be like, hold on. Oh, girl. They be like, wait a minute. Describe that again. Like, my girlfriend is really special. She be like, They be like, that looks familiar. What? Wait a minute. My girlfriend does that too. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. So does mine. I'm like, I would be caught. I would be so caught. They be like, that looks familiar. Like, I don't like do that again. No, she I like, they like, bitch. I know that. They be like, wait a minute. Hold on. And then she goes in the circles and yeah. And then she licked here, yes, and then up and then down and around and then back and forth and on it. Girl, yeah. Does she have a gag reflex? No, my girlfriend doesn't either. Mine doesn't either. Bitch, I'll be like, ah. They be like, this ain't no coincidence. Who is your girl? They be like, Kiki, mine too. I'm like, oh. I be like, see, what happened was, I just, you know what? I like all of you. We don't have to end this relationship. We can all share. I'm a shareable. I'm kind of like, like a family style buffet. Like, I'm family style. And so for me, I could still be with all three of y'all, even at the same time. It's fine. It's fine. I'm like, I do. I'm like family style. I'm like a shareable meal. I'm like family style. We are with the whole family can eat. Like we are fine. Like we are fine. We're fine. Yes, the family style buffet. I'm like, hey, I don't discriminate. We can all share. At the same time, it's fine. Like I'll be trying to real hard trying to convince them that this is fine. They be like, no. I'm like, I'm willing to share. If you guys are willing to share, I'm willing to share. I'm not stingy. I'm not a stingy girl. What's up with the family stuff? Right, sharing is caring. They like, wait, no, we're not buying it. I'm like, I was like, dang, man, you just ruined my life. Like, I'd be like, this ruined my life. You fed them on family style buffet. Family style buffet, we can all eat. I'm like, y'all can all eat. It's fine. And then me, like, that sounds so much like me too. It's fine. Fellas, wait a minute. There should be no jealousies and no arguments and disagreements. Okay? It's fine. We're all friends here. We're all friends. Like, you guys are friends. I'm friends with you guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I would spend so hard to try to convince people. Like, you can eat preferably. I'll be like, it wasn't me. I don't, I was like, you know what? I just, hey. Like, I would try hard to try to convince them to be like, this is okay. This is good. I'm like, it's natural. It's natural. Back in the day, I would take history. Back in Korean history, when, when they had courtesans in Korean history, they would have multiple gentlemen with a particular courtesan in court. And she would, they be like, she didn't came up with a whole history lesson. Kiki didn't came up with a whole history lesson. I'm like, well, technically speaking, I am following in a tradition of your forefathers. And see, I could be a courtesan and you will be my gentleman courtiers. And that's how they used to do it back in the day. Because I'm out here to convince somebody. They'd be like, wait a minute, history? Like, she didn't brought up a whole history lesson to get away with this shit. I would have to try. I'd be like, okay, dig deep, girl. We're going to bring up history. Yeah, the history lecture. Oh, then yeah, I'm going to do a whole history. I'd be like, well. You don't date bandmates or friends. I have never dated bandmates, friends. I have dated brothers. Yeah, I have dated brothers. But they were step brothers, so does that really count though? They were step brothers. I don't think that really counts. Dads, few dads. But does that really count? Talk about kid. Girl, I'm over the Chinese Jedi mind tricks. I'm like, come on. But I'm like, okay, the step brothers really count. This dads really count. I don't think it really counts. I just, now y'all see how I talk my way out of things. I don't think step brothers really count. I don't. But I've never dated friends. Wait a minute. No, they weren't friends. I don't even know what none of that is. Love in Deep Space or watching the Spice Memory Cars on YouTube. I don't know what that is. The dad of the step. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't date the dad of the Step Brothers, but it was a dad and a father and son. But that was a whole nother situation for another time. But yeah, Step Brothers. I have not dated friends because that just gets crazy. And I have not dated bandmates. That just gets crazy. I wouldn't dare date friends or bandmates. But again, father and son, that was a special situation. Step Brothers, special situation because I kind of didn't know that they were stepbrothers. Like I kind of didn't know that. I just didn't. But yeah, normally time I don't keep it in the family. I keep it out the family. Again, I have dated married men, plenty of them, and but they weren't, they weren't related to anybody or anything. But I have a way of talking my way out of things. You know, I have been caught cheating before, but again, I tried to talk my way out of it. It did. It didn't go over well. It didn't. Yeah, they didn't believe me. I was like, well, honey, you did what, there was no, it didn't go. They were like, no. I could see Jen cussing me out in many different languages being heard. Oh, it's a game. It has five love interests. I have never heard of that. So, but you could give me oh, girl, like, I have a storied. I could write a whole book about the things that have gone on in my past. This is just woo. I had some fun times. It was nothing but fun times when I was younger. It was just me being wild and free and do whatever the hell I want to do. That's why I said I can never throw any moralistic judgments on everybody else. Y'all know I'll be waiting for the lightning to strike because it's gonna hit me. I'll be looking up at the ceiling because I hear ah, because I never can be like, well, maybe they should die. Never mind. I agree with everything. Cause I hear the crackling in the ceiling because lightning's gonna come. Chappelle. I'm like, ah! I'll be like, oh, lightning didn't kill her. Because I could never throw any kind of moralistic judgment because I would be the biggest hypocrite. Cause I'll be like, nah, I can't really be like, no, I'll be like, that's right. That's right. People be like, cheating is wrong and that's horrible. You cheating on your relationship. And I'm like, that's right. Cheating is right. No, I think cheating is fine. Because the moment I'll be like, that's right. Cheating is bad. They be like, don't you say it? How many times you did? Whoop. It's wrong to sleep with in an uncomfortable position. What do you think about sleeping with married men? I mean, I would advise it. I would advise it. I would say yes to. Yes. You were saying yes to that because I'm finna get it. Like how many married men So I never want to be a hypocrite because I just there's not much that I'll be like, anything that involves children. I'm like, no. Animals, no. No. No, no. Any force or essaying, no. I'm like, no, that's wrong. No, no. Cheating, I'm like, it happens. That's all you're gonna get out of me. Well, sometimes it happens. Like what? I'm like, yeah, it happens. I can't, I can't be like, oh, that's horrible. I'm like, that's kind of, it's okay. do what you do, Like I can't be like, oh, that's terrible. I'm like, well, because then somebody's gonna be like, well, what about? I'm like, what about you? I'm like, this is the one time, okay? Because then somebody I know is gonna show up in the video and like, bitch, we know you. I know you. And I was like, oh. Like, weren't you the one? I was like, didn't you? I'm like, yeah, that was me. Because I'm like, I can't throw stones at my house was full of glass. Like, my walls are glass. My ceiling is glass. The floor is glass. There's glass everywhere. Because I'm like, ooh, I can't throw no stones. I can't look like a pick up a stone. I'm like, no, I'm not going to pick up that stone. No, I'm good. Because I had a lot of fun when I was younger. I was a very free-spirited kind of person. Period. Like I said, I don't have a problem with people being with men for money. Like, oh, well, she's a gold digger. And I'm like, you know what? That though always, yep, gold digger. I played that role too. I'm like, I dated a few guys for money, and just because they had money and they weren't cute, Now, like I said, that was in my younger years. In my older age, I've, married and had children and been settled down for the most of my 30s, 30s. But before that, why I was like, I was a wild girl. I was a wild child for quite a bit. And so I've lived a lot of life. I've lived a full life, you know, and I've survived it because, I didn't put myself in some situations and I'm just like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have been in this. It could have went very wrong for me. But good night, OG. Good night. Good night, y'all. Good night. Good night. Everybody's going to bed. I'm fixing to go to bed as well. I have not eaten today. Today is very busy. I know Saturdays um are so crazy for me. I get up at like 8:30 in the morning and I'm gone all day, like with my kids and parties and horse training and shopping. And Lord, it was a lot. Cheating is okay. See, I can't even say it's wrong because I'm like, I just, you know what? I had a hard time staying faithful because it is hard. It was hard for me to be faithful when I was younger. It was very hard. It was very challenging. It was very, because it was just like, well, there's so many men everywhere. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like that. And then I'm the type of person that when I would get angry with somebody or I would get bored in a relationship, instead of breaking up, I would just cheat. So I would get angry and bored by my previous relationships and I would just cheat. But that was, like I said, that was back in my 20s when I was fickle and young and trying to figure it out. But, I would just get just bored. I was like, yeah, I don't want to be with this dude no more. And so I would try to find avenues to find somebody else. And the moment I found somebody else, I would dump that dude. So to me, a job, being with a man was like having a job, and you have a job, and you're like, I'm not happy with my job, and so you go out and fill out applications for another job, but you don't want to quit that job until you find a new job. That's how I kind of saw relationships. I was like, I'm not gonna quit this man until I find another one. So I'm out here putting out applications. And then once I find somebody else to date, then I was like, see ya. So that's how I kind of saw it. It's like, like it was a job. Like it was, you don't really leave one until you have another one on the back burner. And so back in the day, I would always have like these like A, B teams. I would have like, okay, you're the A team, you're the B team, you're the C team. Like I always had backups. And so now my life is totally, completely different because I don't date nobody. I don't see nobody. I don't do anything. What do you consider cheating? Oh, cheating is cheating. Cheating is cheating. Yeah, cheating is cheating. Do I think texting another woman is cheating? It depends on what you're texting another woman about. But yes, yes, it is. Yeah, because I wouldn't want to be with a man and he's texting another woman unless she's a family member. She better be family. Hell, she better not be no. I mean, like, why are you texting her? For what for? What reason? But then again, depends on the relationship you have with that particular person as well. If you guys have a serious relationship, then yes, that's a problem. If you guys are just dating, then I don't think that's a two. If you guys are not in a serious relationship, yeah, or a childhood friend, yeah. If it's a friend or a relative, somebody you've been knowing a long time, and you're just, and then you guys are just texting like, "Hey, how you doing? Did you see the episode of Stranger Things?" Then like, you know, then that's it. You know, you shouldn't have been committed. Yeah, I agree. That marriage is a whole different level. Like I said, it depends on what kind of relationship you have with the person that you're with. If y'all are married, that's a whole different level than just somebody you're just dating or somebody you're just casually seeing. You're married to somebody and you guys are living together and you're married and you have children, then you have to be extra careful about that. you shouldn't be texting, talking to nobody, you know. I have to clock my boyfriend for this though, because he admitted they used to be FWB. Oh, really? See, I can't be in relationships. Okay, good night, Susan. Thank you for joining us. Oh, you're still young though. You're still young. Joy, you're still young. If you ain't married, it's not called cheating with you or several people at a time. Like I said, depends on what kind of relationship you have with the person. If even if you're not married, if you're in a committed relationship, like this is your boyfriend, your girlfriend, and you guys are been together, and you supposed to. Sorry, y'all. My kid interrupted my. I think my kid is trying to do the TV thing, but yeah, texting another woman, it's like you must end your relationship. Yeah, it's just yeah, you're saying I'm not serious. Yeah, V Marie. If you have the time enough to text another woman, then even the time to do it, it's just you're not being very serious. It's like yeah, that's what I said. It depends on the circumstances with the woman too. Is it somebody that you've had relationship with or you've had intimate relations? Then you for sure shouldn't be texting that person. Then you're not ready to have a relationship. You're not ready to have a relationship. Then that's just all to it. I mean, it's somebody that you've been with. I'm like, man, I don't know about all that now. I wouldn't want to be with a dude and he's texting his ex or his ex FWB or I no, I'm good. Like I don't call me no more. Like go ahead and text her. I'm cool. There's no way anybody should be texting their exes or somebody that they used to date for I can't think of I'm single and I can't think of any reason why I would be texting my ex. Like what reason would I have for that? Like, unless there's something else going on. If she texts you first, block her. You know how many people I done blocked on my phone? She said I have friends that I cut off before we got together because of that. I felt like it was right to expect the same to be answered with or I'm not gonna answer. Like I would have blocked them. I tell people you got the block button. Like you had to block that, you would have block. I don't like I said, my mentality is this. I am not a very tolerant person and my time is very limited. So I don't have time to be entertaining other people. I barely have time enough to be entertaining one man, much less multiples. So I'm like, what is the purpose of this conversation? That's how my thing is. I'm like, like I'm busy. Like I work, I have children. I don't have time to be dealing with multiple people. I'm just like, what is the my thing is always like, what is the purpose of this? Like, why would I be doing that? I'm not that bored. Like, I'm just like, I could be doing other things. I could be on a live stream. I could be doing other things than be bothered with somebody else. They're going to call from another, block it. I would change my number. Do you know how many times, do y'all understand how many times I've been stalked? I wish my sister-in-law, I wish Jennifer was here. She would tell you literally that like, I've had exes that wouldn't leave me alone. Like they would get burner. They would get like fake numbers, like text numbers. I'll change my number. I ain't scared. I've changed my number before. Changed my number like a couple of times because I don't feel like being bothered. Period. Just don't feel like being bothered. I'll just be like, I'm out. I'm a very cut and dry person. I don't have time. I can cut people off like that. Like it ain't nothing for me to cut somebody off. I mean, I could just be in a bad mood one day. I'm just like, you know what? They talk about I be finding ways to break up with people. I'll be sitting around like, okay, so he said this that one time. You know what? I break up. I'm like, I break up. Like, I will find ways to cut people off. Like I will talk myself into a breakup. Like that's me. I'm team breakup all day. Don't nobody ever come to me and be like, do you think I should stay with him? I'll be like, girl, are you crazy? No, run. Just dump his ass and move on. Like, that's me. I'm team breakup. Like, I had a reputation, like I had a whole nickname and everything because I would be like after like they would have a probationary period of 90 days. And most of the time they wouldn't make it 90 days. And if a man made it 90 days, it'd be a miracle. I'd be like, praise Jesus, it's a miracle. I think out of all the relationships that I've only had 3 relationships last longer than like I've had 4 relationships that have lasted longer than a year. But the average of most of my relationships is usually 3 or 4 months, maybe. So I had my marriage and my ex that lasted for years and years. But everybody else, baby, baby, I am like, if JK was my ex, I would never block him. JK was my ex girl. He would stay in the rotation, honey. He would stay on rotation. JK would stay in rotation. Period. JK would stay in my rotation on purpose. JK, it'd be like family buffet. I'd be like, family buffet time. I'll be like, family buffet time. It would be family buffet time, baby. JK would stay in the rotation. He would always be in the rotation. He would always be there. My phone would always be open to JK. If he wanted to call me morning, noon, night, spring, summer, and fall, I would answer the phone. Hello, 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 JK. Huh? Okay. Well, I'll be dead asleep. Be 3 o'clock in the morning. What? I'll pop up out of bed. Hello? Hey, what are you doing? Nothing. I'm asleep. Are you asleep? I'm down like, no. I'll be like, your shortest relationship? Oh, you 23. You're a baby. You're a baby. What, going on a year and a half? That's a lifetime for me. Like, I was like, oh, that's a long time. Well, I think money matters. Hell yeah, money matters. If you ain't got no money, I ain't got no time. Yeah, I like I said, most of my relationships just don't last that long. It's hard for me to get into a relationship, period, because I'm very finicky. Like, I'm a very, like, people say you're a very picky person. It just takes a lot. It just takes a lot. This takes a lot. It just takes a lot. Like I said, I've said before, being friends with me is good. I am the best friend you will ever have. I will help you bury the bodies. I will lie for you. I will do everything legal within legal means. You are my friend to the end. I'm loyal. I'm a loyal, kind friend. But being in a relationship with me is hell. It is hell. It is not, it is like, I will, to even try to start a relationship with me is, you have to jump over hurdles because, oh yeah, OG is young, baby. Right. When you get older, you ain't tolerate nothing. When you get older, they sneeze wrong and you're like, I didn't like that sneeze. The hell out of here. I didn't like that sneeze. That sneeze that sneeze sounded a bit threatening. I don't like that. When you get older, you're like, I don't like that. I mean, I don't like a lot. But I think I was like that when I was young too. Um, I'm a Cancer. I'm a Cancer all the way. But I'm like, I ain't got time for that. My threshold is very low. But that's just because been had relationships and deal with people, and I recognize the patterns. But again, to get with me is hard because I'm like, okay, so what's happening? I'm like, so what are you finna do? It's like when you audition when they're auditioning for Hitman Bang. I'm like, okay, let me see what you got. Just turn around a little bit. I just be like this. Hmm. All right, next. Like, I'm not impressed. Next. Like, I'm serious. Like, that's how my mindset is. It's like, what are you going to do for me to make my life easier? because my life is hard enough. I don't need somebody who's going to make my life harder. I mean, my life is not harder. It's just busy. So I'm like, I got so many things to do. And I'm thinking to myself, if I wasn't dealing with you, I could be getting things productively done. Like I could be cleaning my house. I could be cleaning my car. I could be cooking. I could be clean. I could be doing a video. I could be writing. So I'm like, it takes a real special person to get me away from my life and the things that I need to do, because to me, I enjoy the things that I do. And so I get distracted. And so I just, it takes a person that got to be in my face 24 hours a day. They really got to be like, hey, hey. And I'm like, oh, yeah, yeah, you. Okay. What is it you want again? What is that? That is what you wanted in? A real man? What we met a real man whenever. I don't, first of all, I don't need a man for nothing. That's what happens when you don't need a man for anything. I don't need a man for nothing. I don't need a man for anything. I have money. I have a good life. I enjoy my life. I'm busy. I have things and lots of things. All women should feel that way. Because again, like it has to be worth your time, because being with a man can disrupt your time. It disrupt my time. I don't have time for that. I'm busy. I'm like, girl, I'm busy. Yeah, they have to be emotionally mature. I have to have lots of things in common with them. We have to be on the same wavelength, and we have to be like, you know, I found him. Yeah, I was married. So, but no, first of all, I wouldn't ain't finding him, because that's impossible. Because again, in order for you to to date, you have to find somebody. You have to be actively looking for somebody. And I don't feel like it's tedious. It's tedious to look for men. It's just tedious. It's just so damn tedious. Like I just be like, oh my, it's tedious. It's tedious to go and find men. Like that's the thing. It's not like, a man's gonna fall from the sky and land in my lap. Like, hey, I was like, that it takes effort. Like yeah, it takes effort. You have to put yourself out there. You have to go places, do things. I'm like, I don't, I got shit to do. I'm like, I got shit to do. I'm like, what are my thoughts about armies calling out Bruno for his statement? I found out about this earlier in the live stream, and I kind of talked about it, but yeah, I'll answer the question. I think that what Bruno Mars was doing was just be an industry media play. I was gonna say industry BS. It's just he's trying to get him and Rose a Grammy. So the statements that he stated, Bruno Mars, was erroneous. They're not accurate. The numbers don't meet any of that out. But I understand what he's doing. He's trying to get him and Rose, especially Rose, out there with the press so they can win a Grammy. So the things that he's saying, they're not factual based. The things that she was saying was not factual based. Now he's entitled to his own opinion, but certain things that he was saying about facts, about Rose being the first Korean artist, I'm like, wait a minute. Like we needed some more specifics. Are you talking about Korean solo artists? Or what are we talking about? Female solo? If he's talking about Korean female solo artists, then yes. But the things so he needs to clarify that up, because the numbers, and it's not factually correct. But I think that what he was saying is just media play. It's just him big upping Rose because they won a Grammy. Bruno Mars was saying something to the effect that Rose was like the first Korean artist, or some first Korean artist to have a big hit, or something like that. They'll tell you what he said, but it's not correct, because BTS have done that. JK have had hits, so to say that she was the only one, or the first, like I think they were saying she was the only Korean artist. Now he could be like, she's the only Korean artist that I liked. He's entitled to his opinion. I don't have any issues with that. But the things that he was saying was like, yeah, I forgot, saying that she's the only Korean artist. I forgot what he says. So what she was saying was just, what Bruno Mars was saying was factually incorrect. Yeah, because we had Psy, we've had, so maybe you talk about she's the only like female solo artist. If he would have said that, that would have made a lot more sense. Bang PD is sexy brain to me. Oh God, Bang PD. Oh, hmm. I like a boring man. I look. I have never been like the most in-depth person. I am not. I like a pretty face. I'm sucker for a pretty face. I like a man that's attractive. I have most of the guys that I've dated have been attractive guys. Again, especially in my 20s when I was really shallow. I was really shallow in my 20s. Like, my God. But she said Bong PD was hot, baby. You know what? Somebody out there thinking Bong PD is hot. Bruno Mars said he said Rose created a big impact like Psy Gangnam Style and introduced K-pop to everybody. That's even laughable. That is the stupidest statement I've heard. Okay. Like I said, I think he was just big upping Rose because I think he said that just to be nice, but that's not factually. I mean, he's entitled to his own opinion, but introduce K-pop to everybody? What the fuck? That was a dumb statement. I was like, Bruno Mars, I can't believe he said nothing so dumb. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Right, right. What? Right, Rose introduced K-pop to everybody. Okay, now come on now. Now, come on now. Oh man, come on now, man. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Thug gets brought up that suddenly BTS members are suddenly thrown into the headline. Always. Yeah, he did. Oh, please. That's the same thing I think. Oh, please. Like, come on, Bruno Mars. I know he trying to big up Rose because they trying to get that Grammy, but damn, he didn't took it too far. I mean, like he really putting it on. A lot of other people telling armies are overreacting. I think, I he's entitled to his opinion. I think that they're again. I'm one of these people that I don't care what people say about BTS. I'm just like, all right, cool, great. That's his opinion. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. It's not factually accurate, but I'm not going to sweat with Bruno Mars. What do I care about what Bruno Mars got to say? I don't give a damn what anybody else got to say about BTS. I live in a house full of BTS haters. My kids do not like BTS. I don't know anybody who likes BTS besides Jennifer. Maybe she liked BTS. She started out liking BTS. I'm surrounded by BTS haters. I don't know anyone else who likes BTS besides Jennifer and the people on my channel. That's it. Nobody I know is like BTS. They're like, who? So what Bruno Mars has to say, inconsequential. I'm just like, okay, he's entitled to his opinion. Yeah, my kids hate BTS. They hate K-pop. They hate it. So I don't understand why BTS Army gets so upset over what people's opinions are of BTS. The proof is in the money. I'm just like, okay, who making money? Where our bag at? Get our bag at? Like, give me my bag. Because BTS finna get the bag. And my thing about it is, okay, Bruno Mars, you say that now, but when BTS come back with a comeback, when they come up with that album, we'll see who's saying what then. Okay. You know. Bong Look, I like Hitman Bang like the next person, but I ain't gonna crawl up in the bed next to Hitman Bang unless he pay me. I like Hitman Bang. I'm gonna need some money to make it through and some soju to get through this night, Daddy, because it don't seem like Hitman Bang would live up to that name. I crack myself. I apologize. It don't seem like Hitman Bang could live up to that name. Like I think that I mean like that just applies to music only, right? Because I don't think that I think no, I don't think Hitman I don't think Hitman Bang would live up to that name in the bedroom. I think it would be just like it would be like, not. Isn't Bruno's song going against Kendrick? I don't know. She said, I understand Army because BTS have discredited BTS in Korea and outside the industry. I understand that, and they're gonna keep going through that. That's just it's just the nature of the beast. I understood that when I was reading up on about BTS, the things that they went through, and I'm like, okay, now I see what this is. Like I understand in the West that K-pop. I did a whole video about how K-pop, why K-pop has not took a foothold in the West. And that too apply, even though BTS is the most famous of all of Korean acts, but they still are not like mainstream popular. Like I said, with their next album coming out, we'll see. But BTS came close. They came very close with Butter and Dynamite. They came very close. And again, most people, if I sing Butter and Dynamite, they know who they may not know BTS. They may look at them and be like, who's that? They may hear BTS and be like, what is that? But I if I sing Smooth Like Butter, they oh, I've heard that song. They've heard the song. Or light it up like dynamite, light it up like dynamite. They like, okay. So they understand what that is. Like I said, even I didn't know who BTS was, but I knew Smooth Like Butter, Criminal Undercover. I knew what that was. I was like, oh, that's BTS? I was like, oh, okay. So people know the songs. They may not know the group, but they know the song. So BTS came very close to being like household names mainstream. But again, because of the military, to kind of stymie their career. And like JK, I can sing some JK songs and my kids know JK songs. They may not know it's JK, but they know they know the song. I have to sing it to them. And they're like, is that BTS member? I said, yeah. You hear them in the wild all the time. Me too. I go out to the grocery store and we'll be at the store and my kids go crazy. My kids hate it. I'll be like, smooth like butter. My kids are like, let's go. Get out of this. My kids hate K-pop. They hate it. Their taste in music is like indie rock, emo, Midwestern emo, indie rock. Like that's the stuff that they listen to. Like my kids listen to like Joyce Maynor and Alex G and stuff like that. Somebody's here simping. Bang PD deserves to be simped for. Like I said, Bang PD, he don't look like he live up to that name, but he's a very successful man. So again, I would be like, okay, Bang PD, we gonna light it up like dynamite. Like you don't really look like you would live up to that name, but I might be surprised. Look, I simp out for sugar all the time. You told I'll be nice. Y'all leave Hitman Bang alone. Look, look. We all have moments of temptation. God, look, who you talking about simp for JYP? That would be me. Y'all know JYP. Man. Y'all know JYP is JYP. JYP is daddy. Daddy JYP. I love JYP. JYP is cute to me. He's a handsome older man. I don't even like older men, but I like JYP. JYP can slide in my DMs anytime. He can slide in my DMs singing to my sweet dreams are made of this. JYP can get up there and wear a damn dress. I'm here for it. He can slide in my DMs singing sweet dreams and wearing a damn dress and some makeup, baby. I would be like, come on, JYP. I don't judge. Come on, JYP. JYP is my man, baby. Whew. That's my dad. That's daddy JYP, boy. JYP Opa. I'll be like, Opa. Opa. Y'all know how much I love JYP. I have a huge crush on him. Like I think I like him. He looks good. JYP is cute. And he can dance and sing and all that kind of stuff. So he still got it. That's what JK gonna be. JK gonna be JYP in about 20 years. That's gonna be Jungkook. Y'all know damn well that Jungkook is gonna be JYP in about 20 years. He's gonna be running his own record label. He's gonna be up on stage dancing around in a clear suit. Y'all know that that's his future. Y'all know Jungkook's still gonna be cranking out albums at 60. He has zero shame, and I love it. The JYP memes, they are classic memes. JYP is the king. He will get up there and wear some crazy outfits, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, I love JYP. 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 JYP is my oppa. 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 He's my oppa. He's my oppa. I tell you, Jungkook gonna be up there at 6 years old, up there dancing around. He gonna be up there dancing. Telling you it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Y'all be like, nah. I'm like, yeah, it's gonna happen. Jungkook, that's Jungkook's future. His future. JK is gonna be a famous Mr. Lee. It's not like he's gonna be security. Jungkook is still gonna be in the industry. I'm telling you, can you not see it? In 20 years, JK will be JYP. He will be JYP. He's gonna be JYP in about 20 years. He's gonna be up there dancing. He's gonna be just singing. He's gonna wear weird ass outfits. He gonna be one of them old dudes that still think they cool, still think they got it. And he's still gonna be cute. JK still gonna be cute at 50. He's still gonna be cute at 55. But he gonna still want to perform. I can't see a time where JK is not going to want to get up there and dance and then somebody's gonna be watching an award show and they're gonna be like they're gonna be up there like in shock. Like, I'm shocked. But JK still gonna be good looking though. He gonna be cute. He gonna be so cute. He gonna be so cute up there with it though. He's still gonna be a good looking guy. That's the same thing about Jimin. Like I can see Jimin being cute. You know. And then I can see Sugar just being a chubby oppa. Sugar will be Bang PD in about 20 years. I think Sugar will be Bang PD. Sugar gonna be Bang PD. There you go. Sugar be Bang PD in about 20 years. He'll be a chubby little fat oppa. Sugar gonna be a chubby little oppa like Bang PD. He gonna be real chubby and cute. Eye candy doesn't cut. I wouldn't marry them though, V Marie. Oh no. Oh no. Why is Sugar gonna be chubby oppa when you gotta say chubby oppa? Chubby oppa. I just feel like Sugar will be chubby oppa. And in about 20 years, he'll be chubby oppa. He'll be still producing. He'll be like Hitman Bang. I love JYP in those Earth, Wind, and Fire outfits. I do. He's gonna be chubby oppa. Chubby oppa. Chubby oppa. Chubby oppa oppa. Let me squeeze on you, chubby oppa. I'm not shady, Sugar. I like Sugar chubby. What are you talking about? That's peak Sugar. I don't like Sugar when he's skinny. I like Sugar when he's chubby. I want Sugar to be nice and chubby with his chubby little cheeks. I don't want just chubby little, I'm going to squeeze a little chubbiness. I want Sugar to be chubby. I don't like when he's all skinny and anorexic. I just like, come on, chubby oppa. Come on. Come on. You're good. Good. Get your chubby ass up there. I'm like, come on now. I like my Sugar thick, honey. I like them thick, thickums, McThickums, honey. I was like, yeah, I was squeezing a little chubby self. I got something to keep me warm, like little stick thin. But that's only Sugar. Normally I like my men stick thin, but Sugar looks better to me chunky. Sugar likes to eat. Yeah, that's why I said Sugar gonna be like Bang PD because Sugar likes to eat. He likes to eat. He like to cook. He like to eat. I'm like, he just gonna let it go. Like once he's not gonna be in K-pop anymore, Sugar's gonna be like, the hell with this, and he gonna be like, shoot, I'm finna eat good in the neighborhood, and Sugar gonna be eating good in the neighborhood, baby. And he gonna be sitting around doing them tracks. He ain't gonna be out there working out at the gym and dancing and rehearsing. Sugar gonna be like, I'm over all this, and he just gonna be sitting around writing music and composing. He gonna turn to chubby oppa. Sugar did look cute in a recent picture. He gonna be real cute. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with chubby oppa. Like I said, he ain't gonna be rehearsing or working out. Sugar don't like to do all that. Girl, we always know Sugar like, I don't like doing it. He do it because he has to. But once he gets out of K-pop and he's just a producer, a writer, he's gonna be behind the scenes. Ain't nobody gonna see who he is. So he gonna be chubby. He gonna be chubby. He gonna be eating good. He gonna be eating the people. He gonna be eating that ice cream. He's just gonna be like, damn it, I ain't gotta worry about losing weight and all that. What? The recent terror rate? I don't know about the recent terror ratings of BTS. Because you think that Sugar's the one that wants to leave. Are we talking about Taeyong or Sugar? Who wants to leave and live a regular lifestyle? I don't blame Sugar. I've said before that I feel like Sugar will leave. I feel like once their contract is up with whatever, I think Sugar's out of here. I think Sugar will compose and do music, but I don't think Sugar wants to be an idol anymore. Like there's no reason for him to want to. Like why? So they can get up there and drag him all the time. Yeah, I don't know if Sugar wants to. Like y'all gotta understand that Korea is just not forgiving, y'all. It's just not. So I can understand. Yeah, I think he just wants to produce and compose and write and work with other artists and just live his life. And maybe he'll come out with an album, here and there. He'll come out with an album and maybe do some festivals and venues just to, and then go back to being producers and whatever and just live his life, get married, have some kids. And I think he just wants to Sugar or would not say. I think me too. I think Sugar and Jen are the most likely one to be in the back. And RM. I think RM is over it. No, Sugar's not dating. No. Uh-uh. I could never see Sugar dating a foreigner. Like the language barrier is too much. But Sugar, Jen, and RM, I picture them like walking away from the industry, especially RM. Yeah, I think RM, he'll do an indie, he'll be an indie artist. I don't think RM wants to be an idol. I think RM can write, he can produce as well. And he can just do his thing, come out with music. But I think RM has had it. I think he's done with the industry. I think the industry really stresses RM out. He seems very, very stressed out about the industry. That it seems really hard on RM to be in the industry. Like he says he's an overthinker, and I could just imagine that it just probably drives him crazy to be in the industry like this. It's just the constant relentless pace, and RM just seems like he just wants peace. He just wants to be over it. And RM deserves peace. He's done enough in the industry that I feel like all of them that they can go their separate ways, and I don't have no issues with it. I just think RM is so um tired. I think he's just so tired. I think he's just burnt out. It's a lot. It's a lot being in the industry. She's talking about Yoongi wants to be a rock. Yeah, I think Yoongi's just like, I think RM the things that have happened to RM lately is I think RM is really going through it. Like I think that he really is starting to understand like this is not really not saying that RM doesn't love music, but I think that to be an idol, that's something different than just being an artist. That's a whole nother level of being an artist. And I think RM still loves music and want to do music, but I think he'll probably take a long break. I see RM like I'm gonna go off for a couple of years and take a break and just live his life and just kind of be out there and kind of live his life for a couple of years and then maybe come back to it. But I see that Sugar's done. Like to me, Sugar's like, I will do what I'm contractually obligated to do, but I'm done. To hell with this. I'm done. But I think RM maybe will take a break. He'll take maybe a couple of years break and then slowly but surely get back, but not be an idol. Just come out with music, indie music, whenever he wants to, perform whenever he wants to, and that's it. I can't see him like being like full on like touring and promotions and I don't same thing with Jen. I think Jen wants to do his businesses and do his stuff like that and just be done with it. Yeah, I think Sugar's my ult, and I like I said, even I recognize. I'm like, oh, he's had it, and I accept it. I accept whatever Sugar that wants to do, but I think he's had it. I think he's like, I'm over this, and to be honest, and I don't blame him because when BTS starts doing their promotions thing, y'all, Korea is not gonna let this go. Korea is not letting this go. It's not like Sugar just can be like, oh, I'm back. Korea will be like, what? Weren't you drunk on a scooter, MF? You know, like, don't ever think that Korea's just let this go. Like, they're not gonna let this go. Y'all will see when they start doing promotions, y'all gonna be like, oh God. I'm gonna be like, oh God. You know, because I just have fears. I'm like, these people, they're gonna try to eat Sugar alive. They are. They're gonna get online and they're gonna be like, oh, yeah, here's Sugar. Oh. You're like, I promise you, they're gonna have something to say, especially in Korea. They're going to low key drag, the high key drag Sugar. They're gonna run him and rake him through the coals, and he understands that. But I think that like that's the reason why he's laid low for so long, because international fans is fine, but Korea is not. Like they still like, wasn't he drunk on a scooter? You know, I like, oh my God, man. It does as taking a toll on our and then the things with the company, yes, that takes a toll out of anybody, you know. Yeah. Yeah, Sugar likes American artists and stuff like that. Um and the I think the anonymity of being in America. I think all of them like being in America because they can like go around and not have to worry about being bothered like they can in South Korea. They're easily recognizable in South Korea than in America. But I can never see an instance out of everybody in BTS, Sugar would be the last person that would date a foreigner because there's a language barrier. As a foreigner who's dated someone in Korea, I can tell you it's hard to get over that language barrier. It is very tough to get over that language barrier. It's hard. It's a hard thing. You need somebody really that's going to you guys are going to speak the same language at some level. And then there's cultural things as well that is just different dating someone from Korea than dating an American. It's just cultural. There's a lot of difference um between us culturally. And so it has its own challenges, but the language thing is the biggest thing. There's a lot of nuances in language that you realize when you're trying to talk to somebody like that way, that you realize that, oh, okay, a lot of terms that we use, they're like, what does that mean? And a lot of terms and things that they use, you're like, what? Like you have to have them explain a lot of things. And when you're dealing with somebody that doesn't fluently speak the language, it's hard to communicate. Now, if you're just having sex with somebody, that's a whole different story. And throw that all out the window. If you just knocking the boots, Gina, you know, hey, you don't need to speak no language, you knocking the boots. I ain't got a problem with that. But when you're trying to have a relationship with somebody, language is very, 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 very important. It is very hard to communicate feelings and nuance when y'all don't speak the same language. And I've went through it. And I've been through it. I've had Korean guys try to talk to me, whatever, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, this is difficult. It's very difficult to relate and to like just have basic communication when you don't speak Korean and they don't speak English very well. It's very challenging. And like I said, dating a Korean guy is just different. It's all totally different. It's just it's preferable. I don't like men here. I do. I think Sugar would date. I agree. A very traditional. Yes. I think he would date a very traditional or somebody kind of in the same industry, a model or an actress or idol, you know. And then, like I tell people, there's attraction. That's the other part of it. There's attraction. I think like in the West, most women who aren't K-pop fans are not really attracted to Asian men in that way. I think that's just the truth. I was never attracted to Asian men until I got into K-pop. I think that's just kind of like another barrier. And I think the same thing in Korea. Most Korean men are attracted to Korean women. Um, Most Korean women are attracted to Korean men because that's what they grew up, that's who they're around. It is hard dating a foreigner in South Korea. It's just, I mean, they have sex with foreigners, but they don't really date like serious with foreigners. There's not a lot of interracial relationships. It's increased over the years because there's more foreigners in South Korea, but for the most part, it's just not like a lot of that over there. Most Korean guys are attracted to Korean women. Like I said, Korean women are a whole different aesthetic than Western women. We just a whole the whole that's a whole nother conversation because yeah, the Korean beauty standards don't really match up in the West. Like it's two different. So when people talk about BTS, I could see BTS members sleeping with a foreigner, which I'm sure at least one of them probably has. But I can't see them like dating or marrying a foreigner because it just doesn't happen. Like most K idols, if they do date, it's always been somebody Korean or Japanese. Japanese is the other one, or maybe Chinese if they speak the language, though. You know, yeah, like I just think that like you know, I see the typos. You just like the typos, damn it. Yeah, yeah. I just think like people go where they are. Um, in the K industry, they spend most of their time around Koreans, a lot. What is KBS like the radio, like the um KBS? Uh that's true. That's true. Korean broadcast system is the KBS, right? Yeah. There's that too. But for the most part, Koreans, they don't they'll like I told you, in Hongdae, in 81, they'll sleep with a foreigner. That happens all the time. I didn't say sleep with a foreigner, but taking one home, oh, that's a different story. Introducing you to family and friends, oh no, no, no. That doesn't happen as often. It doesn't happen a lot, to be honest with you. Especially in the entertainment industry. Like it just, like I said, even the ones that are fluent in English, they cause like I said, they'll sleep with a foreigner, but they won't marry a foreigner. There's not that many K idols who are married to foreigners. I thought you meant like KBS, like the broadcasting system. Girl, you talking about KBS? I'm like the station. But yes, the Korean beauty standards are different. Are different, and so most Korean men are attracted to Korean women. Like I said, there are some outliers. But again, what are we talking about? Like I said, if we're talking about just physical, men will be with anything. They don't really care. Like men aren't that picky. They a lot of time depend on the man. They're not that picky. But if you're talking about idols, oh yeah, idols for the most part they're gonna be with other people in and around the industry because that's who they meet, that's who they bump into, that's who they know. They a friend of a friend of a friend, and that's who they usually date. Like I said, I can only know two idols that married foreigners. I can only think of two. There's a guy from 2PM that married a girl from Europe, and then there's another idol. There's another actor, and he married a girl from America. But I can't think of any other idols that are with foreigners. JK would get along. I think JK would. I think JK, I don't know, get along is really a stretch. Like I said, that's a stretch. But I could see them, like I said, I could see them sleeping with a foreign girl. Yeah. I could see that for sure. I could see that. Oh, you're trying to explain the abbreviation. I'm like KBS, I'm like the broadcasting system. Girl, I was confused. I was like KBS, Korean broadcasting. Oh, Korean beauty standards. Yeah. Korean beauty standards, it is what it is. It's something that I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I saw EXO. I like Kai. I didn't know anything about Kai EXO, but yeah. EXO. EXO. I love EXO. EXO. Kai from EXO is the whole buffet too. He's family style. Oh, Kai is he got up there and danced and sang. When I saw that concert, I was like, what? He got up there and danced and sang and danced and sang. I was like, Oh, that's in Hypin', not Kai from EXO. Oh, what Kai are we talking about? Oh yeah, I'm singing the song. Kiss Me, that's in Hypin'. Now I'm getting loopy. Kiss Me, EXO. Oh, I just thought of the song EXO because you thought about EXO. I don't really know any EXO songs, but I know some Kai songs. Like I didn't realize I even knew Kai songs until I went to the concert. And I know this song. I know this song. Well, they're Mr. Rover, Rover, Rover. I was like, I know this song. Like, I'm like, dang. I was like, Mr. Rover, Rover, Rover. I see you talking JK, First Love. I wonder if she knows that him. Wait, the XL third gen. I don't know if JK wants a committed relationship or not. Somebody said that in my comments. They're like, well, JK don't date. I said, I can't take what they said like 5, 6, 7 years ago as being serious. Or what they said even two years ago as being serious. Like he may have changed his mind since then. Like, people change their mind. I thought that was my cat. People change their mind all the time. People say, and then I tell y'all, don't trust what these idols say in these interviews. Because if they say it in an interview or say it on TV, don't trust what these idols saying. These idols will say anything, baby. They don't really mean it. I didn't have people talking about, well, he said it. I was like, baby, did he say it on camera? These idols, they'll say anything on camera what they think the audience wants to hear. Or sometimes they are being serious. Or they may say it in a Weverse live, but it doesn't mean that they really mean it. I don't trust nothing. I don't trust these idols. I didn't see, I didn't see too much hoeing. Come on. This AK got me rolling tonight. She like, this past your bedtime. Oh my God, Jimin. I had to stop watching Are You Sure? Y'all gonna up here breaking my bias. I can't deal with it. Y'all are evil. Y'all are evil, evil, evil. Y'all are up here just. I was like, JK, I was like, I don't want no evil in this house, Jake. I mean, Jimin. I don't want no evil in this house, Jimin. I was like, Jimin is the abomination up here trying to ruin my bias. I was like, and then me, I get mad. Like, I don't like liking people. I'll be like, Jimin, just, I get mad. Like, that's how I handle everything. Liking people, I get angry. Because, I'm a whole tsunami. So I'm like, why Jimin got to be up here just saying that stuff? Why Jimmy got to be up here looking cute? I had a mad face for 2 episodes. I'm like, I don't like it. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like Jimmy. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Jimin. Park Jimin. Like, I don't like that. I'll be up here like the whole entire time watching the show squinting. Just mad, just angry, just mad at Jimin. Because I'm like, why you bringing the devil? Like, what? I'm just like, I don't like this. I'll be mad. I don't like people. Oh my God. ATs, ATs, I have a bias in ATs. My bias is Jungkook. Like, once you Jimin, you can't. I was like, that just made me mad. Like, I'm just like I'm like, I can't even deal with Jimin up there. Just Jimin made me mad. I'm like, yeah, once you Jim in, you can't Jim out. That's what they tell me, but I'm a Jim out. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna gracefully Jim out my ass up out of here. I'm like, I'm Jimming out this way because I can't. Don't. Oh yeah, ATs. I can't Jim and I can't. No, he got that devil spirit. I can't. Like, I can't break it because I don't want to know what nobody should be trying to break my bias. I'm devoted. I'm faithful. Now, I ain't faithful to anybody else, but I'm a faithful to Yoongi. I'm faithful. I pledge my allegiance to Sugar. I pledge my allegiance to Sugar. Jimmy can keep the devil energy on, like, y'all. Do you see JK's full tattoo when he had his shirt off? Yes. Yeah. JK don't do it for me. JK is just cute and funny and happy and bubbly. He don't do it. Jimin is not my type either. I told y'all I don't like the happy ones. I just, you know, didn't have to pay taxes. I've seen American Hustle Life. I saw him. I saw Son. Jungkook is my man. Do y'all not like Jungkook? I told you I like him thick. Y'all keep playing with me. Y'all finna F around and find out. Now, in my real life, I don't, but I like my K-pop singers like normal size. Like a lot of men are down low for Jimin. Jimin bring all the boys. Jimin bring all the boys to the yard. To my milkshake, my Jimin brings all the boys to the yard. She said she talked about Son. Oh my God. I think my second bias in ATs is what is it? What's his name? The weirdo one, because I like the quiet weirdos. So I like Jung Ho and I like what is his name? Yo Yun San. I like that one. I like the quiet weirdos. Talking about don't fight Jimmy, just let it happen. He talking about Jimmy do be putting JK in weird situations. Like he be like, JK be like, what? He do? I love Jung Ho. He's cute. I think he's really cute. Yes, that one. I like the quiet weirdos. I can't help it. I like the quiet weirdos. Just let it happen. Just let Jimmy happen, girl. BTS no filters and it's a mess. Oh Lord. Okay. Have I heard? No, I have not heard. I'm not a growling person. I'm like quiet. I'm like just shh, shh, just quiet. I like a whisper. I like a man to be like, hey. I'm like, ooh, like whisper. The moon tats are killing. I like Jimin's moon tattoos. I think they're very nice. They're very lovely. I like the back tattoos, and I think they're beautiful tattoos. And I think it fits his personality. I like it. It's very spiritual. Namjoon is loud. Namjoon is husband. Like Namjoon would be the type of man that I could see that you would settle down with, and you would have this nice, like really traditional Korean marriage, and you would be a homemaker and pop out some babies and just be bored. Oh, wait, I mean, just be happy. uh, ah, and then, yeah, I think Arya could be afraid. I'd just be bored. And I'm telling you, Sugar be the man that you be like, there would never be a dull moment with Sugar. I think, like, for me, my personality, we be fighting every day. I'd be like, damn it, Yoongi, da. He just be like, just be passive aggressive, driving me nuts. Would drive me absolutely positive to the point to the I would ready just angry. That he would be so passive and so just quiet and just passive. Girl, I'd be mad. Look up Silas Love and Deep Space Spicy Cards. He'll be doing the whispering. Oh, girl, the whispering girl. I like the quiet weirdos. I do. I like my men passive aggressive. I like my men quiet. I like my men stoic. I I do. I like my men passive aggressive. But the thing about it is, I'm more exuberant, but I'm not like emotional. I like my man kind of like emotionally unavailable because I have daddy issues, and it's whatever. It's show and tell time. I like my man passive aggressive and stoic because I have daddy issues. I really don't have daddy issues, but I was just saying that I like a man that takes charge. I like a very dominant man. Like I'm not a dominant woman. I'm very passive in my relationship. So me and Yoongi really would fight because we would both be two passive fucking people. I need somebody that's more assertive, that's very assertive in a relationship. that's gonna take the bull by the horns. And to me, Yoongi could either be that or he couldn't. Like I see him kind of being like that, but then kind of I don't. But I need a man that's aggressive. I need a man that's aggressive. My TXT bias is Subin. I like Subin. Subin is my bias. But yeah, I am very like I like a very aggressive man, a overbearing guy. Like I like not too bad, like mean aggressive, but somebody who's gonna take charge, who's very proactive. Because I'm not in a relationship. I'm like, they're like, "Do you like me?" I'm like, "Well, I kind of like you. I don't really know. I gotta think about it. I don't." And then like you want to go on a date. And I'm like, I don't really know. What time, what day I need, I don't really under. And then they're like, well, do you really like me? I don't, you know what? I don't, what is like? What is like really? What define that? Like, that's me. So you can understand that being with me is infuriating. Like, because I'm never going to admit I like you. I'm never going to admit that I really want to be with you. Well, how do you feel about me, Kiki? Well, feelings. What are really feelings? Like, what are we feeling today? What is feelings really made up of? Like, it's just chemicals in your brain, and it's just, emotions are really like convoluted and they're kind of complicated, and I'm kind of complicated. And, I just, I need some time to think about that. You will never get a straight answer out of me. You will be like, woman, like, I'm never going to admit it. If you just come at me a certain way, I'm a crab. We kind of skitter to the side, or we skitter here in a little claws. And we do like a little crab dance, and I'm doing a crab dance, and I'm doing the crab. And cancers, we skitter this way, skitter that way. We ain't gonna be too direct with you because we don't ever want to admit nothing. So, I'm like, what is love? You love me? I don't know. What is love? What is this love? Define love. I mean, what is really love? Like love, like love, or love? Or we love, like love, like how I love cheesecake, or how I love my kids, or what kind of love, or parental love, like a sexual love, like that's me. And you're gonna be like, girl, that's me all day. Don't ask me about no feelings because I will run for the hills. I don't like to answer questions about feelings. So therefore, I don't know what to tell people. Like, it's just being with me is infuriating. But I need a man that's gonna be like, look, look, I need some answers. I'm like, okay, we starting out a little aggressive. Look, I need some answers. You're not gonna get your way out of it. You're not gonna lie. You're not gonna slime and worm your way out of it. And you're gonna tell me the truth. And I need to know the truth right now. I'm like, well, you got to be all aggressive about it and shit. Like, I mean, you're just pressuring me. Look, stop it, Keisha. Just tell me the truth. Come on, just tell me the truth. Stop bullshitting me. I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I really like you. That's me. I'm like, oh, well, since you put it that way, me and Yugi would fight. We would fight. You would fight. We would box up. I don't know what my rising sign is. Who is Zane? Who is Zane? I don't know what Zane is. What are we talking about? Like, that's just so me. You got to corner me. Like, I'm like a crab. I'm going to be like, whoa, where you going? What? I can't go anywhere? Okay, well, all right. Like, I don't like to admit feelings or emotions. I'm not a very emotionally personal person. Like, I'm not like all lovey-dovey and kissy-kissy. And, this is, like, I'm not that person. So I need somebody that's going to be kind of like my opposite in that way. That's going to be more like aggressive with me and be like, look, woman, you better. I'll be like, oh, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, and knowing that I can't. Oh, the other love. What is love and deep space character? Oh, okay. That's what we're talking about. V Marie says she would have to date 3 or 4 members to not get bored quickly. V Marie is my type of person. V Marie is my spirit animal. Because that's me. I would have to date 3 or 4 before I'd be like, okay, I'm kind of bored with you. She said, plus she'd be flirting with other men. Whatever. She'd be like, V Marie is like playa, holla, holla. Like, I ain't got time to deal with you. I'm not a flirtatious person. I'm very introverted. So I don't flirt. I don't know how to flirt. Me flirting looks really stupid. I'm like, hey. Like, that just looks dumb. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Like, you know, I'm not a flirtatious person. I'm a very like stoic person. Like I said, me and Yoongi would fight. Like we would really be like, because we're kind of like the same person, so nothing would ever get done. Girl, you know, I don't know how to flirt. I'm introverted, so I'm just kind of like, I don't like you. And I feel like Yoongi is the kind of that he if he likes somebody, I think Yoongi would do more, he would do well with an aggressive girl. I think he would like a woman that's going to really be like go after him and be like, you know, like, what are you doing tonight? Where are you going? And see, I'm not like that. We would butt heads. We would really, really have a hard time. I understand that he is not like a match for me, romantic or personality wise. So I'm just pretty shallow. So I just, you know, I recognize that. I recognize. But me and RM, I think RM would be much more my speed. I think RM is much more traditional in the way I like it. I think RM is much more outgoing in the way that I like it. And I think me and RM were both very deep thinkers, and you know, we like the spiritual and the esoteric, and I'm interested and I like to read and he likes to read and I like to do poetry and I like to write. I think would be a great match. But I I don't know. I think I would be bored. I think I would be like, oh, we're such a great match. Yep. I gotta have that fire. I gotta have somebody that just I had to have the fire and the ice. RM is my ice, Jungi's the fire. I have to have somebody I'm like, damn it. And they're like, woman, man, woman, you know, like, and then just just, you know, it's just it's a frenzy. It's always the opposite that's the pull and the push and the pull that I like, and that I would find that would keep me interested, you know, very much. And I think that you, but and then there's an attraction. Like I'm a very physical person. Attraction is very important to me. Very, very important to me. Like it's something like some people can overlook it and be like, oh, I don't have to be too. I know I do. I have to be like physical attraction is very important in a relationship. It's what keeps me in a relationship, really. Do I lust after you? Then that's gonna keep me, you know. When you describe it, it reminds you of the game when I describe my typical. I like I said, if I could get a man that has both of these qualities, that man would be perfect. That's what I'm looking for. The passive aggressive like Yoongi, but then the intellectual and the self assuredness, the angst, kind of like arm. Like if I get them two together, I would be like, hey, we need to get this game they keep talking about. Yeah, I love intelligence is sexy to me. I can't date a dumb. The only see, look, there's level to this. The only time I can date a dumb man is unless he's incredibly good looking. Then I can overlook the dumbness. Like for looks, I can overlook that. Or he had lots of money. Like if he's hot and he's rich, he can be dumb. It's fine. It's fine. Like there's levels to this. I can't have like you be like mediocre, dumb, and you ain't cute. Like that's just too. I'm like pick a struggle. It's like I'm like I don't pick a fucking struggle. Okay, it's either or, one or the other. Like I can't. I don't know. Someone told me that I need to find a woman. Look, XG, Kokana, call me. I'm sorry, they're they them now. Kokana, call me, sweetie. Like just she's too that they are too young for me though. Even though I like the look and I just I like, you know, one of these days I'm gonna find me a woman and just be done with it. Because me and men don't work, but women like me. So women tend to like me a lot more than men do, and some really weird. But you know, I'm not LGBTQIA, but women seem to like me a lot more than men do. Like men, you know, what men I understand that like you have to play this dance that I don't want to. It's like you have to be coy and you have to be sometimes flirty, and I'm neither one of those things. I'm just kind of like, are we doing this or not? Because I got shit to do right now. Like I gotta take a bath. Like you know, that's my attitude is very like, you know, non-romantic. I'm anti-romantic. Sorry, I'm not anti-romantic. Yeah, I love that song by TXT. Okay, well, I need to play this game. What kind of game is this? Is this like a video game? What kind of game is this? You got about 10 more minutes you need to bounce. Oh, Jen, yeah, Jen, his birthday. Jen's still looking good. I went back and looked at Jen. And I was like, Jen has really not aged in all these years. He is still a very nice looking, young looking guy. He's, you know, once I'm 25, I'll be more straightforward. I didn't used to be that straightforward, but now it's like, what do you mean? What happened to my BP? Who? What? Blackpink? Anyway, what we talking when you said BP? Is it Blackpink? They still on tour. I can tell y'all they still on tour. Y'all just don't believe me. They still on tour. Technically speaking, go check them out. Blackpink in your area. Blackpink is a revolution. Blackpink, y'all, ladies and gentlemen, Blackpink. They still on tour, y'all. Yeah, just I know some of y'all are like, what? I'm like, yeah, they're still on tour. Just go out. They coming out with an album next year. I keep telling y'all. Y'all wait for it. It's gonna hit. Yup. But I gotta play this game. What kind of game is this? Where is this game at? I don't really play games. What kind of game is it? Wait a minute. Is it a role? I gotta know about this game. Is this a role playing game? Like what kind of game is this? It's a mobile. Oh, well, I don't know what a mobile Otomi game is. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I know what those kind of games are. Multiple stories called memory cards or myths where you get to explore more about them. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I've heard of these mobile games. These are like role-playing games. These are role-playing games that don't involve whips, chains, or pain. So these are very tame ones. They're reverse harems. Well, I'm interested already. Well, they had that too. Oh, well, shit. That's all you had to say. Wait a minute. I think I played that game before. What is it called? Love in Deep Space? Okay. I gotta look this up. Let me go back. Uh, oh yeah, you should have led with that. AK said you should have led with that. Right. Okay, wait a minute. What's the name of the game, child? I am intrigued now. Like I am intrigued. You and Blackpink. I am Blackpink's PR about Blackpink PR. Like Blackpink's coming to your area. Blackpink is a revolution. Go check Blackpink out. They're still on tour until January. I am like their PR. Love and deep space. Girl, I am the moment. Ugh, I gotta delete some things off my phone. The moment I got so many apps on my phone. The moment I get off here, I think I've played that though. I think I may have. Jennifer probably gonna be like, girl, Jennifer, it's probably midnight here. Okay. I like a good role playing game. You guys know I like a good role playing uh, all kinds of role playing games. So I will I think I have played that game before. Like I said, I have to see how much room I have on my phone because my phone is tripping, y'all. My phone is tripping. Like it'd be like warning you out of you were Jennifer. The Jennifer Jennifer, where's Jennifer at? Jennifer ain't came on here. No, most times she'll text message me and be like, it's time for you to go to bed. I was like, Jennifer, gosh, it's time for you to go to bed. I haven't even eaten anything. I really got it. Okay, anyway, I gotta go. I'm going to download Love in Deep Space and check it out. Shout out to the baddies. Oh, wait, upload full version on YouTube. Okay. Okay. Shout out to the baddies. Upload full versions onto YouTube for free. Okay, okay. I have to look, girl. I gotta look at this game. Y'all, I'm gonna come back next week and tell y'all about this. Jennifer is tired of Blackpink. She be like, I don't want to hear about that group. I'm like, but I'm fixing to get off this live stream. I think everybody's being here, especially some of y'all that been here literally the whole 6 hours. Like, I just be like, what? What? I have to go eat before I fall and pass out. Thank you, AK, for being here. Please check out AK. AK watches her channel. AK is a YouTuber. AK is my girl. That's my ace. Um, yes, thank you. You agree with Jennifer? Thank you, all the other people that have been here. I'm gonna actually go get me some food. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna get comfy. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna delete some stuff, delete some apps off my phone. I'm gonna get comfy, and I'm not gonna work. I am not gonna work. I am gonna download Love and Deep Space, and I'm gonna take a look at this game and hope, pray to God that I have enough space on my phone. Um, yes, send it through my YouTube post. So good night, everybody. Thank you, OG. I appreciate it. You guys have a great night or great morning or evening or afternoon or wherever you may be. But I'm out of here, you guys. Until next time. Yes, yes, yes. Bye, y'all.